Pope
It was a little bit
Zaza.
hairy this morning, but I'm ready. I'm ready for it now.
You look ready.
I am ready to whatever the equivalent to rushing for 2.9 yards per carry is. I'm ready. Whatever playing Desmond Ridder down to the wire is, I'm ready.
I am ready to run through that brick wall with medium force.
Whatever,
yes.
Yeah, swinging wildly at a Pablo Lopez pitches. That's where I'm at, baby.
Dude, yeah, you're highlighting it, man. We got a lot of stuff, man. We got a lot.
Yeah,
of stuff.
Rockets are. I can't believe it's basketball season already. Aren't we supposed to delay it until January or something? Ever since the NBA is the one has most messed up my rhythm because of COVID.
The one thing the NBA, it's funny that year they had the lockout, which is like 12 years ago now. But when they started on Christmas Day, I thought that was pretty badass. It was only 66 games, so the owners are never going to give back 16 regular season games. But I thought that was kind of cool. Like that was sort of like a celebration of basketball when they started on Christmas Day. I thought that was pretty sweet.
It was, and you could tell your kids that was the true meaning of Christmas.
That's right.
Let's not forget the true meaning of Christmas.
Right.
Kids.
The ghost of Christmas past, LeBron James.
It was when the pagans we repackaged a holiday for the pagans to basically say, look, LeBron James, here you go.
That's right.
Here's your new. That's your sanction.
You get this. Just give us back Taco Tuesday.
Representative of your new Christian.
You can
God.
have Christmas. Just give us back Taco Tuesday, LeBron. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, we got a lot to get to, man. Astros, 3 o'clock today, ALDS. We'll talk about that. Texans getting back after it here with the Saints coming to town this weekend. We'll get into that. Monday Night Football last night. I watched most of it, and my big takeaway from Monday Night Football last night, we're not going to do a deep dive on the Raiders and the Green Bay Packers.
The hell we aren't, Sean.
I promise. No, we're not.
The hell we are not.
No,
I got a missive for Josh McDaniels.
Dude.
Okay.
Well, he does have a hateable face, though, when they pan to him on the sidelines.
Hateable decisions, too.
He does. He does. My takeaways watching Monday Night Football last night, Seth, through a Texans prism. These are two more teams right here. Stack them on the pile of two teams where I'm like, yeah, C.J. Stroud makes the Texans better than both of these teams right here that I'm watching tonight. Like Jordan Love's not a real good quarterback right now. Jimmy Garoppolo, not a real good quarterback right now. These are not two teams that are tremendously well coached.
I'll be honest with you too. I think C.J. Stroud has already played through an injury that would have benched Jimmy Garoppolo. The Jimmy Garoppolo, as told by Julian Edelman, does not sound like the guy, the grittiest, toughest guy who wants to play through some of his injuries. Whereas C.J. Stroud remember the shoulder injury he had week one?
Yeah.
That everybody just kind of forgot about. He'll play through some stuff.
I totally forgot about it.
Yeah.
When you're bringing up C.J. Stroud playing through an injury, I'm like, I'm racking my brain here going, boy, what did he play through? But it's a testament to him for two things. One, he never brings it up. And two, he's played so well that you don't watch C.J. Stroud and go, boy, there's a guy who's really gutting it out through a shoulder injury. He looks like C.J. Stroud is supposed to look. But I watched that game last night. I'm like, all right. I mean, Texans are better than these two teams. I watched the highlights on Sunday during halftime of the Sunday night game, and you watch the Giants getting run off the field, and a bunch of Minnesota Vikings are 1-4 now. Like, these are teams that were in the playoffs last year. And I feel like, man, the power rankings will all come out later on today. Seth and I will power rank the power rankings at 9 o'clock today. But I feel like the Texans are going to, even on the heels of losing to Atlanta, I still feel like most people from the outside looking in are going to look at the Texans and go, all right, they're a middle-of-the-pack football team still.
The problem with this past week was that just because it's a loss, you feel like in your brain instantly you craft a narrative of the way the teams let you down. And you forget that every quarterback on earth, all the Hall of Fame ones to anybody else, has had games where they really couldn't get anything going offensively. But then at the very end, all of a sudden, they engineer, and the cool thing about it, this was not like a Tim Tebow type of drive or anything. He quarterbacked the hell out of that team on the final drive to go down and score. His biggest sin was scoring with too much time on the clock going against Desmond Ridder. That was the biggest mistake he made.
So
Everybody knows you can't leave Desmond Ridder with too much time on the clock.
You and I wouldn't shut up about it in the pregame show. We were the two guys who were saying, like, you can't give Desmond Ridder an opening here.
That's the old thing. That's why they changed the overtime rules, too. They felt like, if you got into overtime against Desmond Ridder and they won the coin toss,
it's automatic.
It's all but over.
It's automatic.
What are you going to
do? Yep. I thought this, too, last night, Seth, in watching Monday Night Football. I guess kind of a corollary to my, the Texans are as good or better than both of these teams. I think we're going to be back to getting on the primetime docket next year with the Texans. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but as we play through this schedule that is literally, except for one game, all noon Sunday games, like literally, other than the Denver game that they put at 3 o'clock so that Denver people could actually, the game's here, and they're playing it at 3, so Denver people can watch it at a normal time. Every game's at noon on this schedule this year. I think we're going to be, if I had to guess, we're getting at least one next year, maybe 2 because of C.J. Stroud.
I would say as long as C.J. Stroud gets the intelligence going, and at some point, they need to start running the ball better, and maybe it ends up just being a situation where they pass the ball so well that it opens things up for the run, and which is increasingly common these days. With this certain crew that they put out on Sunday, I think the idea of lining up all of your big guys in one big mass and then just steamrolling over the other big guys on the defensive side of the ball, it might just be a pipe dream. I think spreading it out a little bit, mixing it up, not running quite so much on first down. Yeah. I'm not opposed to running on first down if you're actually good at it, but the Texans run on first down a lot and are also really bad at it. So they got to figure out a better balance.
Yeah, absolutely. Third observation from last night, real quick. Max Crosby of the Raiders. Is that another name to throw into the, if Will Anderson can become blank, then the trade is a success for Will Anderson? Max Crosby is a monster. He's a beast.
And he's a guy. What was Max Crosby drafted as? Where was he drafted?
He was. I thought he had. I'll look it up. And definitely not a guy who came into the league with all sorts of accolades like Nick Bosa and Will Anderson, for sure.
He was a guy that a lot of people, I think a lot of people are saying I told you so about Max Crosby because there were...
Fourth rounder out of Eastern Michigan.
Fourth rounder, okay, yeah. I think Will Anderson can totally be that. The one thing about Will Anderson, by rookie standards so far, is he's been very good against the run. He's got to figure out the distinction between... I almost feel like he's a run-first player, which is admirable in its selflessness, and yet it's not actually why they drafted him.
No, we had one of those. His name was Clowney.
Yeah. So what happens a lot of times is he plays down the... If you can visualize playing down the middle of somebody, like he's attacking right down the dead center of the offensive tackle. And a lot of times it's because he wants to be sure that he can play his run responsibilities as well as his pass responsibilities. The problem is then it just turns into a big old sumo wrestling match, and he's not going to win most of those. So whether it was the first string or the second string right tackle last week, there's just too many times where he basically locks horns with the offensive tackle on a pass rush and doesn't really get off of it. So, it's there. He has enough speed to threaten the edge. He's just got to really learn to start attacking edges of guys and making the offensive tackles uncomfortable, because a lot of times now they're just they're like, oh, okay, you want to turn this into some type of a grudge match, huh? Okay, cool. I'm cool with that. I'm a fat, sloppy, stupid offensive tackle. I'd gladly just try to get into an Oklahoma drill with you. Please turn this into an Oklahoma drill.
That's great.
Start to use be a little bit more finesse. Be a little bit more. I don't want to say just attack edges. I always want to say cowardly because honestly, listen, Will Anderson, you know who does bull rushes all the time? This guy, big fat guys. Okay. Not you. You're a sleek missile of a machine of an athlete, okay? Start attacking edge.
I like it. We're up on YouTube and Twitch, by the way. I'm looking at us right now. We look pretty good, man. I'm not going to lie. We look pretty dope here on this YouTube feed.
I got my camera. I find a way to screw it up every morning, and I got it fixed 3 seconds.
Yeah. 5:59 and 58 seconds. It was a buzzer beater.
I work best under pressure, Sean.
You do. Absolutely. Speaking of working under pressure, what's your confidence level in Christian Javier today? against the Twins?
I would say 8 out of 10.
Really?
I feel pretty. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about Christian Javier. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I guess based on the hope that they found whatever the glitch is in his delivery here.
Yeah, based on, and I would say recent history. Well, recent playoff history.
Playoff history. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just being like, kind of, all right, I mean, I got a good no-hitter going, but I'm a team player. I'm just going to go ahead and cruise on out of here. No big deal. And recent success just this season.
I'd sign up for 6 innings, 2 runs from Christian Javier today. I would sign on the dotted for that. If the baseball gods came to me and said, look, the rest of the game's going to play out however the whimsy of the gods feel, but I'm going to give you get one wish, and here's you can sign right here and get 6 innings, 2 runs out of Javier. I would say that's a quality start. He hasn't had many of those this year. Yes, I will sign and leave the rest up to you, gods. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Javier today, man. It's a big one. It's a big one. Astros never been 1-1 in an ALDS before. Not in this reign of dominance here. They've opened up 2-0 in the ALDS. So this is a 1-1 tie in Minnesota.
He went 6 innings twice in the month of September, and it wasn't like a glisteningly awesome September for him, obviously. But he had some of his more he had some good performances sprinkled in with a couple scary ones. So the adrenaline of the moment, in my mind, is what I'm banking on.
His last one was actually in October. It was October 1st. It was the last day of the season.
Oh, that's right.
He went 6 shutout innings. To your point, like his last start that we saw him. Granted, it was against a hungover Arizona team. But who knows? Maybe the Twins are hungover today. You know, that's how you deal with living in Minnesota. You drink. So maybe they're hungover today. Who knows?
That's what. Carlos said that the only way he could get by living up in that miserable hellhole was Netflix.
That's it.
He cited Netflix.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, thank God you can afford that Netflix subscription now. Yeah, before you were you were broke ass, couldn't afford a Netflix. But now you're a free agent. Yeah.
We got to circle back to Carlos. The number one story on the Chronicle is still about people booing Carlos Correa at Minute Maid Park.
That's right.
Number one story. We're going to circle back.
It's the one area where the fans can have a direct influence on the game, and they've basically decided to both A, forget everything that Carlos Correa ever did for this team, and B, actually fuel his fire in the playoffs.
Yep.
Good job.
We'll get to that at 7 o'clock. I find it fascinating how fixated people are on that. And yet, I get it. I understand it. All right. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. D'Amico super optimistic coming out of Sunday's game. We'll let you hear that. And Landry posed a question on Twitter yesterday. Very simple. Why do you think the Texans cannot run the football effectively? I've picked out a few of the answers, and I want to run these through the Seth Payne filter and see if these answers are valid that some of you were giving on Twitter yesterday as to why the Texans are not good at running the football. We shall do that next. West Point, Lincoln, Sugar Land.
Payne and Pendergast.
Really like the effort, the intensity, the physicality our guys play with, their finish. There's a lot of great things on tape to be encouraged with from our team. Just overall, it's just executing the fine details of what we're asked to do. Right, that's what it takes to win those tough games, and that's where we lack just a little bit. But we're close. We're very close, and our guys know that. We left a lot of plays out there that we could have made to flip that game in our direction. Credit to Atlanta. They played tough. I think the game's flipped on third down, right? They got stops on third down, and we didn't get stops defensively, and that's where the game flipped for us. We have to be better there, be more dialed in and more on it, and we'll have improvement there.
The game flipped on third down. I'll say this. It did flip on third down in a way. I would say by the end of that game, Seth, it wasn't necessarily third down. It was just the Texans couldn't stop the Falcons because there was not a single third down on the game-winning drive for the Falcons. Other than
that's a good way to take care of your third down.
Is to not have any. Right. So the only one they had, they technically stopped them because the Falcons took a knee to center the ball for Younghoe Koo on the winning field goal. That's what you do. That is how you get better on third down, is making sure there are no third downs and you give up first downs on second down instead.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Was it universal that everybody's TV screen went out for like 3 milliseconds just as the ball was kicked on that field goal?
It was here.
Okay, yeah. All right, me too. I'm watching on YouTube TV. I thought maybe it was a YouTube TV glitch, but it turns out it was a Fox TV glitch. It was, what the hell? That was horrifying. I honestly, I don't even think I'm exaggerating. It might have been like whatever is the minimal perceptible amount by humans. It was out for just hardly anything at all, and my heart stopped in that moment. I had a miniature heart attack, just like everybody else. Yeah. It was that. What the hell with that? Like the Heidi game all over again.
It was the Heidi game. Yeah, go look it up, kids. The Heidi game. It's a famous TV glitch. Landry Locker posed this question on yesterday. Very simple question. I like it. It's why do you think the Texans can't run the ball effectively? So you throw it out there to Twitter and you throw it to the Wolves and you see what they come up with. Before we get to some of the answers, because I want to run these through your filter, Seth, and you tell me how real some of these answers are from people.
Okay. Yeah, because there's some good answers, and like obviously some very smart people who know football. Honestly, you can diagnose the run game sometimes if you played high school football or if you've watched a lot of football.
For sure.
It's not rocket science.
Here was D'Amico yesterday, because this is the thing that needs to get fixed on this football team without question. They've got to, if they insist on running the football, they've got to get better at it. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the running game and its woes right now.
Yeah, when it comes to the run game, I think it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game, and so we all know the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys. There's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to make a guy miss. We have to force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well yesterday. We just have to stay after it, right? Encouraged with what we did up front yesterday from a run blocking standpoint and also in pass protection. So really proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We just have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay.
Seth, I'm just jotting down little phrases that I heard in here, and I think this is, if I'm reading into this too much, you tell me, but I think the way I'm reading into this is reflective of what people are saying really for the first time in a couple of years here, where I see got to make guys miss.
Other than what I said 3 weeks ago.
The people, no, you've been on this. Got to force missed tackles, got to make guys miss. That's the criticism. The praise was for the offensive line. Thought they blocked it well. He's encouraged by the offensive line. He's proud of the job the offensive line did. That sounds like a Dameon Pierce issue to me.
That's definitely part of it. And I think that people have pointed out that in the zone blocking runs especially, he doesn't just seem to get the feel for the rhythm of it. Remember, one cut and go. You remember that from the Arian Foster days? That's the whole theme and philosophy behind a zone blocking scheme. One cut and go. And that's one thing that Dameon at times does a stutter, and there we'll go this way. It's not a one cut and go. Or at times when he is one cut and going, it's not making the right decision. And that's I hesitate to just crush him for it or anything, because part of running a scheme like this is it does take time, it does take reps, and it does take a certain level of cohesion, not just amongst the offensive linemen, but with the running back and with the quarterback themselves. And it takes reps. Kubiak, I used to ask Kubiak about it. He said it's a repetition-based offense. You just gotta run enough reps at it that you get really good and smooth with it. And like they simply haven't had that much time with all the same, or even close to all the same offensive linemen in there. And like, so that is the running back having an issue can sometimes also just the offensive line not all being on the same page. The picture isn't as clear for the running back as it might otherwise be.
Here are some of the responses to Landry's tweet. At Brown Chubby Bear, who I believe hosts a Texans podcast, Pierce is simply not a scheme fit. He chooses to run into contact instead of running to green grass.
The part about it where I know it's easy to say, well, like, oh, you need to run more man blocking gap schemes, all this stuff versus zone blocking scheme. The part that's scheme independent is he makes curious decisions, like even on successful run plays or even on successful screens. Brown Chubby Bear, actually, I saw on Twitter, he pointed out on that really nice screen against Pittsburgh where he had three guys lined up in front of him. It looked like he was running to contact.
He had a whole gap to the left. I remember watching that play in the press box, sitting next to you. I'm like, if he had just cut to the left, he has a touchdown.
There's a little bit of Alfred Blue to his open field running.
Yes.
Remember that one? You remember that awesome run play that Alfred Blue had? That one, I can't remember which game it was, but he had like a 60-yard run. It could have been a touchdown, but he juked himself out of he juked into an open area so he could cut back into a tackler.
Yeah, it might have been the playoff game against Kansas City. Where he had a really long. At any rate, I remember the play that you're talking about. But yeah, dude, Damian. There's times where Damian feels like that he thinks you get points for just plowing over guys. Like, if I plow over this guy, that counts like a field goal, right? I get 3 points for that. He loves doing it.
I feel like it's almost a psychological thing, more so than else. Or sometimes, I just know this from defensive linemen. Sometimes defensive linemen, you have to convince them they're athletic. Like, they've been told their whole life that. Like, you're just a lunch pail type of guy, and you just soak up blocks, and you're a good dude. Sometimes you gotta tell them, like, no, dude, you're you're actually super fast. Just go ahead and jet this fool over there. And I think Damian, in some ways, maybe he's been told his whole life that he's a jackhammer of a running back, and that he needs to just bowl people over, as opposed to just, especially when you get into the open field, run to green grass.
Yep. Let me bounce a couple more of these off you. Beltway Boys on Twitter responding to Landry's question about why do you think the Texans can't run the ball effectively. Personnel don't have the best run blocking O-line. Hopefully Scruggs coming back will help. Also says that he thinks Kenyon Green might be a good run blocker. That's another argument for another day. But what are your thoughts on this O-line as far as trying to run what it is Slowick wants to do?
The problem is, it's like watching the run game right now. It's like when you watch any kind of documentary about, or watch a movie about people getting ready for a Broadway show. Remember how it's always a mess until and it looks like nothing will work, and then all of a sudden at the end it all comes together. The problem with the Texans is that it looks like they're having their dress rehearsal out in an actual football game. But that's how it goes with running. Or, as many as I'm sure most of our listeners have, they've watched the Lady Gaga documentary on Netflix, like I was watching last night. And before the Houston, where she was the halftime performer, it was just a mess. Like, nothing was going right. They couldn't get anything to work right. And then it was, she had a great halftime performance, I'm sure. They leave it out of this documentary, I'm guessing, because they don't have the rights to show it. But that's what it feels like with the Texans. It's that one guy will mess up.
Yeah.
And now this is the other problem, especially with the zone blocking stuff. Sometimes it is hard to tell exactly when a blocker is supposed to chip like a defensive tackle before he moves up to the linebackers on a reach block and everything. Like, without getting super technical about this stuff on radio, there's times where it's hard to tell exactly who's to blame, but just somebody's screwing up because they're not working together like five fingers in a glove. I think the personnel is okay. They could run the old thought that you have to have these super athletic offensive linemen to run a zone blocking scheme. That's kind of fallen by the wayside now that they've changed the cut block rules. Because back in the day, they used to be almost like they would be doing like martial arts moves, just diving into guys' legs and everything.
Yes. We watched it for years here with Kubiak.
Jim Cotta type. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you have like, somersault, Chinese throwing star.
Chris Myers became a multimillionaire from hurling his body at people's legs.
Right. And you're just not allowed to do that anymore, so they've adjusted and adapted, and you don't necessarily need – there are a lot of teams that don't have the smaller, super athletic guys, so I don't buy that excuse. I don't buy it 100%. Yes, they could be blocking better, but I don't think that's the –
A lot of Pearson here on these answers to Landry's question.
Yeah.
There's certainly plenty of offensive line scheme fit and things like that. I want to pick off a couple more that are maybe a little bit different than the two that we've dug into here. This is Bohemian HTX says, I have no vision into this, but with a rookie quarterback, maybe they were prioritizing the run game more or the passing game more in preseason and in practice. The passing game looks more crisp. In other words,
Okay.
they were
Yes,
prioritizing getting Stroud ready. Yeah, I mistyped that.
Did he miswrite that, or did you
I
typed it out instead of copied and pasted?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have my reasons. I get glitchy when the font's different.
Yeah, so they were prioritizing the passing game, working
yeah.
on that.
Yep.
I think in general, maybe you could say, especially because you don't have preseason reps like you used to, teams might really struggle to find their rhythm in the run game because just the first units don't play together as much in the preseason. I don't know if it was because of if anything, I would hope they would really emphasize the rushing attack because you have a rookie. I'm not going to use that. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but it's certainly not an excuse. Yeah, like everybody else in the league that is dealing with the same issues.
Well, you and I do have vision into at least how much of it they do at practice of each when they're running. When they're doing 11 on 11 and things like that. It didn't look any different than any other training camp that I've been to in terms of the number of run plays versus pass plays they were running in 11 on 11. And I know that's 5% of what the preparation is for the season is those 11 on 11 drills, but.
The Don Chet 85 guy that says chemistry offensive line in Pierce, I think there is something to that. I just think that a lot of it is going to come down to play selection. I think the old school powers, counters, leads, duo, like stuff like that is probably going to end up being more of Pierce's style. I think maybe with Singletary or players to be named later, they hit more of the zone blocking. You want to get to the point where you're predictable with it, but you also got to just stick with what actually works.
Are you surprised Singletary got no touches in the game on Sunday?
I was.
I mean, you thought a few weeks ago that split was going to become a little more 50-50.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
I don't know. Maybe there was an injury issue or something, you know. I was surprised by that.
D'Amico attributed to just flow of the game, that it was, you get into the game and you start leaning on one guy, that kind of thing.
I think you learn stuff about your team as you go along, and I think the Falcons' defense maybe was a test that they hadn't quite faced yet since the Baltimore game. So the Baltimore game, you face a good defense, but you also had a lot of just natural first-game rookie quarterback issues, first-time offensive coordinator issues. I wonder if this was more of a genuine picture of like, okay, we're going against a good defense here, and there's certain things that we're going to struggle with and certain things that maybe we can lean on, and we got to be a little bit more flexible and malleable in how we adjust to it. And some of the play calling questions I would have aren't as much about actual run plays called as much as the classic, okay, it's second and long. Don't do the cliche run to get back on schedule on second and long. Even if you have a good rushing attack, that's dumb.
Yes.
So, thank you. At some point, I feel like Bobby Slowick, who's really, really smart in a lot of ways, and Bobby Slowick set up that final touchdown pass brilliantly because they'd shown that route combo before earlier in the game, and they capitalized on Jesse Bates getting kind of hungry for an interception.
Yep.
So they duped Jesse Bates, the safety, on that really well. But some of the old school, like the classic, incomplete pass on first down, so you run on second and long, or just running on second and long in general. Like there's some old school theory behind that, but it doesn't really make sense when you dig into it. I was surprised that Bobby Slowick maybe has succumbed to some of the old school stuff, being the analytical dude that he is.
I'm not a fan of conceding third down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of, like, you know what? This will set up 3rd and 7. Like, it's not when you have a good quarterback. I mean, I get it. If it's 2nd and 8, 2nd and 18, and you feel like you can, maybe there's a draw play there or something. The defense is playing a little loose. I get it. But generally speaking, I'm with you on that. Setting up third, when you have a bad rushing offense, running on 2nd and 11 and setting up 3rd and 8 or something like that just feels like a practice in futility. All right, headlines. We've got the ALDS continuing today. We've got an update on one of the most important players on the Texans injury-wise. Monday Night Football, we got a lot to get to in headlines. People booing Carlos Correa is a big story right now here in Houston. I've got thoughts on this at the top of the hour. I don't think it's such a bad thing that he's getting booed. And you know who else isn't such a bad thing, probably? Carlos Correa. So we'll get to that at the top of the hour. But first,
Zadok Jewelers. Zadok Jewelers has been in Houston
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, Astros, big one today. 3:07 first pitch. ALDS continues today. The Astros tied with the Twins at 1, and Christian Javier going to the mound. Seth, we need the flip. The switch flipped to 2022, July through October, Christian Javier. That's the guy we need today. Because it's Sonny Gray going on the other side, and he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year.
We haven't used the hex yet.
We've not. Okay.
So the question becomes, and we don't like to use it on a pitcher.
Right.
Maybe that's the simplest way, though. And I feel like that lacks artistry if we just use it on the opposing pitcher every time. I feel like the baseball gods would punish us for that, like we're lazy.
But I feel like the fact that we haven't used it on a pitcher yet opens us up to the possibility of using it on a pitcher. We don't do this that often, baseball gods. Can we, just break glass in case of emergency hex? Sonny Gray would be the logical one today. The Astros are actually underdogs today, Seth. The Astros are, they are plus 117 underdogs. I wonder when the last time the Astros were an underdog in an ALDS game. When you consider they've been up 2-0 in every ALDS since 2017.
Yeah.
And those first two games have always either been at home or they've been, in COVID year, they were a neutral site when they were playing the A's. But the Astros, they are underdogs today. And in this pitching matchup, I'm surprised that they're only a plus 117 underdog because by numbers, this is a very lopsided pitching matchup today. Sonny Gray.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, Sonny Gray really hasn't had a rough outing since September 5th, and that wasn't horrid or awful or anything. He gave up 3 earned runs in 6 innings, and since then he hasn't let up more than 1 earned run in a single inning. Let's put the hex on Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray. It is
Okay.
Sonny Gray. We're going to give this a shot. We're going to hex a pitcher for the first time in the history of the P&P hex. I like it.
Okay.
All right, there we go. Yiner Diaz will be in the lineup today, DHing Seth, which I would imagine means we will see no Michael Brantley today. So we do get Yiner Diaz in the lineup. The Yiner fans are going to get their wish today. At least
it's time, Yiner.
Yeah, it is.
Don't do it, Yiner. You have an obligation and a duty to all of the people who have openly lusted for you to pay off, okay? You need to show up and show out in these playoffs.
Yep.
This is your time. It's Yiner time. You know what I need Yiner to do? I want Yiner to point to his wristwatch at some point today.
Yes. Taunt. Yeah, you can get away with it, Yiner.
Do it in the most annoying way, too, is to point to the inside of your wrist like you're one of those people that wears your wristwatch on the inside.
Do people do that anymore? Remember people?
Why did people do that?
They did that for a while.
You're right. I don't think people do it anymore.
No,
I don't think they do. What was the reasoning behind that?
I don't know. I do not know.
I feel like if you work with your hands, maybe if you constantly were working with your hands, it was easier to just look at it.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if you're an extreme clock watcher, if you're like, I hate this job so much that I want to watch the clock, I want to watch my watch as I'm doing my actual work.
That's true. And you got bigger problems in which way you wear your watch if you're looking at your watch all the time.
You know what? Now that I'm doing it, this is why Yiner wears his watch that way, I think. You can you can sneak a peek at your watch without making it obvious.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's hard to check your watch without making it look like you're disinterested or in a hurry to get out of the conversation.
Good point.
You can kind of just take a look at your watch as you're drinking your coffee
Dude, I think you just figured it out. The 30-year mystery on why people wear their watches that stupid, janky way. Good job, Seth.
Well, it's why I carry a notepad, because I don't like to take notes on my phone because people assume you're texting.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just like, hey, you want to at least feign interest in people.
Absolutely. Hey, real quick, the Astros had a little bit of a front office shakeup today. Dana Brown, I won't say cleaning house, but he did part ways with assistant GM Bill Furcus, who goes back to the Jeff Luhnow era, and farm director Sarah Goodrum, who was a James Click era hire. So it looks like, in addition to probably assessing what needs to get done in the offseason with the roster, Dana Brown is in the process of getting the front office the way he wants it to look.
It's, I guess, I appreciate I guess it's a solid move to let them go right now. It might seem cold-hearted, at least if I'm looking at it from Bill Furcus's perspective. most teams in the league right now are in the process of figuring out who they're hiring next year.
It's a
favor.
favor.
It's just a play.
Yeah.
So it gives a jump on them. I know it might seem cold-hearted if you make a World Series run to put. Yeah, maybe they could do it privately, but like, hey, dude, just. You got to let them go.
No,
Okay,
they'll still get a ring and a playoff share. I would imagine. I would guess if I had to guess. So it's all. Yeah, that's a great point. Get them on the job market so they can go find something different while teams are doing their hiring right now. To the Texans, as we are in headlines right now, the update on Tank Dell. Tank Dell on a catch right before halftime on Sunday against the Falcons landed on his head, and he spent the rest of the day on Sunday in concussion protocol. D'Amico Ryans asked about Tank Dell on Monday.
Tank is in the protocol, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the week. Hopefully he starts to feel better. Definitely it hurts, not having him out there. Tank is an explosive playmaker for us, but just really our thoughts with Tank to make sure that he gets back healthy as soon as possible.
All right, this will be every week I say this. So this will be an interesting injury report because the Texans have been so banged up early in the season. But Tank Dell has become a real difference maker, Seth, and as you pointed out, he's somebody who doesn't need to even really be in the box score to have an impact on the offense. Just the respect that he commands and the ability, really being the Texans' only guy that truly stretches the field for the defense.
He loosens things up a lot like Will Fuller used to, and just and he's still also available over the middle because people have to respect his speed so much, and he's so quick getting in and out of his breaks. Yeah, he genuinely threatens every area of the field. Not to mention, although, I think we need to be a little bit more careful in how often you have him run the ball as a ball carrier, as a running back. But with him in the backfield, when you watch a guy like Tank Dell go on a jet sweep motion and stuff like that, it's just it puts more of a little that little twinge of anxiety into a defensive back. There's a level of urgency that they're more likely to bite on things when they watch Tank Dell because of his speed, because of his the notion that, man, I might have to go tackle this guy in the open field because I got him one-on-one. That allows CJ, I think, to get a better read on exactly what the defense is running. A lot of times you send guys in motion just to diagnose what the defense is in. And with Tank Dell, I think you get more of an honest look with that.
All right, Monday Night Football last night, the Las Vegas Raiders beat the Green Bay Packers 17-13. Kind of an ugly game, if we're being honest. Jordan Love had 3 interceptions in this game. My big observation is these are two teams I definitely think on a neutral field the Texans would have, the Texans might be favored against these teams. For sure the Raiders who won the game, and then Green Bay. Green Bay still got that appeal just because it's the Green Bay uniforms, but Jordan Love is not a good quarterback. And neither is Jimmy Garoppolo. The fun little exchange on the game last night, if you're a baseball fan, between Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. Aikman, who I would imagine still makes his home in Dallas based on this comment. The two of them here going back and forth briefly on the Rangers-Orioles ALDS.
In October, how about my Rangers?
Now I'm
on that bandwagon. You bet I am.
I'll give you $100 if you can name 4 players for the Rangers.
There was a time when I didn't have to work with you in October. I don't know. I don't know what happened to those days.
Those are long gone. You're stuck. By Rangers. 3rd down and 1.
Seamlessly right back into the play.
My Rangers. You know what's funny about that is I don't know if I think Buck I'm sure Aikman could, but he probably didn't feel confident in it. But it was a very quick comeback for not answering the question. He was right there on it, basically just turning it into, I don't even like being in the same booth with you.
That was grade A ball busting on both sides. I thought Buck, that was a good missive from Buck and a good comeback by Aikman.
Well, I'm saying I don't like being in this booth with you. And remember, you used to get to do your true love, which was calling playoff baseball.
Yes.
But they've taken that from you, Mr. Can't Tell a Home Run Anyway. That's what he should say. They're like, I'll give you $100 if you can accurately call the next 4 home runs. How about that, Joe Buck?
That was the rare. That Aikman comeback was the rare aggressive and passive aggressive at the same time comeback. Because the aggressive part was, I don't like doing these shows with you. The passive-aggressive part was you like baseball better than you like football. Good job, Aikman.
Yeah.
Nice job. Nice work. All right.
Did you do it in your mind? I kind of instinctively, I got the same little, whenever you're asked like a pop question like that, in your mind you
Always.
almost like, yeah.
I watch the Game Show Network like 3 hours a day. Yes, of course. All right, Payne.
Adolis Garcia was the first one that popped in my brain because every other, like almost everybody who isn't Luis Garcia, who's named Garcia, I immediately like accidentally call Adolis Garcia. Yeah.
That's one, yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Ross Tucker joins us in about 30 minutes or so, our Odyssey NFL insider. Let's talk a little baseball. Booing Carlos Correa. That is still something people are they have very passionate feelings about whether or not we should be booing Carlos Correa. I contend that the one person that really wants you to boo Carlos Correa is Carlos Correa himself, and I've got some audio to back that up. We'll do that. We've also got an explanation from Jeremy Pena as to why he's gyrating down 5-0 after a hit late in the game. We'll see if this holds up. So we'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that next.
Nation.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, one quick update on something that was super important. There were two things that are still trending on the Chronicle in the top 5 stories that, like top 5, not top 5 sports stories, top 5 stories, period, that I think is probably a good indicator in this business, like really what moves people. But the Jeremy Pena gyration at second base, down 5-0 late in the game, that had a lot of people going, Jeremy, what are you doing? What are you doing? Real quick, just a quick update on that, and then we'll get to Carlos Correa getting booed. When Jeremy Pena, Seth, was asked about his hip gyration and then his heart hands. Well, the heart hands, if he just did the heart hands, I think he would have been fine. It was the Elvis hip thrust that got everybody worked up. He said he did it for a sick child he met last month. Quote, I was just fulfilling a promise. The kid did the whole dance, and he was so excited about it. I said, you know what? I'm going to do it too. End quote.
I don't want to be the person who's skeptical of a story about a sick kid, but it does raise the question, why that dance specifically? Why? How old is this child?
Yeah.
And why exactly was that the dance that I feel like, am I the old guy in the stands who's like, these cheerleaders should, like in a high school football game, like, I don't know about this dance by those cheerleaders.
I think
That's
you are.
Inappropriate.
I think you are, because I'm like, this kid is sassy. This kid's got moxie.
The thing is, if you're doing a dance for a kid, okay, the kid can do whatever dance you want.
Yeah.
There's a certain, I feel like there's a level of, I don't want to be like doing a rendition of Madonna's Sex album to a minor, you know, like have a little judgment on it.
Here's my take on it. Regardless of what the dance was, my take on this is, Jeremy Pena, do you think you're not getting on base for the remainder of the series? Is this what this is? Like, do you think you're not going to have another chance to do your little hip gyration dance for the kid when maybe you're up 5-0 or in a tie game, or where your hit is actually important to the, like, this hit was not important. The Astros were losing this game, and we're going to lose this game.
This is what I'm going to do, Sean, someday when I'm a big league baseball player. Any promises I make to children about things that I might do in the game will have zero hip thrusting to them. B, I think the best way to do it to where like your success doesn't affect it or not. I would do something. I would make part of my habit at the plate to do something like a tip of the cap or something like that. And that way, and that's just part of your normal routine. But I would be like, hey, slugger, this I'm gonna give the okay signal or something right before my first at bat, and that's for you, pal.
Keep it subtle. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. Yeah, you should rub your hand across your chest while you're in the batter's box, like you're wiping your hand. Just something that looks like normal gesture. Yeah. Or
just stand there and do like 3 gyrations in the catcher's face and then turn around and hip thrust.
I would pay to see you do that.
Dude, I would hip thrust during the. Oh, good. People can see me on YouTube now. Hip thrust during the at bat, like as the pitcher's stepping to the mound.
I'm so excited about our YouTube and Twitch stream because there's so many times we do this show where I'm like, I wish people could see Seth doing whatever he's doing right now. And now they can. It's beautiful. So that's Pena. Correa, who Pena replaced, Carlos Correa getting booed. It is literally the number one topic on the Chronicle. So I underestimated the legs of this topic. For what it's worth, here's how Correa himself feels about getting booed at Minute Maid Park in the playoffs.
Well, they're rooting for their team, right? And I'm not on their team anymore. After everything I did for the organization, that's in the past, and now, like I've moved forward, they move forward as well, and I understand it. They want their team to win, and they want me to strike out every time. It's totally normal.
He does not care about getting booed, and in fact, Seth, I would submit that Carlos Correa likes getting booed. I think the boos are nutrition to him.
I think most people do enjoy getting booed on the road. It's different, I suppose, when it probably there's a potential that it could feel personal with the Astros, obviously, but I think that for him, any kind of attention is good attention. Like he's just got that natural appetite spotlight that good or bad, hate or love, whatever it might be, it's attention.
Yes.
And he's going to soak it all in. So that's the part that, and it probably makes it a little easier too. If there were any underlying, even subconscious conflicts about playing his old team or all of his best friends, that helps him divorce it completely.
There are two, what I've ascertained over the last 24 hours is there are two groups of fans that are begging two groups of Astro fans that are essentially begging the Astro fan base to not boo Correa. There's two buckets. One is the one saying, don't boo him, it's making him play better. The other one is the one, don't boo him, he did so many nice things and he played so well for us. And to those people, I would say, step aside. It's sports, you know.
Oh, come on, Sean.
No.
I'm one of those people.
No, I'm talking specific to Carlos here. Like specific, you know, like he like, you tell me that this guy, I'm going to play some Carlos audio here. And you tell me that this guy doesn't like being booed.
Okay.
What doesn't sit well with me?
Hang on. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Seth?
I was saying, well, you were speaking to the people that think that you just shouldn't, you don't want him to do it. You don't like it when people say you like don't do it because he's been a good dude.
Yeah, because specific to Carlos, because I'm like, no, the other people are the ones making sense. You know, those are the ones. Those are the ones making sense. Like the ones that are like, you know, like don't do it. He did so many nice things or whatever. I think like specific to Carlos, like I don't think Carlos cares about any of this. So just real quick, tell me this person doesn't like being booed right here.
What doesn't sit well with me is when you say false statements. If you don't know the facts, if you're not informed, this is America, Ken. You can say whatever you want. But Cody Bellinger's job is to look for information, get informed, know the facts for sure. Before he stands in front of cameras to talk about other players, you should get informed. You should be informed before you talk about other players. If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut the
He's a heel.
Yeah.
He's a heel. He's asking you to boo him. Like,
you're
doing him a service by booing him.
But I'm also saying that, like, which is fine because it coincides also with people like me who feel like, no, like the dude stood up for the Astros when nobody else was standing up for the Astros, and guys didn't feel like they could do it themselves either. Like I don't think you should do it for moral reasons. Of all the reasons to boo a guy or a guy, you know, this isn't 1982.
Yeah.
This isn't all of a sudden your grandpa when he realized that players were allowed to leave in free agency and you hated him because of that.
That's
like,
fair.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I think that you shouldn't boo him. Aside from the whole whether he relishes being booed or not, the guy freaking stood up for the being better than everybody else Astros.
That's fair. I guess what I'm saying is the people who think it's mean. Like the people who think that the booing is mean to Carlos Correa in some way.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad you and I had this exchange because that's really who I'm talking about here is the ones that think that somehow the booing is going to hurt his feelings in some way. You know, let's do more here. Look, like you telling me that this is Carlos Correa talking to Ryan Tepera, the reliever from the White Sox, after Tepera made all his comments about the Astros during the playoffs, and then the Astros went out and had big cuts against Tepera in that ALDS.
Disrespectful words with no facts, with nothing to say. We scored 6 runs at home. Then we score, 9, and then we scored 6 again here. They just happened to score 12. And then you look at our OPS on the road, what's the best in all the big leagues throughout a 162-game season, which we play 81 on the road. Their OPS was a lot higher at home than it was on the road. So, you know, just another kid that needs to know the facts or, you know, what else needs to do.
That was
you don't know the facts.
That was in an interview on the field right after the game, and Carlos is pelting Tepera with OPS on the road and all these stats. Like he's literally standing on the field like 5 minutes after the Astros clinch that series, and he's going off on Tepera. At a time where the Astros, that was in 2021. That was when there was still steam coming off the Astros from the sign stealing scandal at the time.
Yeah, it hasn't. It's just like many people who have tried to go after the Astros publicly. Ryan Tepera has not fared nearly as well since he did it than he did before it. Like in 2022, he had a 3.61 ERA. It was respectable. 2023, but way more than his most of his previous seasons. And then this year, 7.59 ERA. Sean.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
I mean, appearances.
So?
But still, he had injury issues. Yeah.
Shush. All I heard was 7.59. Last one from Carlos. Tell me this guy doesn't like being booed right here.
When I go to the mall and I go to the Dior store and I want something, I get it.
He's Ric Flair.
I ask how much it costs and I buy it. So if you really want something, you just go get it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm the product here, and if they want my product, they just gotta come get it.
So just to
I want to boo him now so much.
Right.
It's just that one soundbite, man.
Right. So to sum up, if you feel like booing Carlos Correa makes no sense because it fuels him, you are right. If you feel like booing Carlos Correa is not the right thing to do because you're still sentimental about how much he stuck up for the team during the sign stealing scandal, I get that. If you're someone who doesn't want to boo Carlos Correa because you think it's mean, you know who doesn't think it's mean? Carlos Correa. You don't talk about the Dior store and tell people to shut the bleep up unless you are a heel. And Carlos is a phenomenal heel. He's a great heel. Great heel.
Everybody can relate to that guy. He's a man of the people. When you want something, you just buy it with all the money you've got.
At the Dior store.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
The Dior store. What percentage of our audience has actually spent a ton of time in the Dior store?
When I want something, I just buy it, right?
Yeah.
You guys are with me?
That's what you do.
I go to the mall and I go to the Dior store and I want something, I get it.
That's what you do, Carlos. That's what you do. I was listening to the guys in yesterday, Seth, to Ron and Clint and Tyler, and they were talking about this, and I thought Ron brought up a good hypothetical. Hey, what if Toronto had won that series instead of Minnesota, and you had Springer coming back here for the ALDS? Obviously Springer doesn't get booed the way Carlos does. Do you think anyone would boo George? Would there be a smattering of boos for George Springer at Minute Maid Park? I know you wouldn't and Brandy wouldn't, but do you think there'd be a smattering of boos?
I don't think so. I'd be really surprised if there was. I think that Springer, it's funny, for somebody that got as much attention as he did from the cameras and everything, it was just because it was always just he exuded so much enthusiasm and positivity, more so than just trying to call attention to himself. Where with Correa, it's just that naturally, it's easy to flip the switch on him, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah. Well,
I flipped the switch. Well, it's easy. You know what? Maybe it's that type of personality too. That him going out and going after the Astros detractors is what had a lot of Astros fans flip the switch from negative to positive on him. So I think likewise, it's easy to switch it back once you've already broken that seal.
There was a time as an Astro that people might have booed Correa. When he had the rib injury and the massage issues and things like that. Not the really bad massage issues, like one athlete who will get booed on Christmas Eve this year at NRG Stadium, but, masseuse the
I'm looking at some of these stores, with the top purchases per visit at some of these fancy stores like the Dior store.
Yes.
Dior's not listed on here, but really he's like Tom Ford in New York City.
Okay.
Average purchase per visit. They did this by credit card data. Average person walks into the Tom Ford store, drops $1,797 per visit.
On a trip?
Yes.
Buying what?
Chanel average $2,155 per visit.
This is where I'm going.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Some of the clothes, if you look at some of the clothes that Carlos wears, a nice little pullover, it might be a $900 pullover.
For sure.
It racks up pretty quickly, Sean.
Do you think DeAndre Hopkins gets booed when he comes back here in Week 17? That'll be the first trip back to NRG for him, if I'm not mistaken. They played Arizona, but it was in Arizona a couple years ago.
I think it all depends on how it plays out on social media the week leading up to it.
Okay.
DeAndre will find the one or two comments, and I think in his mind sometimes it seems like he thinks that's the entire fan base. And so, that's Sean.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Seth. Yes, I'm aware.
You know what, Sean? Maybe that's a litmus test for our listeners. If they care about you, if they care about you and your ongoing feud with DeAndre Hopkins, your has not been resolved feud, the death match between you two, then they'll boo DeAndre Hopkins.
Pick a side, people. Pick a side.
DeAndre reached out to Sean in his DMs. He slid into Sean's DMs.
He did.
And apologized. Or he didn't apologize. Just said it was all good, right?
Oh yeah, no. He was like, it's all love, it's all good. And I was like, hey,
or did you slide into his DMs?
No. He DM'd me. No, So that's no. We made up as far as people know, but we'll reconjure that feud. And by the way, the Texans will have the Titans one time already 2 weeks before that in the Columbia blue uniform. So there is that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, which means Ross Tucker joins us next. It also means it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and the Texans taking on our neighbors to the east over in New Orleans on Sunday. Chance to get back to 500, so that'd be cool. 3-3 going into the bye week. If you want to get those coveted front row seats in the bullpen, call now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is going to win a pair of tickets. These are great seats. Front row, right behind the end zone, in the bullpen where it's super rowdy. My wife's tickets are in the bullpen, so you can wave to her as you walk past her, because you'll have better seats than her. You'll be on the front row. This is your first of 3 chances to win today. All you have to do is listen during the noon hour and the 5 o'clock hours. Those will be the other chances to win. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins us next. Texas Star Grill Shop. Love Texas Star Grill Shop. The Texas Star Grill Shop, they've got a bunch of locations around town.
and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday 7:25. On this show during football season, that can only mean one thing. It means it is time for our Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross Tucker joining us on the hotline right now. Ross, I know you do power rankings each week. I love power rankings. Where are the Texans in your power rankings right now?
I love power rankings too, actually, because they're ultimately totally meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
But on Tuesdays on the Ross Tucker podcast, I do my power rankings. So what I like about it is it's an opportunity to talk about every single team in the NFL, right? For 45 seconds or whatever it is. Plus, it's also like, where do they stack up? And the only real way to do power rankings, by the way, is to tell them what would happen if these teams played a series of games, 3-game series, 5-game series, 7-game series, maybe, in my backyard, like a neutral location.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, I have the Texans 23 in the NFL. I have them ahead of teams like the Packers, Raiders, who played last night. That was painful. The Jets, Cardinals, Bears, Patriots, Broncos, Giants, Panthers. And just below teams like the Vikings, Titans, Commanders, Colts. They're kind of in that range. You could easily argue for them to be over the Vikings, Titans, and Commanders, but I'm sure some people could argue that Packers or Raiders or whoever should be higher than them. So I think they're kind of in the middle of that group.
I guess maybe the more relevant question for the Texans right now, with where they are in their growth cycle, is if you were to do general tiers of quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud, with the beginning of the season that he's had, and understandably, and there's stuff that we don't know about him yet that we'll find out. Like, where is he? If you had to break it up into 3 tiers of quarterbacks, where is C.J. Stroud now?
Rookie quarterbacks or overall?
Overall. Yeah, like if we're going to stack C.J. Stroud up versus various veteran quarterbacks, like any random kind of non-marquee quarterback.
Yeah, I think right now he's pretty clearly like in tier 2. I think if I had to, off the top of my head, like through 5 games, give him a ranking as an NFL quarterback, I'm going to guess he's between 15 and 20. And I know maybe some Texans fans like want him to be higher or think he's higher. I don't know if I can go there quite yet, but 15 to 20 for a rookie quarterback whose offensive line's been banged up in front of him is really, really good. For perspective, Bryce Young is bottom 5. Anthony Richardson's bottom 10. If you're 15 to 20, you're like in like Tannehill range. Mm-hmm. You're up there with guys that have won a lot of football games in the league. You're probably up there with Garoppolo and Tannehill and those guys already, which I think is pretty heady stuff for guys played 5 games.
Okay, now I want you to power rank all of the states west of the Mississippi. Go. I hate it. No, Ross. I hate it when I shows people ask you some like random question like, who are your 7 favorite players in the league right this moment? So I apologize for asking you. We asked you.
You know what? It's so funny. It's so funny that you say that, because I much prefer, like open-ended questions. It's so funny because people will be like, who's your 8th best team in the AFC right now? It's like, oh gosh. Well, let me write down who my top 6 are, and then let me figure that out. But yes, that is good. Really.
I do.
I would say, I don't know. Where do you guys think Stroud is? I'm looking at a ranking right now from somebody else that has him 13. That's pretty. That's pretty high.
You talking about Stroud?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know. He might be up there. I mean, they have him. Well, no. This ranking has him 13, Trevor Lawrence 18. I'm not doing that.
Here's what I would say, Ross, is real quick, is that I think your ranking of 15 to 20 is totally justified. What I would say is if he's popping up higher in rankings, like I saw one on CBS Sports last week where CJ was 8th, which I think is a little high right now, but my big takeaway is you look around at the landscape of quarterbacks, and I feel like quarterback play has regressed a little bit around the league. Like you get to the back end of the top 10, and Kirk Cousins is kind of floating around there at 11 or 12, and they're 1-3, 1-4. I don't know that the overall quarterback play has been what it's been the last few years so far in 2023. Is that fair?
Well, let's go through it. And how many quarterbacks are playing better than like they did last year?
Yeah.
Right? Just from that standpoint. Josh Allen, maybe. I don't know, he's probably about the same. Tua's better than he was last year. Although I don't know, because he was really good last year too. But I'll say Tua's better.
Mm-hmm.
But Mahomes doesn't feel like he's playing as well.
Nope.
I don't know that Lamar Jackson's better. Hurts, now the last couple games, Hurts has been better, but certainly the first 3, he wasn't playing as well as he did last year. Herbert's like always like the same guy to me. Purdy's better. Purdy's good. Dak, I guess, a little bit better, but Sunday night was terrible. Stafford's better. Goff is better. Cousins is about the same. Geno, same. I don't know. I think if you look at him on an individual basis, it does feel like, especially when you think about like Mahomes and Hurts, it does feel like some of these guys that we really think highly of have not been quite as good this year.
Yeah, the thing with CJ so far is in that game this past Sunday where the Texans really couldn't get a lot going offensively, they were moving the ball. They were scoring field goals. They were just stalling out in the red zone. It never really felt like, oh, this is the moment where CJ is lost or doesn't have answers or he looks confused by what the defense is showing him. It just felt like, okay, this is an offense that's not a great offense going up against what might actually be a pretty good defense with the Falcons. And I was a little bit flattered on behalf of CJ Stroud that the Falcons decided to drop 8 into coverage a bunch. They would rush 3, and like that's the next obstacle that teams are trying with CJ to see if he can overcome it, is just to show him coverage. And that is the time where CJ did look a little bit uncomfortable, kind of like when Tom Brady first started getting presented with that back when he was a younger quarterback. So that's his challenge now, but I don't feel like any obstacle that teams have thrown at him so far have been like insurmountable. Is that your impression?
It is, and this is what we talked about, I think, last week or the week before. They're going to just keep throwing different stuff at him and see what works best, see what sticks. I thought they were pretty effective with it, actually, until Stroud had that long drive at the end of the game, which, by the way, like, as far as losses go for the Texans, that's got to be a pretty good one in the sense that your young quarterback stepped up and took the team down the field for a touchdown when he had to late. And I know they wanted to win the game, and I know the defense didn't play. I mean, it's a bad look for DeMeco Ryans that they let Desmond Ridder have the best game of his life. Like, you can't do that. I mean, you can't let a kid like Ridder have the best game of his career against your team. That's a bad look for the defensive coaching staff. But again, as far as bad losses go, you got to feel pretty good that Stroud was able to, even if it wasn't his finest performance, be clutch and get it done late when he had to. I mean, it's highly encouraging.
Big time, no doubt. Ross Tucker joining us on Sports Radio 610. Ross, do you think this plays out with the New England Patriots? It feels like there is a lot of smoke swirling around that team right now as to what happens with Bill Belichick. Could he get fired in New England, Ross?
Can he?
No, could he get fired this year?
He will not get fired during the season.
Okay.
No. And he won't get fired, period. After the season, they will have conversations if it keeps going this way, and they'll figure out a way to part amicably so that it's not Robert Kraft firing Bill Belichick. That would be my guess. I don't think that either one of them wants that. So firing him during the season would accomplish nothing because they're not going anywhere anyway because they don't have a good team. I mean, their two best players, Judon and the rookie Christian Gonzalez, are hurt. They're just not very good. So firing Belichick during the season does nothing other than, I don't know, like gets it over with or tries to appease the fans or media. They're not going to do that. And I don't think that deep down the fans want them to do that. Depending on how bad it is, after the year, they'll either part ways and Belichick will just say, I'm retiring, or, I want to spend more time with family, or whatever these guys say. Although I would bet all the money I have that Belichick really wants the all-time wins record because he cares a lot about history and NFL films and all that stuff. So the idea of Belichick coaching somewhere else, like somewhere random, for 2 or 3 years just to try to get the 20 more wins he needs or whatever it is to pass Don Shula is weird. Like just picture Belichick, on the sideline for the Carolina Panthers as they as he breaks the all-time record. It'd just be weird, right? But that's kind of where he's at. Either if they turn it around and they're okay this year, then they'll bring in like a front office guy, and that'll be their big move to appease the fans. Mm-hmm. But it'll be someone that Belichick like handpicked. They'll bring like Scott Pioli back, and they'll be like, okay, at this stage of his life, the personnel stuff's too much for Belichick. So Pioli's totally in charge of personnel. Bill's just going to focus on the coaching. Meanwhile, Belichick will still be the one doing everything.
I feel like Belichick doesn't quite have the same lovability factor that, say, Dale Earnhardt had, where it could go years and years and years without winning just to and get that final win where I don't think he's going to last. I don't think they're not going to – people aren't going to sacrifice to that degree.
Dude, if he stays in New England to try to do it, Ross, at the rate he's going, he's going to be 106 when he breaks the record. He needs 30 more
how many
wins.
Games away
He needs 30. He needs 30 more wins.
Yeah, you know what? He might not get there.
No,
he might get there because no matter where he goes,
right,
that feels like at least 3 more seasons.
Yes, a good team is that.
Well, imagine this. If they had in 2020, let's say he had retired in 2020, and they said, all right, Brady's going to be gone, but you're going to bring in a new coach to kind of turn things around. And that new coach came in and struggled in 2020, but then went to the playoffs in 2021, got crushed in the playoffs, and then started out like this. There's no way in hell that coach is sticking around at the end of this season.
Nope.
You're year 3 of the rebuild, and it's a disaster right now. You got to cut ties.
Yep.
Whoa. Hold on a second. It's year 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You're right.
4.
Yep.
It's
I had my
year
timeline
4.
screwed up.
Definitely be
The
gone.
first year was Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Brady played 3 years, and Brady's retired now.
Yep.
It's really funny because Belichick, the guy that cares so much about his own legacy, you ever notice how, every year when the Patriots win the Super Bowl, it just so happens that, all the coaches and NFL Films was there all year, filming everything.
Yeah.
But then when they don't win it, it's like you never hear a second about that.
Weird.
Those guys were never. Those guys weren't there all year.
Yes.
It's like, oh really? But he cares so much about his own legacy, and that's fine. Like we all do, right? Everybody cares about how people, remember them. He screwed himself by how he handled the Brady thing.
Yep.
He should have never let Brady somewhere else and have the success that Brady had. So first of all, if he kept Brady for a couple more years in New England and he never lets Brady go anywhere else, then he doesn't have proof that Brady can win and have success without him, number one. Number two, that's 2 more years of winning however many games with Brady to get closer to Shula. And also, okay, so they have Brady for 2 more years. Maybe they're not great, but they still win double-digit games or whatever. And so he's closer to Shula. And then now it would only be year 1 or year 2 of post-Brady. He already would have broken the record, and he can be like, all right, I'm 72 or whatever. I'm done. I mean, the the I don't know what the right word is, but the self-centeredness of when Brady asked. I mean, because the whole thing started, guys. When all the quarterbacks in the league were starting to make like Derek Carr was like $28 million a year, okay, and Brady was making $15 million, and he said to the Patriots, "Listen, like I'm willing to take less, but this is ridiculous. Like I'm not taking half of these guys. You know what I mean? Like." And the Patriots gave him $5 million in incentives that year. Do you remember that?
Yep.
It was like 2017 or 20. I remember thinking, that's it.
Yep.
They're done. He's done. Like, it was so – the guy had taken less his whole career and won, like, at that point, 5 Super Bowls for them. And he asked for, like, a little bump, and they gave him $5 million in incentives. I would have in their face. I mean, I would have spit in there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It was like the most insulting contract move I've ever seen in the NFL. Tom Brady, you make him have to get $5 million in incentives when he's played for like $20 million less than he should have gotten every year. Are you guys out of your mind?
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now. Get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Check him out on CBS, Georgia, Vanderbilt on Saturday, and then you'll hear him right here on Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. Giants and the Buffalo Bills on Sunday Night Football. It is the great Ross Tucker. Ross, we appreciate it.
Always. Love being on with you guys. See ya.
All right, thanks. You too. Appreciate you, Ross. All right, good stuff. Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, speaking of future NFL head coaches, SI.com did their list of guys who would be in consideration for coaching jobs next year and a couple years after that. And there are some Texan names on this list that are big eyebrow raisers that we'll get to. We'll do the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock as well. This is Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Berkeley. series at 8 o'clock today shortly. Big thanks to Ross Tucker joining us on the show. It's funny, the power rankings of quarterbacks got people a little worked up. I'm looking at the text page. I went through the QBs. Stroud is at 15th, and if you put Burrow ahead of him. Burrow looks like he might be back, by the way. Burrow looked really – it's the Cardinals, so it is what it is, but Burrow looked
There
good.
is some stuff built in with it. Like, that is where Stroud falls with a lot of, whether it's QBR or other rankings, PFF grades, whatever. Like, he's around middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And I think as far as rookie quarterbacks go, where you don't have the last couple seasons to start with a foundation for, I think that's a fair spot for him to be right now.
Dude.
You can't in good faith say that he's definitively better than some of these guys who have just been tested more than him. But my optimism, if I had to do a futures bet on him right now, it's that he's going to end up in the top 10 pretty resoundingly by next season.
It's been 3 years since we've had a rookie quarterback that you could debate whether or not they're in the top, near the top 10, let alone in the top 10, and it was probably Justin Herbert back in 2020. So, yeah, C.J. Stroud and the Texans are in a great spot right now, no doubt about it. Another indicator, Seth, that the Texans are starting to get some things right, and this is very subjective, but still, I think this is something that the last couple of years we've not seen happen. Connor Orr of SI.com does his list of future NFL head coaching candidates, and he puts them into different buckets. You know, he's got about 2 or 3 dozen that are imminently head coaching candidates, like will be head coaching candidates in the next cycle. Then he's got a gaggle of them, like several dozen, that are names to watch for, that are in the next wave. The Texans don't have anybody on the staff that are in the imminent hire category. Now, we'll see if Bobby Slowick winds up there. If C.J. Stroud's Rookie of the Year and the Texans win 9 or 10 defense is a big reason why, this could change. But the mere fact that Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, actually, too, are showing up on lists like this. Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, there's some other really interesting names on here, too. But Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson both showing up on Connor Orr's radar. Not necessarily imminent, and especially Gerard, he's still a position coach.
Yeah.
But these are guys that are very highly thought of around the league.
And, one thing, every time we bring this up, people will understandably and rightfully point out that, man, look, he'll have been a coordinator for 1 year. Even if the Texans do really well this year, he'll have been a coordinator for 1 year. That's not enough time. In the Shanahan tree, you got to remember that Mike McDaniel was a coordinator for 1 year. Zach Taylor was a coordinator for 1 year. Matt LaFleur was a coordinator for 1 year at 2 different spots, but he was only a play caller, like an actual adult offensive coordinator for 1 year. Mm-hmm. So there's much precedent for teams saying, all right, look, this guy's proven that he can adequately run a Kubiak-Shanahan system, and that's what I want. Let's get him in here. And we'll take a chance on whether or not he's head coaching material. So if the Texans perform above expectations on the sum total of this season, I think he's going to get some interviews at the very least.
Yeah. He's on here. Gerard Johnson, I mentioned. The other thing I would mention, Seth, not Gerard so much, but about Slowick being on the radar, is that Connor Orr points this out. There was very little turnover last year in the head coaching ranks. Maybe we didn't notice it here because we were in our 3rd head coaching search. And that'll be something that I won't miss, actually. Like, okay, who's the next Texans head coach going to be? That's not happening this year. There were only 5 openings last year. That's really low for the NFL. I mean, there's typically 8 to 10. So it's one of those things like, well, no hurricanes this year, but hurricane season next year is probably going to be a biatch. They estimate as many as 10 teams will be looking for coaches next year.
I think it's an emphasis amongst these billionaires. They get bored and they after a couple decades of just slaughtering anybody and everybody to achieve and earn money, they start listening to podcasts and decide that, like, no, now I'm all into mindfulness and all that stuff. One of the biggest trends these days is really focusing on delayed gratification to the point where, you're even withholding certain pleasures, certain carnal pleasures.
Sure.
I think a lot of these billionaires that might normally be like, yeah, I'm going to fire this guy and I'm going to bring somebody else in. Like, no. I'm all about delaying gratification now. So they're waiting, they're holding on so they can have it's like a tantric coaching.
Yeah, I was going to say tantric. Yeah, it's tantric. Connor does point out, like, hey, a lot of these guys, these owners, they're getting old. There may not be as much patience with a guy like Jerry Jones, for example, who's been extremely patient historically, recently at least.
the big thing that you hope is, let's say if Bobby Slowick gets a whole lot of positive buzz and he goes off, I would hope that it would be 2 years from now, assuming everything's going well. But even if it was this year, what you really hope is that, like with Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor, some of the other guys on that staff, got guys that can just step right in. The way the 49ers have had it now, well, it's trickier with the 49ers because Kyle Shanahan's the guy. You know, it's Kyle Shanahan's running the offense. With a defensive coach, it's vital that you create this pipeline, that Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor, whomever else are really like getting ingrained in what they want to do so you can just keep going without missing a beat.
But I would say even with the 49ers, Seth, defensively, that they've done that on the defensive side of the ball where they go from Saleh to DeMeco Ryans, and now they're just as good at defense. And I saw somebody point that out on the heels of the Sunday night game is, look, they still got a defense that's largely built on attacking and speed and things like that. That just what they're looking for, it's easy to slide the next guy in. Not easy, but you can slide the next guy in and still maintain a really good level of play.
One of the biggest things, it's when Kyle Shanahan talks about it ends up, it's more of a philosophy more so than a system because they change from year to year. It's not nearly as much zone blocking as it was back in the Kubiak days. Things change and guys put their own tweaks on it. But there's a philosophy and a mindset of really just planning for every potential bad thing that can go wrong with a specific play. Like just incredibly maniacal preparation when it comes to your play calling. Like a play has to earn its way into your call sheet. But then the other big thing, both offensively and defensively, is the illusion of complexity. Like what can we do to make this look as complex as possible when really to the players themselves, both offensively and defensively, it's simple to execute. And that's something that it's just ingrained in almost like through an indoctrination process. That's the really valuable part.
There are three names that are in that front wave of potential head coaches, Seth, that I think Texan fans will find interesting. One is Bill O'Brien, who's in the bucket of second-chance head coaches. I would say that the offense in New England right now is not doing him any favors to try to get head coaching jobs.
It's Bill O'Brien has shown time and time again that if you already have a really good offense, he'll step in and run that at almost the same level. But if you get him to try to come in and create or fix an offense, not going to happen.
No.
I guess the biggest calling card that got him the Texans job was, he's worked with Tom Brady, and he made Penn State not look atrocious with Christian Hackenberg.
That was the pitch.
That was his calling card.
That was the pitch.
Hey, look at that. Christian Hackenberg looked like a promising quarterback. Not a good one, mind you, but a promising quarterback when playing with Bill O'Brien.
Two more names I want to bounce off you. One of them is a former teammate of yours, Aaron Glenn in Detroit, he's gotten some interviews already with teams, but now he's coordinating a defense in Detroit where it makes it a whole lot easier for him to be able to – it makes it much easier for an ownership of an NFL team to say, we found our guy when he's coordinating this defense.
And Aaron went through some rough stretches at the beginning there. The defense was not playing well at all. Last year they got rid of their defensive backs coach, which is interesting. Like a lot of people look at the catalyst to that defense turning around as – the defensive backs coach getting fired. So I don't know what the hell was going on there. But also Aaron's done some pretty creative things. Aaron, if you're going to hire Aaron, you're going to immediately look to, okay, well, let's see. Mike Vrabel is a defensive-minded guy that's done some pretty he's been pretty damn scrappy as a football coach. DeMeco Ryans and how he fares. Mike Tomlin, like a leader of men, a haver of it. He's that type of a guy, except I think with more time as a coach and also some time on the player personnel side of things. In a lot of ways, he's more well-rounded than Mike Vrabel or DeMeco Ryans or Mike Tomlin would have been by the time they got hired. So I think there's a very, very good chance, really good chance Aaron Glenn gets hired.
I'm with you on that. I agree. Last one that I thought you and Texan fans might find interesting. Offensive coaches who are next up. One of them, Josh McCown, Carolina quarterbacks coach. And
okay? So let me hear the blurb on that.
I'll read the blurb and you tell me what's interesting about it. McCown's advantage, according to those familiar with his work, is his nomadic playing lifestyle. He played for Martz, Kiffin, McCoy, DiFilippo, Peterson, Gase, Reich, and so on. The point being, is there really anything he's going to face as a game planner that he hasn't been exposed to? McCown came into Carolina with a brand new offensive staff under Reich, which has allowed him to learn the coaching business from the ground up. The Panther staff is also interesting because it was deliberately a hybrid staff. McCown is going to get pieces of the McVay offense as well as Reich's system. End of blurb.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Now, I've said that myself about how I like former backup quarterbacks as commentators for that very reason.
Sure.
A lot of times they've just been exposed to more things. Yeah. So it's an interesting backstory, but it's not like there's plenty of guys who have that resume. It doesn't mean that every backup quarterback would end up making a good coach. I need to see the proof in the pudding that you actually have effectiveness as a coach. Well, and so far, Bryce Young looks like he's a mess. I'll blame Josh McCown for that.
What jumped out at me about that blurb, it doesn't make any mention at all that he has twice interviewed for a head coaching job with the Texans and almost got the job. It doesn't mention it in there anywhere.
Doesn't mention that he interviewed for a head coaching job, or at least had basically had coffee with somebody about it without actually committing to being a coach anywhere else. So it took him 3 years to decide he wanted to be a football coach.
Yeah.
And now if he gets a head coaching job after 1 year of a disappointing performance out of their rookie quarterback, I will become such an anti-fan of that team.
Oh, yeah.
I will root against that team so hard. Oh, I hope they're in the AFC South. I really hope they're in the AFC South.
Me too. All right. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Let's get you up to speed. 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 people game storylines you need to know to get your day started on a very, very news-heavy day.
One.
All right, the Texans back at it, getting ready for the Saints on Sunday, noon kick at NRG Stadium, 9 o'clock. Seth and I have got you for Texans Countdown. Come by and see us. We're outside right by the Boulevard, where you come in from the blue lot there. Come say hi before the game. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. What were his primary takeaways from the 21-19 loss to the Falcons?
Really like the effort, the intensity our guys played with, their finish. There's a lot of great things on tape to be encouraged with from our team. Just overall, it's just executing the fine details of what we're asked to do. Right, that's what it takes to win those tough games, and that's where we lack just a little bit. But we're close. We're very close, and our guys know that. We left a lot of plays out there that we could have made to flip that game in our direction. Credit to Atlanta, they did. They played tough. I think the game's flipped on third down. Right, they got stops on third down, and we didn't get stops defensively, and that's where the game flipped for us. We have to be better there, be more dialed in and more on it, and we'll have improvement there.
I do agree with D'Amico when you watch that film, where you can see there weren't wholesale breakdowns necessarily at various bad moments in the game, and in the run game especially. Nobody ever wants to hear this. They're like, they're close. They just need to click. That does match the eyeball test, especially on some of the plays that require a bit more cohesion along the offensive line. Then, you could see where some time spent together as one continual unit could make a difference. The big problem is, is that actually going to happen? Are these guys going to get to play together? Is George Fant going to play right tackle, or is it going to be Titus Howard this week? I would prefer to see Titus Howard. I didn't think Titus Howard offered such a huge advantage over any other replacement at left guard that it's worth missing out on what he offers at right tackle.
Yeah.
And if what you need is continuity, if what you need is communication, and let's say Tank and Titus working by side, let's get down that path ASAP.
2.
All right, Astros ALDS continues today, 3:07 first pitch in Minnesota, and it'll be Christian Javier against Sonny Gray. If you missed it earlier, Seth and I, for the first time this postseason, for the first time in a while, because I don't know that we used it last year, but the notorious Payne and Pendergast hex was deployed earlier in the show, and for the first time ever, we deployed it on a pitcher. We don't like to get greedy with the baseball gods, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't know if Christian Javier can be trusted, so we've got to hex Sonny Gray, and we hexed him earlier on the show today. But you're optimistic about Christian Javier today, Seth.
I'm optimistic about Christian Javier. I'm going to take his better performances of the past month, and he, basically in the month of September, if you include October 1st, he went 6 innings twice in that span. He showed many more signs of what Christian Javier is capable of, and he's proven already that he can be a playoffs in the crunch primetime performer, and to the tune of being part of a committee no-hitter. I feel very optimistic about him. And, yeah, we've decided to use our hex for the first time this postseason, and we're putting it on the opposing pitcher, Sonny Gray, which all but guarantees success for Christian Javier, even if he struggles a little bit.
True.
Sonny Gray, the first time we've used the hex on a pitcher that I can recall, but desperate times call for desperate measures. We're hexing that son of a bitch, and he's going to have a miserable day today.
Absolutely.
So good job. Congratulations in advance, Christian Javier.
There you go. We were the first to congratulate you. Yainer Diaz will reportedly be in the lineup today as DH. So that obviously means no Michael Brantley today, because that would be Yordan Alvarez is going to be playing left field. You don't take Yordan out of the lineup. So Yainer Diaz, we will get to see his bat. Unfortunately, it's not his catcher. Martin Maldonado, yet to get a hit in the series, will be catching today.
Maldonado had some really good stops in that game. In game 2, I feel like the adrenaline of the playoffs and perhaps a little bit of the break in the schedule. Remember that is the part I don't feel like we've mentioned that enough. Maldonado at his age getting a break between games more frequently, that goes a long way for a guy like that.
3.
One other quick Astros note, a little front office shakeup. Dana Brown looks like he is cleaning things out, getting rid of the old scraps from the old scrapbook. He doesn't keep these scraps around. Bill Furcus, assistant GM, he is a Jeff Luhnow holdover, and Sarah Goodrum, farm director, she is a James Click holdover. The team has parted ways with both of them. Chandler Rome in The Athletic reporting that. When reached on Monday morning, Brown confirmed the changes. Quote, "We went in a different direction." Furcus had been with the team for 10 years, and if you watch the documentary, the Frontline documentary that PBS did last week on the sign stealing scandal, the being better than everybody else scandal, Furcus is one of those guys. They did a lot about Luhnow. Luhnow did a long sit down with them for this, and they did a big chunk of that documentary on the seeds being planted early on. Just completely redid how the Astros looked at baseball, like how they completely reimagined the game, and he did it by bringing in people from outside of baseball, and Furcus was one of those guys. Furcus was a guy who was a healthcare investment banker prior to getting into baseball. And he stuck around 10 years through one of the most successful periods of a Major League Baseball franchise in the history of the game.
The Astros, the part nobody wants to basically, you know what the Astros are, Sean?
What are they?
They're Enron with a happy ending. They were the smartest guys in the room, and it was annoying as hell to people that they felt like they were the smartest guys in the room that came in and said, like, you guys are idiots. We're going to do it a different way. And but it actually worked out, and it ended well, except for the actual smartest guys in the room. Okay, and this is for Furcus. But as far as for the organization, the name, the Houston Astros still exists as an entity, whereas Enron is defunct.
I was going to say, the biggest difference, the Astros came out of their cheating part of it just fine. They kept winning. Enron, not
Goodrum
so
also, I'm waiting to see. Sarah Goodrum was one of the highest-ranking female officials in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for the Astros now in the category of no good deed goes unpunished. As having employed one of the highest female-ranking officials, now they will have fired a high-ranking female and be painted out as villains for it.
Yep.
There's more proof that the Astros hate everybody. Yeah.
4.
All right, number 4, Monday Night Football. Last night, the Las Vegas Raiders, this is a tough watch. I'm not going to lie. I watched almost the whole game. 17-13 over the Green Bay Packers. These were two quarterbacks who couldn't get out of their own way, including Jordan Love throwing 3 interceptions, and the Packers falling to 2-3 on the season. The Raiders elevating their record to 2-3. I'll be honest, Seth, my big takeaway watching that game last night, it's nice to be able to watch everything through a Texans prism now and feel optimism. I watched that game through a Texans prism, and I thought 2 things. One, these are 2 teams that are worse than the Houston Texans. We're doing the power rankings. We just heard Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker did his power rankings with us a half hour ago, and these were 2 of the teams that I believe he had below the Texans in his power rankings. Number 2, if these 2 teams can be on in prime time, then I think we are getting at least, on the strength of C.J. Stroud, we are getting at least 1, if not 2 primetime games next year. I think we are back on the primetime dots. Well, it sucks for us because we got to get up super early, but it's good for the Texans.
I don't have to get up super early. I have a hard time staying up late these days. But I wonder, the other thing about last night that we can get into later, not time during the Ocho here, but Josh McDaniels is getting a lot of criticism for kicking a field goal on 4th and 2 when going for it and getting the first down would have sealed the victory. And it got dicey at the end. The Raiders needed to intercept a Jordan Love pass into the end zone to seal that game. I felt like people were painting that, as people love to do these days, because the analytics show that there was a measurable, like a 7% better chance of winning than if you attempted the field goal. People act like it was the dumbest decision ever made. I can't go there with that one. McDaniels had his reasons for kicking the field goal there. I'm not going to get overly worried about it. But we really haven't talked about D'Amico's decision-making on 4th and short or some of the game management decisions that people have questions about. So we'll revisit that later. Or even some of the, accepting a penalty or declining a penalty that would have made it 2nd and really long instead of 3rd and mid. So things like that. People have questions.
Okay, we'll hit that a little bit later.
5.
All right, a couple injuries in the NFL. Important ones for fantasy owners. Justin Jefferson, in some of the drafts I was in and auctions I was in, Justin Jefferson was the number one guy on the board. It's a receiver-driven league now. And Justin Jefferson is headed to the injured reserve for a Vikings team that is 1-4 on the season. Seth, I think there is – we've heard it bandied about. I think there's an outside chance that Kirk Cousins is traded at the trade deadline this year to the Jets. It's circling the drain right now for the Vikings. They were a team that I thought was going to regress this year, honestly, based solely on the fact that they were a really lucky team last year. They went 13-4, and they had some crazy endings to games last year. If Kirk Cousins is your quarterback, that's not really a sustainable kind of thing. So they're 1-4. Their best player is going to injured reserve, which means he's gone for the next 4 weeks. I think, put a pin in this, I think a Cousins trade by the trade deadline to a quarterback-needy team could be on the docket.
When you were watching the hit Netflix series Quarterback, did you get a sense that Connell and Kirk Cousins had like a cordial but not necessarily – I didn't get the feeling that Kevin O'Connell was gung-ho over Kirk Cousins. And it's like it's easy to take the wrong assumption from a documentary, but there were some times there where Kirk Cousins just flat out had some head scratchers that I don't think Kevin O'Connell was a fan of.
I think Kevin O'Connell kept a really good face on it. You know what I mean? Like I thought Kevin O'Connell, from just reading, silly things like body language and facial expressions, the sense I got from O'Connell was like, it's not really my guy.
Well, if there's one thing I enjoy talking to ex-military people a lot of times, officers, about the fact that, when you're in the military, at any given point, somebody above you is either incompetent or making a really, really stupid decision or something, and you're allowed to care zero about it. You just got to do your job. You got to focus in and dial in, and you can't worry about other decisions that have been made. And likewise, I think Kevin O'Connell, who is the son of an FBI agent, I feel like his father was probably wired that same way. Worked for a big government agency. Like, hey, look, you just got to do your job. Okay. There's gonna be some weird things going on. You just got to do your job. Kevin O'Connell is that guy.
Now I need to know what Kirk Cousins' dad did. I feel like I need the background on Kirk Cousins' dad.
He's a football coach, wasn't he?
Was he? I don't know. That's okay. Okay.
I thought, maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah. Now because O'Connell, that's your dad's an FBI agent. Yeah, you are in a certain fold at that point for sure. All right.
6.
Another injury report that probably matters to fantasy owners here in Houston and Aggies, I would say. Seth, you're an honorary Aggie. This matters to you. Devon Achane, who does, by the way, need to change the pronunciation to A-Chain. He made it clear in a podcast. He pronounces it Achane. He is the leading rusher in the NFL right now. He was being examined for a knee injury yesterday that he suffered in Sunday's win over the Giants. He was incredible once again. He had 150 yards rushing on 11 carries. He was Achane. That's what he's been all year long for the Miami Dolphins. But an evaluation on a knee injury, this isn't anything that I think derails the Dolphins. I think he was a luxury item for the Dolphins. I think their offense is still going to be really good. I do feel like he was a luxury item for a lot of fantasy owners that picked him up on the waiver wire and are like, damn, that was my cheat code to win the – Now, we don't know. Maybe it's nothing. But, well, it's not nothing. They're examining him for something, but maybe it's not anything that knocks him out for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
with Achan. But he's been he's right there for Rookie of the Year right now. He's been good.
Achan, and he'll be the first one, man. Achan's going to stay healthy for 3 or 4 years, and it's it's going to get ugly if he stays healthy. If he stays healthy after this,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. And he's on an offense where, like, how many times have we seen running backs on awesome offenses? You just go elsewhere where all of a sudden you don't have Tyreek Hill and Waddle and all these other guys spreading things out. So I would say classic, like, smoke him if you got him right now and get the best 3 years out of his. Kirk Cousins' father is a pastor, which makes 100% sense now. Yeah.
And a pastor and an FBI agent, that if we're, that feels it's not oil and water or anything like that, but it doesn't feel like similar personality types, probably, I would imagine. All right, 7. Let's get to the Gridiron Legends. They were announced yesterday. The Gridiron Legends, of course, they will be honored at the Texas Bowl this year. Bruce Matthews, Hall of Famer. Trevor Cobb, former running back for the Rice football program. Murray Bowden, who is the one person I didn't know on this list, but a Texas football legend, played at Dartmouth College. Seth, a school you're very familiar with. Gary Joseph, longtime Katy High School head coach. Mark Berman. Congrats to Mark Berman, Fox 26, who retired last year, did an amazing job covering Houston sports for several decades. And the late Jamie Roots, a Gridiron legend as well. So they will be honored at the Texas Bowl golf tournament going on today that I'll be playing in. So that'll be a lot of fun. But that's always a cool thing that is done in conjunction with the Tax Act Texas Bowl 2023 class of Gridiron Legends.
8.
Last one. Seth, they're closing the Whole Foods in Midtown. I felt like you needed to know that. I know that was a Whole Foods that you frequented from time to time.
I remember I talked to somebody there a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he didn't hint at this, but I got the sense that something was they're having like a 50% off sale on all food.
50%
so
off on food?
Go get your frozen turkeys now.
Absolutely.
I'd say. Yeah.
30% off on alcohol, too, I believe. So
30% off on alcohol?
Yeah. Seth's pulling up Uber as we speak.
I get a sense there were too many people getting a 100% discount on things, which was...
Yes.
It was getting to be kind of stressful for managers at the store.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of people who feel entitled to 100% discounts here.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. That's a tough part of town right now, man. If you're a business owner in that part of town, that's just a tough part of town right now. So Whole Foods are going to be doing their best to disperse the employees from that location to the various other locations around Houston. So that's good, People keep their jobs.
What are they going to do? They're going to give them one-way bus tickets. Is that what they're going to do? They're going to pull like the old Super Bowl tactic. Here you go. Just not our problem anymore. Go. Here's a bus ticket. Go work at an HEB in San Antonio or something.
No, they're going to get them jobs at other Whole Foods here in town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They should do. They're all Amazon employees. They should. Have you ever talked to? I was talking to an aerospace engineer from Amazon, Sean, on an airplane. It was fascinating because he's an aerospace engineer, and Amazon is all about let's get it done, nose to the grindstone, here we go. But this guy's in charge of working with the FAA to get drone delivery cleared in various places and everything.
Wow. And
he's operating under we're dealing with flying metal objects. We need a lot of data.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different than buy 5,000 delivery vans and just hire anybody to drive them.
Figure it out later. Yeah, you can't do that with drones. You can't do we'll figure it out later with drones.
And the FAA,
right,
too.
Right. That's great.
Governmental agencies known for their alacrity and speed. Yes.
Exactly. Known for flying by the seat of their pants. All right, that was the top 8 at 8, the Ocho. We do it at 8 o'clock every day, get you up to speed on the 8 important stories to get your day started. All right, up next, Sonny Gray. We've hexed him already today. Now we got to go hate him. Reasons to hate Sonny Gray, the starting pitcher.
This stupid.
Seth's been doing deep dive research on this during the breaks. So reasons to hate Sonny Gray. We will do that, get you ready for the ALDS tonight. That's next. Check us out on the Sports Radio 610 YouTube. We're streaming now. We're streaming on Twitch, so you get a feel for what the whole operation looks like. So that's cool. We got a chat in there. We're chatting with the people, so that's it's pretty sweet. It's been a long time coming, and it looks awesome. And so go check it out. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube and Sports Radio 610 on Twitch.
Yeah. If you want to form a relationship with us, it's easier on the YouTube comments because, like, our text system, you can't assign a name to the numbers, so everything just becomes a random anonymous comment.
Yes.
And the worst part, the real tragedy of that is that a lot of times people's sarcasm gets taken seriously by us, and then nobody's happy because the joke goes on. The joke is not heard, and we end up aggravated for no good reason.
Yep. Yeah, we can each explain ourselves much easier in a chat format than in this wonky text page that we have. All right, so let's do this. See, we usually on Friday we do 5 Reasons I Hate You. Ben, can you get the I Hate You pulled up here? Because I don't know if we have 5 reasons to hate Sonny Gray, but I feel like we need to work up a sufficient amount of hatred for the opposing starting pitcher today. Christian Javier needs, he look, I don't want to say he needs all the help he can get, but if Javier from July and August shows up, he needs all the help he can get. We've already hexed Sonny Gray today, Seth. We put the Payne and Pendergast hex on him earlier today. The unprecedented hex of an opposing starting pitcher. We've never done this before.
We've never done this before, and Sonny Gray seems to be the appropriate one to do it because there's no better guy to put a hex on than a guy who, for whatever reason, has seen fit to delete his Twitter account at one point in his career.
Oh, tell me more.
Well, it was after he had deleted old tweets, a couple of which were deemed to be potentially racist, Sean. So nothing better, nothing nobody loves more up in Minnesota than a guy that had to erase his Twitter for allegedly racist tweets.
Mm-hmm.
That's who you're worshiping up there? That's who your hero is?
Good job,
Minnesota.
Good job. Way to
He
go,
had a
Minnesota.
Tweet. It's unclear. The person that he had responded to on this old tweet from 2012 had not been the Twitter account at the time wasn't active. But the tweet that Sonny Gray had responded to he said, 1, you didn't go to college, and 2, you are black. Hashtag follow deleter, clap, clap, clap. So he said that it was an old friend or an inside joke or something. Okay. I don't know. It's not real clear exactly what it was, but it was enough that he had deleted his Twitter account.
He didn't want to weather the storm.
This was in the middle of him going through a stretch with the Yankees where he couldn't make it out of the second inning for multiple games in a row.
Right. He was
so
a Yankee.
This speaks to somebody who is mentally weak and is afraid of his past.
Yes.
This is a hex that's a long time coming, Sean.
It is.
A long time coming.
This is a hexable guy right here, this Sonny Gray. You're right. Can't weather the storm. When the kitchen gets hot, he'd just rather blow up the kitchen and not have a kitchen anymore, as opposed to just weathering the storm. So
the other thing too, which kind of jibes with like his desire for quote unquote old school values, maybe. Yeah, old school, like back in the 1800s. Went to Vanderbilt. Okay. So we know he's a snooty bastard.
Yep.
And like, why call yourself a Commodore? Like, what? To what point in this country do we stop allowing people to worship the crown, and act like the royal family of England is somehow something to be worshipped? You're like, oh, I'm a Commodore. Well, why don't you call yourself an Admiral? Commodore just sounds more regal, doesn't it? Go die. Go worship your actual king, King Charles. You fop.
Can I just tell you that until you went that direction with this, the Webster's definition of Commodore, if someone were to come up to me and say, hey, do you know what a Commodore actually is? I would have said, yeah, it's the band that Lionel Richie was in today. There were like 5 or 6 of them, and I love their music. Sail On, Easy Like Sunday Morning, hell yeah. Night Shift, singing about Marvin Gaye, but no, I just looked it up. The president of a yacht club. That's one of the definitions. I mean, there you go.
Where's your name, Sonny? Wear your stupid little yacht hat. Like you're like the judge in Caddyshack. That's how sick and sad you are, Sonny Gray. I hex you and your entire family, except for minors.
You're in a conference of bulldogs, tigers, Razorbacks.
I'm a fancy Commodore.
I'm a president of Commodore, president of the yacht club. I believe I'm going to whack you. All right, these are good, Seth. Keep going. Give me more hate.
And we know what the Commodore does with his Twitter account when they start allowing diversity in the clubhouse, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Take that, Sonny Gray. All right, give me more.
Commodore.
Give me more.
This is a big one.
Okay.
He starred in his High School Musical, which was High School Musical.
It was actually High School Musical, the play?
Yeah.
So we're supposed to hate him because he's started.
It's Smyrna High School in Tennessee. I don't even want to get into the Tennessee side of things. That backwoods hillbilly inbred fop. I don't know.
Don't want to get into it. And here's 10 adjectives as to how much I don't want to get into it.
He starred as the lead character, Troy Bolton, in his high school's rendition of High School Musical on stage.
Do you feel trying a little hard?
I think he it wasn't enough for him to be a stud pitcher and a stud football player. Yeah. He still couldn't score girls, so he decided, based on what he had seen from American Pie, that there was a chance that he could land a girl if he was the lead in his High School Musical.
Ostriker. Hey, band chick. Oh, that was Stifler who called her band chick.
I can't.
Hey, Bandork, what are you doing at my party? I got to watch that today.
What year was American Pie? Was that late 90s?
He was like 97 or 98, if I had to guess. I think.
So he would have been 12, 13 years old when that came out.
Right.
And so he definitely in his mind was like, yeah, that's how I'm going to get the chicks.
I'm going to be Chris Ostriker.
My backwoods hillbilly high school.
1999, American Pie. Okay, so yeah, late 90s. That's a good one, man. The American Pie franchise, thumbs up on that, I would say. All right, I've got one, and I'm going to echo somebody in the chat here. I'm going to echo Shakeland Shake 33 in the YouTube chat. How about that? We're pulling from the chat for content here. I agree with this guy. Sonny, what a stupid name. That's reason enough to hate him.
Yeah, and you might think, it's a nickname, right? No. Sonny Douglas Gray. That's his name. That's what his stupid parents gave their stupid child.
Dude.
Sonny Douglas Gray.
You know what's really going to help him not get beat up on the playground is if we name him after a 75-year-old lounge singer in Topeka. That's what Sonny Gray. Sonny Gray is a lounge singer who's been in the city forever, who smells like smoke, who's singing old Sinatra songs, poorly, by the way, hitting the wrong keys on the piano in an Olive Garden in Topeka. That's what Sonny Gray is. He's not somebody who beats Christian Javier in Game 3, damn it. Sonny Gray. I'll watch. The Astros are going to trade for him next year. We're going to be like, oh, Sonny Gray, yeah.
Oh, if there's one thing about Sonny, you know what I love? His ability to wash away the mistakes of his past by deleting his Twitter account. That's what I love about Sonny.
The only time it's cool to be named Sonny is if your actual name is Santino, because Sonny Corleone, his real name was Santino, and I ain't messing with Sonny Corleone, even though he got shot on the Cosmo.
I don't mind it as a nickname. I mind it as a given name.
Yeah.
What are the chances we have a single listener right now whose given name is Sonny?
I thought about that as we were trashing the name Sonny, and I feel like there's a good chance. There's a good chance that we do maybe have several. But I feel like if you listen to this show, you know the deal when it comes to 5 reasons I hate you. Okay,
it's the 1,413th most popular given name in the United States.
We're good
with an estimated population of 19,446.
Do you have what are the names above and below it on the list?
Let's see. This particular website doesn't have that.
Okay, damn.
If you go to, it's either Social Security Administration or the Census Bureau. One of the government agencies has the actual number of times that name was given out in a given year. Yeah.
I was hoping it would be just some rando names like Xander with an X right above it, Beam or something like that right below it. That would be great. All right, so there you go. I think we got a good 4 reasons right there. If you guys want to fill in the blanks with a 5th reason to hate Sonny Gray, if you're on the YouTube right now or the Twitch, throw it in the chat, or you can text 713-572-4610.
Xander's not as popular as I thought. I know a young Xander. I feel like that was popular for like a brief period of time about 18 years ago. I'm thinking it's a 21,000th most popular given name.
Okay, I like it.
Wait, estimated population of 251.
Wow, it's a unique name, huh?
How'd you come up with Xander out of your butt?
I don't know. I have a buddy who named his son Xander with an X, and it's always. I don't think it's a bad name. I think it's a unique name. But it's a strange name to me, you know.
Xander with an X. There's only supposedly 251 according to this website.
There you go. That's how you become unique.
That's how. Boy, you should start. That's like Bitcoin. You know, it's a artificially created scarcity that you could probably he could probably sell that kid for a lot of money. Is what I'm saying. Okay.
You know, people are like, man, I'm one of one. I'm one of one. Xander walks around, dude, I'm 126 of 251, man. Mm-hmm. I'm that unique. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Yeah, again, we're on YouTube and Twitch now. So if you get into the office and you want to keep the party going, this is a good way to do it, and you can watch us do the show. It's pretty cool. We're pretty excited about that. James Palmer, our good friend, NFL Network, lost a bet to James. Next time he comes into town, Seth, I owe him dinner because of the outcome of the Ohio State-Notre Dame game. I say that because you're invited with us when he comes into town, James Palmer.
I think he's been avoiding me.
Really? Hey, well, this would be a good way to get the two of you together, sit-down style. I don't want the two of you to be bickering anymore. Why would he be avoiding you?
I'll explain next.
Okay, gotcha. James Palmer, NFL Network. He's got some really good insight on a team that has become like the Sonny Gray of football teams. We hate this football team here in Houston. James Palmer has some good insight. A total teardown coming in the NFL. That is next.
Sports
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will power rank the power rankings. Power rankings are out. Week 6, NFL. We've got the 5 big ones here. I've got them. We will power rank the power rankings at the top of the hour. By the way, several people pointing out, as I randomly brought up the name Xander in the last segment, spelled with an X, several people pointing out on the text page and in the chat on our new YouTube stream that Xander is is short. Some people are using Xander with an X as short for Alexander, Seth.
Oh, that would explain why there's only 250 actual named Xanders.
Given Xander, yeah. So, yep.
That's yet another by the Xanders of the world. They own it, man. You ashamed of your actual name?
I love how the Xanders got caught up in our whole Sonny Gray hatred.
Xanders are getting caught up in the Sonny flack.
What did I do? I was just sitting here. Sean brings up my name. What the hell?
Sonny Gray, honestly, he seems flappable.
Yes.
I think he's very flappable. I think there's a good chance that it's a shame that this game is at home, but for him,
yeah,
it's a shame that he's up there in his chilly confines.
Dude.
But hopefully up in that open air stadium up there where those dumbasses couldn't afford a roof, that the Astros fans who are in attendance, I would give it probably maybe 15% of the crowd up there today, they can flap him. I
pray that he has some sort of meltdown today.
I hope he has to delete all his social media accounts yet again. I mean, if he gets knocked out of the game today, and part of it is because he's out of sorts, between the Hex and the segment we just did, we're going to look like geniuses. I know there's at least one Minnesota fan in our YouTube stream right now that I could see via the comments. I don't know if they understand the power of the Hex, and the black magic you are dealing with.
Yep.
Make all the cheating comments you want. Cheating is so 2017. We've moved on to black magic, and also, not to mention, you're never going to outdo us on the cheating. We own NASA, okay? We are NASA. We have satellites at our disposal. Good luck.
Yep.
Good luck with your measures.
Absolutely.
That's why you done messed up putting a roof on that thing, or not putting a roof on that.
That's right. Our gods can see you. James Palmer, NFL Network, friend of the show. Based out of Denver, so he spends a lot of time around the Broncos. And James, the Broncos are one of the huge stories early in the season, and they are one of the teams on the short list for this show that we are rooting for horrible, horrible things for Sean Payton. And if you're a good Houstonian, you are as well, right?
You are, yeah. He insulted the franchise. He insulted the city. He acted like there's no way in hell the Broncos actually wanted DeMeco Ryans. It was he's going through something. He's basically having his midlife crisis, but getting paid $20 million a year to do it.
Not a bad gig, if we're being honest.
I can't hate him for that part of it. Right. But you just want to root for his demise as much as possible.
100%. Well, now it looks like the team that he is coaching, who he said last year was one of the worst coached teams he's ever seen in modern NFL history.
Yes.
Now James Palmer is telling us the things that he is hearing. James is hearing that there's a chance they may just tear this thing down.
Guys, I was at that Nathaniel Hackett Bowl. It's a credential I'll save. I'll probably put it on the wall and think about it often moving forward. And it's true. You look at the Denver Broncos and being there yesterday, the sense that I get from players in that locker room is a potential teardown is coming. That's just the way some of these players feel. Ian, you had a report yesterday about Frank Clark that I have heard similar things. There are thoughts in that locker room to where changes could start happening in terms of this roster before the trade deadline. Now they sit at 1-4. Randy Gregory, guys, that move, that release, and then ended up being a trade in that locker room last week, that's what really shook up this group. If you ask my opinion talking to players, it was, okay, now Sean Payton's going to come in and start doing things his way in a sense.
Yeah, he's going to start cleaning out the old furniture.
Yeah, that's the part where the teardown would obviously not include firing Sean Payton or anything, but this notion that somehow Sean Payton thought that it was just he presented it. This isn't even like what people were saying. Sean Payton acted like it was just a matter of putting some discipline into the organization, which was so sorely missed before, and that he was going to come in and sprinkle fairy dust over the situation and change everything all around. Obviously, there's more to it than that. The biggest thing that I love watching from week to week is when he had mentioned in that interview about how it was one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of the NFL, talking about Nathaniel Hackett. One of the things that he pointed to as evidence was the number of pre-snap penalties and how low the Broncos were in the rankings in that last year. As of right now, the Broncos have the 6th most pre-snap penalties in the NFL, which is a really, really bad mark for a guy who seems to look at that as some indication of what kind of a coaching job you're doing.
And they were 4th last year, right?
They were 4th last year. He's slightly better than the worst coaching job in the history of the
league.
NFL.
Yep.
Good job, Sean Payton.
Yep. Here's one more from James Palmer. He said, man, Sunday for the Broncos was ugly.
What happened in this game on the field was once again a tale of two halves. They haven't been able to put a full game together. Sean Payton upset about not running the football in the second half. They come out time, guys. 5 straight possessions, negative 18 yards total. That doesn't happen very often in the NFL, and that's not going to get you a lot of happy guys in your locker room. It was just an ineffective offense and a defense that has had an inability to stop the run at a historic level.
Yeah, I mean, Seth Payton, he's hired to win games, obviously. But if we're looking at below winning games, what are the things he's hired to do that affect winning games? It's to fix Russell Wilson. That's a jarring stat. And the Jets don't have a bad defense. The Jets actually have a good defense, but still, 5 series, negative 18 yards is at home. Is inexcusable.
Feel like it's been, there's Russell Wilson right this moment is the beneficiary in some regards of how atrocious he was last year, and that people are actually defending Russell Wilson by saying, hey, guys, he's actually kind of average this year.
I've seen a lot of that, yeah.
Hey, he's not the problem. He's not a solution either, though.
No.
But if anything, though, it's more damnation of Sean Payton, the head football coach. You're right. The Broncos as a team are doing just as bad as last year, but without the excuse of just as atrocious a quarterback.
Yeah.
This is so far. Sean Payton has done a worse job as a head coach. Maybe he's been a little bit of a remedy as a quarterback healer, but he's actually been worse as a head coach in some respects.
Yeah, the problem is Russell Wilson is not paid to be the 18th best quarterback in the NFL either. Yeah. They're paying him, $5 and $50 million a year. Sean Payton is not being paid to get Russell Wilson back to respectability. He's being paid to get Russell Wilson to play to the pay grade that this team dropped on him. Boy, man, it is amazing and so refreshing to watch other teams around the league making just cataclysmic, franchise cratering decisions. I mean, the Carolina Panthers can't get out of their own way. Like Carolina trading Christian McCaffrey, trading up to draft Bryce Young.
Yeah.
This coaching staff looks like a disaster so far in Carolina with Frank Reich. It's been nice.
Oh, by the way, I had said before the break that I thought James Palmer is mad at me.
Yeah.
I don't think he's mad at me, but I worry sometimes that I feel like James Palmer is he's the most noble and ethical of the Nugget hussies, and that he won't sell his soul or sacrifice his journalistic integrity for a Nugget. But, people give him information because they feel like they can trust him because of that. I never give him any information whatsoever. And I feel like I worry sometimes that he feels like it's a one-sided relationship. We'll kind of just chat and talk about stuff, various things that are going on in various teams. And as you know, I am as close to a complete and total vault when it comes to things that players or coaches tell me.
Yes.
I just can't do it. I can't live in this world where so much information is traded and bartered. And it's not even because I feel ethically I need to do that. I just can't keep track of everything.
Right.
If I have to start keeping track of what people told me off the record versus on the record, I'm going to betray so many people inadvertently. I just can't keep track of it all. So I give James absolutely nothing. And I feel like I can see it in his eyes. I feel like sometimes I can see it in his eyes that he's like, give me some juicy gossip. And I'm just kind of like, oh, that's nice. That's interesting.
And he's wanting something back.
Yeah, and I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
And you haven't talked to him in a while. Is that what I'm
I talked to him at training camp this summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like to think James Palmer has like a notebook that lists all of the people that he comes in contact with within the NFL, and he rates them based on usefulness. And at some point along the way, you just put a big red X next to your name, like, oh, got no use for this guy.
Good for a chuckle every now and then,
Right,
but that's
he's
about it.
Pretty funny at dinner. Yeah.
If I ever write a book, I'll go on a show to promote the book.
Yeah.
But God, yeah.
Fun to share a bottle of wine with, so I guess if I've ever become a sommelier, I guess Seth Payne's my guy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, power rankings out. These are more fun to look at now that the Texans are decent at American football. We power rank the power rankings next. Yellow Rose. This is why I power rank Yellow Rose. This is an easy one. Yellow Rose.
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, let's get to what the big outlets, the big national outlets, are saying about the Houston Texans. The power rankings for all of them drop at 8 o'clock.
These are largely meaningless, remember, and yet my self-esteem is tied wholly and completely to them.
Ross Tucker nailed it earlier. Like, yeah, these mean nothing. They're just people's subjective opinion, and yet everybody's fixated on them.
They mean nothing. They mean nothing except that, like, you're so our primitive brains, Sean, are so wired to sense disrespect or insult that you care about them deeply the moment that you realize, like, wait a minute. We're not quite that bad. We're not as bad as you say. We're slightly better. We're still bad, but slightly better.
Now I like them. People are actually saying nice things about the Texans each week.
Even if it's even though it's in the bottom 50%, they're still saying nice things. It's the trajectory that counts.
So there's 5 that we subscribe to here on the show: ESPN, CBS Sports, SI.com, NFL.com, and The Athletic. And we power rank them every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
And you literally subscribe to 3 of those services. I only literally subscribe to 2 of them. Athletic, ESPN, Plus, and SI.com. I don't do the SI.com. I refuse.
You do? Okay. Yeah, I do it. It's probably the one. It's the one that if I were going and doing kind of an audit of my subscriptions.
If you're going to call the herd, that's the slowest antelope right there.
Yes, thank you. Good way to put it. Yes, thank you. All right, so here we go. Number 5. ESPN.com. Sorry, DJ Biename. It's not my fault that you work at ESPN.com. You write nice things about the Texans, but I'm guessing you're not the one that ranked them 22nd this week in the ESPN.com power rankings.
Poverty Corporation, Sean.
Disney. Yeah. Here's what the topic with each of these rankings, they mix in a topic about all 32 teams. This week's topic on ESPN.com is fantasy surprise. The Texans' fantasy surprise, and it's not a good one, is Dameon Pierce. And DJ says Pierce hasn't come close to his production from last year. In his rookie year, he averaged 72 yards per game. This year, he's under 50 yards per game. He only has one game over 70 yards with multiple rushing outings of under 40. There have been a rash of injuries, and left tackle Jeremy Tunsil and Titus Howard were available against the Falcons. Pierce only averaged 3.3 yards per carry. We'll talk more about Pierce in the next segment, Seth, because we're in new territory with Dameon Pierce and the fan base right now.
Where people are starting to question, okay, just how much of this is Dameon Pierce's fault.
Yep.
The interesting thing about that is, like, on the purely emotional side of things, Dameon is one of the most exuberantly positive people I've ever seen.
Ever.
And I think that he's going to, keep his chin up as he fights through some of these struggles. Some of them are of his own creation, but then some of them are also both offensive line, and then I hesitate to blame Bobby Slowick for it at this point of the season, because I think there's a portion of the season where you're trying to learn what your team can and can't do. And I think over the course of these first few games, they're going to start to select for the style of running and play calling that fits Dameon Pierce better. And some of the more free-flowing stuff and the zone-based stuff will go to Devin Singletary or others. And it's going to be more old-school smash-mouth football. Or also, like, running out of more spread formations. Instead of lining up and turning it into a rugby scrum, I don't think this team right now is capable of doing that. So more of, kind of passing to set up the run.
Yep. Number 4, as we power rank the power rankings, SI.com, they too have the Texans 22nd in their rankings. Both ESPN and SI had them 20th last week, so they're down 2 in both of these. Here's the blurb from SI.com. One of these where shots simply didn't fall for the Texans, and that's okay, talking about the Atlanta loss. If I'm a Texans fan, all I really care about is that C.J. Stroud came back in that game and threw a go-ahead touchdown. This Texans team possibly has an outside shot at the division, but far more important is the idea that Stroud is getting comfortable in the uncomfortable. Was that reflected on his S2 score?
Another shot at the S2.
I love it. I love that.
Is the S2 actually taking hits, or is it just any publicity is good publicity with all of this mentioning of the S2?
That's a good question. Is C.J. Stroud causing NFL teams that do pay to subscribe to the S2 to question their subscription?
You know who has taken the most heat for the S2 test during the Texans broadcast? The Wonderlic folks. Schlereth?
Dude.
Oh, damn it. I grabbed that audio. I got to find it and send it to Sean. I got to send it to Ben. Schlereth, they did this brief little blurb about the S2 cognition test, and then Schlereth lit into the Wonderlic.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. I think confusing the two, which is one of the most ironic things ever, is when Schlereth is making fun of criticizing the wrong intelligence test.
It was great.
Well, the S2 isn't even it's not even an intelligence
but the
test.
graphic they
That's
put
a
up,
mistake people make.
the graphic said, I think it even said S2 cognition test on the graphic.
It was all about the S2.
Yeah.
And then Schlereth just would not stop talking about how he would never let a recruit take the Wonderlic, ever.
Wonderlic's over here like, what did I do?
We got to look up Mark Schlereth's Wonderlic if it was on there. I feel like he felt like he was unfairly maligned because of his Alaska public high school education.
Yes.
Didn't prepare him for the Wonderlic.
Number 3, power rank the power rankings. Number 3 of the 5, NFL.com, the league's in-house website. They have the Texans 21st right now in their power rankings, 21st, and they say this: the Texans did almost everything right against the Falcons, winning the turnover battle 2-0 and committing fewer penalties 7-5. Okay. Did they see how many of those were offsides penalties in the first half? Continuing. With C.J. Stroud leading a rousing TD drive to take the lead with less than 2 minutes left on the road, that Stroud has thrown an NFL record 186 straight passes without a pick and hasn't taken a sack since week 2 is frankly incredible. If you want to gripe about Houston's defense giving up the game-winning drive, I won't blame you. But given the high level Stroud is playing at, it was disappointing the offense couldn't muster better than 4 for 13 on third downs and 1 for 3 in the red zone. Maybe DeMeco Ryans is regretting kicking a field goal early on 4th and 1. Either way, the team is further along than I imagined it would be.
You know, when it comes to DeMeco's short yardage decision making, I feel like you're in a bit of a catch-22 when you argue, because I've seen this argument a lot. This is a team that has a really hard time scoring in the red zone or, getting yardage when they really need it. So what you need to do is go for it on 4th and short. That's kind of all wrapped up in the problem. DeMeco can't feel confident in their ability to get it on 4th and short. They haven't been good in the very things that lead to them being bad in the red zone are the same things that lead to them not being able to convert on 4th and short because they just can't get drive with the offensive line and the run game isn't together. So I haven't seen any reason to panic. There haven't been any decisions that have been like jaw-droppingly bad or anything from a clock management or game management since maybe the first game when there was just so many things askew. I'm okay with it. Some of the decisions to say decline a penalty to keep it 3rd and 6 or so instead of being 2nd and 16. Yeah. Mathematically, you should make it 2nd and 16, but I also understand why. Your odds are still really good on 3rd and 6 as well.
Yep. The 4th and 1 early in the game, I didn't have a huge problem with, and I'm usually of the opinion okay, if you decide you're a 4th and 1, go for it, guy, then you just go for it on 4th and 1. This team is so bad in short yardage situations, though. I didn't have a problem with it. The criticism, the most criticism or reason for criticism that I heard about that decision, Seth, the 4th and 1 that DeMeco kicked the field goal on early in the game is, hey, you told us you were going to be an aggressive head coach. That's not aggressive. You told us that we were getting a train for Christmas. This isn't a train. These are Hot Wheels. What is this? So that was the most criticism I heard, is not necessarily the analytics of it, just like this is what you were selling us kind of thing on what we were going to be.
Right. And if it's a mindset thing, too, I think whenever you have a defensive head coach, you always start to wonder. And the doubt starts to creep in. Oh, no. Is this going to be a classic? We'd love to win every game 10-7. Please don't be like that.
No.
I mean, so far, CJ's yards per attempt going into this game was in the top 3. I don't know where it was afterwards, or where it is currently, but they've plenty aggressive downfield, so I'm not overly worried about that.
All right, number 2, we power rank the 5 power rankings. Number 2, the good folks at The Athletic, who have the Texans. They don't have them 22 or 21. They don't want that 2 handle. 18th in the Athletic power rankings, Seth C. Payne. 18th, and here's what they say. Remember how much trouble Lovie Smith caused last year when he led Houston to a Week 18 victory and cost them the number 1 pick? Pause.
I didn't hear anything about that. Yeah.
Pause. Unpause. Turns out he did the Texans a favor. If Houston had the first pick, it might have taken the wrong quarterback. Picking number 2, it got the right one. C.J. Stroud set the NFL record for attempts to start a career without an interception on Sunday. He's third in the league in passing yards with 1,461, and he has 7 touchdown passes. Throw-in linebacker Will Anderson and wide receiver Tank Dell, and the Texans are on the rise despite Sunday's loss, saying throw them in as part of this rookie class. Boy, people are really enamored with this attempts to start a career without an interception.
That was there was a bit of an anticlimactic moment in the broadcast when the attempt that broke the record was CJ scrambling to his right and throwing the ball way out of bounds. Yeah. And there you have it. Give him the football. Stop the game. Give him the football. Have a ceremony. This is a moment.
I wanted him to spike it.
Just go to the sideline and then do a little dance.
Just come up to center like they're trying to clock it and just spike it into the ground.
as they
counts.
That doesn't actually count against your attempts, though.
It doesn't?
It doesn't count as an attempt.
Oh, okay,
no.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Because taking a knee counts against your rushing yards.
Right, right.
That's strange. That's strange. Okay.
They changed that. It used to, but they changed the rule at some point. I don't know.
Okay.
Probably because of lobbying by the Manning family or something like that.
You know what? That's not a horrible hypothesis by you right there. All right, number 1, the greatest power rankings, at least for this week, come from, once again, I believe a 3-time defending champ now, Pete Prisco and CBSSports.com. 15th. He still got him in the upper half. 15th. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Yeah, 15th in the power rank. You want to hear what he says, Seth?
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud still has not thrown a pick, which is amazing. Okay. I want him to, let me read the rest of this. At 2-3 with a tough loss to the Falcons, they're one of the most improved teams in the league. I agree with that. You know what I want CJ's first pick to be, Seth? Because I kind of need him to throw one soon, too. I heard Landry talking about this yesterday. Landry is pick thirsty right now for C.J. Stroud. I want it to be end of the half, and they've got the ball at, like, their own 45, and they just throw up a Hail Mary, and, whoever, who would it be on the Saints? Marshawn Lattimore, whoever, or is he out? I don't know. Somebody from the Saints jumps up, catches it, falls down, and the half is over. And now we're done with the picks.
I think there are 2 schools of thought on this, because I saw, I'm blanking on who it was, one of my Twitter followers, who I respect his opinion, but he kind of randomly put out there he's sick of these stupid, these know-it-all talking heads on the radio saying that they need CJ to throw a pick. And his argument was, look, CJ is gun-shy out there or something, or starting to play like he's trying to avoid throwing the pick. Which is, I agree with that, actually. I think on our side of it, you and I have been mostly tongue-in-cheek about it. I don't think it's a huge deal. On our side of it, it's been more that I want to be sure that he keeps that sting in his mouth, because he's made some risky throws that if he had to take back, he probably wouldn't have thrown. So you always want to be sure that you're not getting away with something. The thing that made me feel, the thing that keeps me tongue-in-cheek about that was, even after last week's game, he chuckled about it a little bit and said, look, I've thrown a few that easily could have been picks.
Yeah,
he has no illusions about just how awesome this stretch of no interceptions has been. He's gotten a little bit lucky, which is fine, because his number of turnover-worthy plays is still relatively low. If he had thrown an interception or not, he's still doing a good job taking care of the football.
Yep. Shake on the in the YouTube chat. C.J. Stroud, destroyer of the S2, with a gigantic fist bump emoji. He is.
Take that company down.
That's right. If there's not a for sale or for lease sign on the S2 building by the bye week, I'm going to be pissed.
The thing about Pete Prisco consistently having the Texans ranked highest, I have a hard time fully accepting that as a compliment, because it feels a little bit like I don't know, like a woman saying oh yeah, no, I'm totally attracted to you. Looks aren't important to me. It's a bit, Prisco's a bit of a contrarian and likes ruffling people's feathers. So I wonder sometimes whether, if he's just doing it just to anger people.
Okay.
Does he genuinely believe the Texans should be where they are?
I was enjoying the compliment they were getting. I don't need the nuance of it.
I bet Prisco's argued with me about far too many things that I feel like you're just being difficult right now. You're just being difficult.
Don't let the baggage from your relationship with Prisco ruin this number 15th ranking of the Houston Texans, Seth.
You remember where it all started is when he duped me into being a source. This is when I started being this is why James Palmer and I have a strained relationship.
Yep.
Because I refuse to be a source for anybody because Prisco duped me into being a source when I was a 22-year-old child. That's right, a child.
You've got journalism issues.
He did the old he said, "Hey, so everybody was there at training camp yesterday, except for Cersei, right?" And he acted like, "Oh, of course, everybody knows that." I was like, "Yeah, Leon Cersei was the one guy that wasn't there for training camp." And then, boom, headline the next day.
Source.
I was his second source to confirm that Cersei wasn't there. Yeah, I had no clue. I was just like, I got duped into it. Coughlin was so disgusted.
Didn't Coughlin find out because he saw you on security camera or something?
Oh yeah, he tracked just me like me walking out of the building, ran into Pete. Hi, Pete. Would you like the nuclear codes? There you go. Hey, Seth, I just ran into Coughlin. He said he wanted you to give me your playbook. Okay. Let me go get it for you, Pete. Can I grab you some coffee, too?
You could never love again because of Pete Prisco.
Yeah.
James Palmer.
That's why James Palmer and I are so we have such a cursed relationship.
You're so sideways with James Palmer because you're letting some of that Prisco baggage into your relationship.
Yeah.
Sorry.
James will call me and be like, Seth, I need you to give in this relationship. And I'm like, I can't.
I've got journo issues.
Seth, I feel like this is like you're taking out a past relationship on me.
Uh-huh. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. This is new territory here. One of the most popular players with the Texans the last couple of years is getting some heat now for this Texans running game. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on the run game. Is he kind of hinting at something similar here? We'll take a gander or listen to what the Texans head coach had to say yesterday about it, and we will do that next.
Really like the effort, the intensity, the physicality our guys play with, their finish. There's a lot of great things on tape to be encouraged with from our team. Just overall, it's just executing the fine details of what we're asked to do. Right, that's what it takes to win those tough games, and that's where we lack just a little bit. But we're close. We're very close, and our guys know that. We left a lot of plays out there that we could have made to flip that game in our direction. Credit to Atlanta, they did. They played tough. I think the game's flipped on third down. Right, they got stops on third down, and we didn't get stops defensively, and that's where the game flipped for us. We have to be better there, be more dialed in and more on it, and we'll have improvement there.
All right. New Orleans Saints coming to town noon Sunday. That's where the improvement needs to start. That was D'Amico Ryans talking about his primary takeaways from the Texans' 21-19 loss to the Atlanta Falcons. As we continue here on a Tuesday, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 6. Landry Locker put up a question on Twitter yesterday, and I like it. It's a simple question, and it elicits a lot of thought and answers from people who follow Landry on Twitter, and we pulled some of the replies to this question. But the question's simple. Why do you think the Texans can't run the ball effectively right now? Before we get to some of your answers and Seth's thoughts on it as well, here was D'Amico Ryans on the running game and what he saw on Sunday.
Yeah, when it comes to the run game, I think it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game. And so we all know the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys, there's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to, make a guy miss. We have to, force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well yesterday. We just have to stay after it, right? Encouraged with what we did up front yesterday from a run blocking standpoint and also in pass protection. So really proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay.
So, Seth, the things in there, the things that looked like praise went to the offensive line, blocked well, proud of the job they did. The things that look like critique appear to be running back based. Make them miss.
Running back based. But also, too, I think immediately when somebody from this system starts talking about explosives, talks about big runs, that's where you really also start incorporating the tight ends and wide receivers into the blocking as well, because you don't get explosive long runs unless you're also getting good blocking out of your tight end receivers. The tight ends especially, I think, have some work to do. But in general, there are a lot of moments where the run game breaks down where, A, Dameon Pierce, who we'll talk about in a second, but also B, they aren't necessarily individual breakdowns like guys getting physically beat as much as the coordination between the guard and the tackle or the tackle and the tight end or the center and the guard just isn't quite right. It isn't quite right. And the guys they're not joined at the hip. If you think back to the Texans when they ran the ball really well, back when Wade Smith and Chris Myers and all those guys were the offensive linemen, you could watch them and it looked like they were doing like an Irish dance routine with their footwork. Everything was in unison. Everything was happening exactly at the same time. And this offense right now doesn't look like that. When it comes to making a guy miss in the hole, though, yeah, when CJ talks about that, there are these very specific moments that I think everybody can think of in their mind right now where, man, it looks like Dameon Pierce has almost gravitated towards contact, which is admirable and laudable in one respect, but it's not, you don't have to do it every time. Like, it's okay to run to green grass. There's times where he's just making decisions almost like he feels like there's more security in numbers or something and running towards the danger. He's right. You know what, Sean? He's playing like a first responder. He's running towards the danger. He's got to stop running towards the danger. We don't need you to be a hero, okay, Dameon? We just need you to be a guy who gets the job done.
Like you said, admirable, but not what he's being paid to do. He's not being paid to run usually run towards the danger, like every time.
You can only jump on a grenade once in your life to save the platoon.
That's
okay.
Right.
So, just be very careful in when you use it. The first quarter is not that time.
That's an extreme example, but I see what you're saying. So as far as
that's how I got back from the war, Sean.
You look great.
They used to have to try to restrain me. Seth, no, not now.
Not another grenade.
Like, I need to sacrifice myself for the team.
That's right.
Please don't dig into that story.
Some of the replies to Landry's question. We're going to dig into a few of them. If I had to if I had to take like a tally though of like, there's several dozen answers to Landry's question or people replying to it. I do think Dameon Pierce is I'm not saying he's getting the blame, but I guess he is kind of getting the blame. Like, like tweets like this from @BrownChubbyBear on Twitter. Pierce is simply not a scheme fit. He chooses to run into contact instead of running to green grass. Beer Belly Sport says Pierce isn't patient enough for the zone blocking scheme. He just wants to hit the hole and hit someone. This is the first time we're seeing people go, okay, well, this Dameon Pierce, who, by the way, was the featured player on all the collateral last year during the season. He was the most popular guy in the building over there. There's people looking for solutions right now, and they seem to think running back, fixing running back might be one of those solutions, I guess.
Whether it's Singletary getting more plays, it was weird that it was so lopsided. I told you a few weeks ago, I thought it was going to start being more even between Singletary and Dameon Pierce, because Singletary, I think, does a better job of playing within the system. Mm-hmm. I think Dameon Pierce has more explosive potential and power. It's just that right now it just feels a little hodgepodge and herky-jerky. The one part, and I would credit, like I remember Lamont bringing this up a few times and some other listeners, was you can't forget that Dameon had started to show signs of either fatigue or, I don't know, maybe predictability or game planning, whatever, last year. He was starting to tail off, and his yards per carry were a lot lighter or lower before he got injured. So he's got limitations. He's not going to likely ever be a league-leading rusher or anything. So it might just be simply a matter of that, recognizing and understanding, okay, he's awesome for a lot of reasons, and we love him, but he's not potentially maybe a bell cow running back, and that means you got to use him situationally and in specific ways and methods. But also, and then understand, this is something that Bobby Slowick will start to learn, is all right, which that's going to create some tendencies. The great thing he has going for him is that he has been an asset as a receiver. So I think it's a lot easier to counterbalance some of his weaknesses as a runner if you can all you need are a couple plays where it looks like, they're about to load up and run power or counter or whatever else it might be, but then you sneak him out on an angle route or something. So there's a lot you can do with him. It's just you can't treat him like a bell cow right now, at least.
Yeah, I think he's ideal game. I think you get Dameon Pierce. The defensive line crashes on the quarterback, and you get Dameon Pierce with the ball with three hosses in front of him running north south. I think he's got real potential in the screen game.
The other part too, and I just started to watch for this morning, so I haven't really done it, but there is a chance that with a rookie quarterback that in the play action game and on the boot and zone run game, CJ might have some tells. Like, that's a big part of it. Good, savvy defensive ends just can very much tell by the position of the offhand and everything else with quarterbacks, sometimes whether it's a fake or not. And especially at this point in CJ's career, he might have some tells that are starting to emerge. Because there were some times in that game on zone runs where the defensive end was not slowed down one bit by the threat of boot. And that's a classic sign. As long as it's not if it's not an idiot defensive end, there's a pretty good chance there's a tell somewhere. Might be the quarterback, might be the running back, might be an offensive lineman alignment, might be one of the calls at the line of scrimmage, but I would imagine they're self-scouting on that this week.
He's tipping his pitches. That's what I'm hearing, Seth. C.J. Stroud.
That's what it ends up. Well, but it also might be somebody else. It could be C.J. No, I'm not saying he definitively is. Yeah. It could be any number of things, but with a rookie quarterback, that tends to happen a lot more frequently with rookie quarterbacks. Or Deshaun Watson at any stage in his career.
Right, sloppy Deshaun. Michael in the YouTube chat says, it's not Dameon Pierce, that's Alfred Blue in costume.
Yeah. We had brought up that one, like Alfred Blue, even on his really long runs, would have a habit of juking himself into action. He would juke an invisible defender and then go right back into an actual defender and turn what could have been an 80-yard touchdown to an awesome 65-yard run. Here's
one of the other replies to Landry's question, why are the Texans not running the football effectively? This is from Get Off the Internet. That's an ironic name. It says, and this may go into what you were saying earlier, Seth, making the comparison to those Kubiak offensive lines back in 2011 and 2012. It's not personnel or scheme. The real problem is chemistry. Half your starters are out, and they never play together.
Yeah, and that again goes to when you're talking about the zone blocking runs, especially, that cohesion really, really matters, and the unspoken communication, just kind of the trust and understanding, the timing of it all. There's just so many different factors that need to be right, and that's why it's such a rep-based scheme. It's been really hard for them to figure that out. I also think it's why I think it's vitally important that Titus Howard just be playing right tackle. I like the drop-off between him and the next best left guard is not as big as the drop-off between him and any other right tackle, especially when you talk about turning into hopefully something better long-term. Just start getting those reps next to Tank and move forward.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. 713-572-4610 is the text line. A reminder, we're on YouTube and Twitch now, so you can get in there and mix it up in the chat room. You can watch us. You can stream the show, all the shows here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Sports Radio 6 YouTube and our Sports Radio 610. Just search it on YouTube and Twitch, and it'll the live feed will come up right there. Trying to make headway and cut through in the media business. I think we got a lesson on Sunday night as to the new way, especially for former players, to cut through and become noteworthy, and you will hear it next.
Mokaram Law, noteworthy for this is that they themselves, they don't want to be the noteworthy ones. They don't need to have commercials where they're becoming the spectacle and you see images of jets and fancy cars and everything else. They want you, if you have been in an accident and you deserve compensation from the actual guilty party, they want to be sure you get that compensation. So they make it all about you. That's why you can call them 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week at Mokaram Law, 281-222-2222. They'll make it super easy to get on board, including coming to pick you up. If you need a ride to the office, they can meet via Zoom. They can come to your place, and the first consultation is free. Best of all, you pay nothing at all unless you win. Call Mokaram Law today, and that includes if it's 11 p.m. tonight. If you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, okay, that's it. I got a lot of stuff on my plate. I need Mokaram Law to handle this part of it. Give them a call at 281.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to be with you. It's always in this business, it's about cutting through. It's about people knowing your voice, finding your voice. Okay, this guy's in the business now? Oh, okay. Well, he just said something interesting. And as it turns out, the most interesting thing to do, if you're a former player, particularly a former defensive back, is to just go on the air after games and say that quarterbacks suck or that they're trash. We saw Rodney Harrison do that, try to bait Chris Jones into agreeing with his take after the Sunday Night Football game a couple weeks ago, Seth, about Zach Wilson.
LaShawn McCoy is called Dak Prescott ass at various times.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Dante Whitner, the latest that we can add to that. Dante Whitner, former defensive back in the NFL for a number of years. He was on, I guess, the post-game show for the San Francisco 49ers, the TV post-game. And he had this to say about Dak Prescott.
What we're all first take about this 42-10 butt whooping by the 49ers.
Dak Prescott sucks.
Oh, my God.
Period. Right? They talk so much about Dak Prescott being a top-tier quarterback, franchise guy. I don't see it. I see them trying to cover up for what he lacks. A lot of quick throws, cutting half of the field off, and giving him easy throws. Other than that, he's not a quarterback that can drop back and really take advantage of a defense and carve it up. And today we've seen it. The 49ers defense made him look like a tier 4 quarterback.
So let me ask you this. Could they do better without him with Cooper Rush?
Oh, no.
So
he's the best they have over there. And then if it starts to get too bad this year, you'll see Trey Lance. But other than that, Dak is the best they have, but it's not good enough.
So what do you think about the Cowboys, though, as a team, specifically their defense? Because that didn't look like a pretty fearsome defense to me.
All talk.
Okay, that's
no
where
bark.
That's where I wanted to go.
All talk, no bark.
He was doing the thing, Seth. He was doing the thing, all talk.
Yeah.
He was doing the thing where you take your fingers and your thumbs and you smack them together like a duck's bill.
I feel like Dante Whitner, who had a certain persona or tried to have a certain persona when he was a player, called himself Dante Hittner for a while. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember Dante Hittner?
I do. Now that you remind me, yeah.
He's nailed it. Sometimes ex-players they end up being too technical and they kind of talk over people's heads with technical jargon. He's gone the opposite route, which is like not give any explanation for it other than, this guy sucks. What do you think about that guy? He sucks too. Yeah, I feel like somewhere in between, perhaps the best place for somebody to be. I do think the interesting thing, really, for me with the Cowboys' offense is that it was masked somewhat any potential issues because they just steamrolled 3 of their first 4 opponents.
Yes.
And the whole team had a weird performance versus the Cardinals. That was just a strange performance. I wonder who ends up getting the brunt of all of this, whether it's Dak Prescott or Mike McCarthy. Because Prescott's shown that he's better than this. He can be better than this. And he certainly has weaponry. I think that Mike McCarthy is the guy that needs to be under the gun. That this is his year to make this his offense, and now you're one of the worst teams in the league in the red zone, and really there was these questions swirled around you with Aaron Rodgers, whether it was you or Aaron Rodgers that was holding the offense back from really being what it could be. So I think that Mike McCarthy has more to prove right this moment, especially because it's easier to fire Mike McCarthy than it is to get rid of Dak Prescott.
Dak's got a $59 million cap hit next year. He's in the last year of his deal. He's got a 59. So they got to make decisions.
You could spread that out,
but then you're committed to him. Then the only way you spread it out is to extend him, and if you extend him, you're committed to him.
He's done a really good job leveraging his contract.
Yes.
Now with Dak, one of the questions about Dak has always been, all right, it looks like he's good as long as things are on schedule. And, not to say he's formulaic or anything, it's that when he has to go off schedule and when he gets knocked off of his reads of the progress, when things start to get hairy for him, they've tried to re-emphasize that element of the offense. Like they wanted to be West Coast where it's timing, it's rhythm, it's your footwork takes you to the reads and all of that. So I don't know. Maybe that ended up being the worst possible thing for Dak because it made him that much more rigid in things having to go according to plan.
Dude, it's wild. Their 2 losses, they're 3-2 on the season, and their 2 losses are 2 horrible losses. They lost to the Arizona Cardinals as a 2-touchdown favorite. They got beat by double digits, and then they got embarrassed on Sunday night by the San Francisco 49ers. Look, San Francisco's, unlike Arizona, San Francisco's a good team, but they were never in that game. Like, San Francisco started just destroying them from jump in that game. It was never close.
The one thing that Arizona kind of exposed about that defense is that if you can get past the defensive line, there's chinks in the armor, and nobody does that better than San Francisco.
Absolutely.
San Francisco just makes a living of climbing up and just like poking a hole right into your mid-range of your defense.
Yep.
Gut shots.
Good job, Dante Whitner. Good job saying something. Just give me the first 5 seconds of that again.
Dak
Ben.
Prescott sucks. Oh, my God. Period. That's
Was
it.
Dante Whitner, formerly Dante Hittner, was that on the 49ers broadcast or on a San Francisco broadcast?
I believe so, yep.
Give him a pass. The internet picked it up. He's on the local broadcast. Whatever. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I think it's good for him that the internet picked it up. You know, like if you're trying to spread your wings a little bit, and people are like, Dante Whitner, I remember him. He played in the NFL, right? Yeah. He did. The guy that said Dak Prescott sucks in the postgame. Oh, that's right. He's probably better known for that now than he was doing things as a player. Dante Hittner. I had to be reminded of Dante Hittner by you. Oh, he's Dak Prescott sucks guy.
He was with the 49ers from 2010 through 2013.
Okay.
That was back. That was one of their good stretches. They lost the Super Bowl in 2012.
When did he? It sounds like you got his the wiki page in front of you.
I got the 49ers up. What's that?
Oh, when did he come into the league? He's an older guy, right? He
came into the league in 2006 with Buffalo.
Okay, that's right.
He was in Buffalo for 5 seasons. Then he was with San Francisco through that.
Yeah.
That Super Bowl loss through 2013.
Yep.
Then Cleveland and Washington.
There you go. So game 3 today, Astros and Twins. Christian Javier. Okay, so here's where we're at with this. It's Christian Javier versus Sonny Gray. We've given Christian Javier the vote of confidence. Seth, you're confident we're going to get good Javier today. I'm trusting you on this. The big thing is we put the Payne and Pendergast hex on Sonny Gray. We've never put the hex on a starting pitcher before, but this feels like unfamiliar territory, being tied at 1 in an ALDS with a team that's got in the Astros that have a pitching staff that has not performed up to what we've seen the last several years. Sonny Gray's a really good pitcher, albeit with a name of a 76-year-old lounge singer, and we needed to hex him, and we hexed him earlier today.
It's got the name of a guy who died skiing into a tree, okay? That name should have died with Sonny Bono. All right.
As soon as he hit that tree, the name Sonny should have died.
Yeah,
Okay.
like have some respect for your elders.
That's right.
Sonny Gray.
That's right.
Look, Sonny Gray is likely going to have an atrocious stretch here. He does seem like a guy who potentially might be emotionally volatile. He went through a really rough stretch in 2018 where he couldn't get out of the second inning for multiple games against he was playing for the Yankees. And in the midst of all of that, had to delete his Twitter account because some potentially racist X tweets had been discovered. Remember, this was a time before athletes had learned that people could search their history, and that maybe they had said some things like when they were in the minor leagues or in college that shouldn't be out there publicly. Sonny Gray learned that lesson the day he deleted his Twitter account, where he had retorted to some comment by pointing out his counter argument was, "You're black." That was it. So he deleted his Twitter account. He can be volatile. I think having the hex on him will be far greater a weight than anything he's ever faced on the baseball diamond or in social media.
I agree.
And it will prove insurmountable to him. I am weighing in. I don't need Christian Javier to have a vintage no-hitter Christian Javier type of afternoon. I just need the Astros bats to show up the way they're capable of showing up versus a literally hexed pitcher.
Yep.
He's literally cursed.
He's cursed.
If you can't beat a literally cursed pitcher, then I don't know what to do with you anymore. You're not even the Astros I know. That's why I trust that they will.
Yep, I do too. Now if it gets real interesting tomorrow, that's been a big topic too, is, okay, win or lose, what do the Astros do in Game 4? They've given no indication. Dusty Baker was asked about it. He's starter for Game 4. As of yesterday, remained unannounced. And he said the team was, quote, still wrestling between a couple of guys, end quote. And this could be one of those things, like if they haven't named one by now, Seth, then they've got to at least be toying with the idea of if they lose the game. And if they have named one, I haven't seen it yet on Twitter or on my push notification, so I apologize. But if they haven't named one by the time the game starts, to me that means that there's at least a small percentage chance, maybe a big percentage chance, who knows, that if they lose, we get Justin Verlander on short rest. That it's an all hands on deck, starting with Verlander, and then, you get what you can out of Verlander, probably not 6 innings because it's only 3 days rest, and he pitches 3 or 4, and then you hand it over to Urquidy and JP France and whoever. You get to the leverage guys, and you try to cobble this thing together, and then you hope like hell that you get a better version of Framber Valdez in Game 5 against Pablo Lopez. I don't know that would be my approach. I think even if they're down 2-1, you can talk me into doing some combo of Urquidy and JP France for the first 6 innings, even if they're down 2-1. But that will be a very intriguing decision if they lose today.
So Hunter Brown pitched the 9th inning Sunday. I don't think that probably doesn't matter that much for a young guy like that. JP France, just as a reminder, was way more consistent. Between Urquidy, JP France, and Hunter Brown, France was the most consistent throughout the regular season. His final 6 regular season starts, he had a 7.94 ERA.
Yeah.
And then he had the weird missed start in favor of Urquidy where his wife had some kind of a medical issue. So everything feels weird and wrong and off about JP France. No disrespect to obviously the personal situation. Right. It's just everything. It's been very volatile. Whereas Urquidy's had a 5.29 ERA since his injury, but he just came in September 29th and was lights out. I feel like Urquidy, if you just go at this point, I'm throwing up my hands and I'm saying I'm going with mojo and mojo alone, and Urquidy has positive mojo right now.
Well, inexperience, and we know Dusty values that. Urquidy's pitched in a lot of really important games in his 4 years here, 4 or 5 years. So I'm with you on that. And you just hope like hell that the last outings that we got from Urquidy and Javier are what we get these next 2 days. Now, we don't know that Urquidy's going to pitch in Game 4. We're just kind of speculating about that. But that decision is Dusty's. We'll see what happens with that. John Lopez is here. Hello, John Lopez. How are you?
Hello, Sean Pendergast.
We're just kind of going through today's game and kind of, just rating the nervousness level of things with
Trying
Javier.
to talk yourself into it. Maybe if this happens, maybe if that happens. I was listening to you guys earlier and right now, and I'm like, I got a lot of experience with this because I'm always talking about the Aggies. Well, maybe if they do this, and maybe if they
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the first time in the last 7 years we've compared the Astros to the Aggies.
Hey.
I can say that.
Sometimes they do.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah. Hopefully we get Javier today. We get Yiner in the lineup today, supposedly, a DH.
Ooh.
So, see what happens.
Risky moves.
What's up, Landry? Landry's growing a mustache out.
He is.
I don't feel like I'm outing him because we're on YouTube now.
Early November.
Yeah.
I'm on YouTube every day, That Falcons defensive coordinator had an aggressive mustache. I bet. Were you inspired by that, Landry?
Nah. Just this time of year, maybe try a little something new. But yeah, it's all good.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the smoked meatloaf in the fridge.
Have you gotten it?
It's in there. Now I have to go play in a golf tournament today. So
look
I
at
didn't.
You.
Yeah. So I suck at golf. It's more stressful for me than it is. I get to go play golf, but I saw it in the fridge, the smoked meatloaf.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to know that if you go in there in the fridge today and I've left here and it's still in there, it doesn't mean that I don't want it. It means that I'm going to a golf tournament and I have no intention of coming back here today. I don't want to leave it in my car all day long.
Yes, I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
So I've never had smoked meatloaf before.
I think Landry had it for the first time.
If it's gone, don't think much of it, Sean.
I gave Landry a honk.
If it's gone,
big old honk.
If it's gone, just don't think much of it.
Is this
Landry, is your baby eating meatloaf yet? I can't remember the timeline of solid food, meatloaf, whatever.
Straight to the breast, man. Straight to the breast.
Is it all liquid? When do you start eating solid food? I can't
6
remember.
months.
Oh my God.
Yesterday. Yeah. So it's like I got like 4 months of that, which is, I mean, depending on how you look at it, like if it's like I don't have to do the feeding, then that's fine. But I kind of feel sometimes you just kind of feel guilty. You're kind of in no man's land.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't have what you want.
Yeah, they just don't know. It's, how old is she now?
She'll be 2 months and 8 days.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So
818.
Still got a ways to. That's right. 818. Yeah. Still got a little ways to go. All right. This is Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. A reminder, you can stream the show on YouTube and on Twitch. We've got that up and running. You guys enjoy being on the YouTube and Twitch?
I do, actually. Yeah, I like the comment because you can comment on it,
Do you get dressed up for the occasion? Or
somebody just gave me a freebie shirt, so I thought I'd wear it.
That's on brand for you, though. It's kind of camo-ish.
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm normally not a camo guy.
Yeah.
I think I have like 2 camo shirts. One of them's just when I go hunting.
Gotcha.
Which is very rarely.
Gotcha.
I've got 17 camel shirts that my dad earned through sending in box stamps.
Proof of purchase.
Yeah.
Cigarette box.
No filters.
Proof of purchase. Remember when that was a thing? You had to cut them out on the box. All right, we're done. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Antibodies and Joe Camel to you.
Thank you very much. In the loop, John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig. They start now.
All right, so big day today. And big weekend ahead. And I got some good news and I got some bad news.
Okay.
Do you want the good news first? Bad news.
Give me good news.
The good news is the fate of the Astros really has nothing to do with what the Twins do. I've heard I heard like the talk Payne and Pendergast were talking a lot about Sonny Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny Gray has no impact on this game.
None.
He is irrelevant.
Well, that was a big waste of time for us.
He is irrelevant. The key for the Astros, and this just is
so you know,
this isn't just today. This is the entire hope of the Astros.
Okay.
It's on display today, and we've been talking about this for a couple of months. The entire hope of the Astros when it comes to doing what they want to do and what they become used to doing is if Christian Javier is a flip switcher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Flip the switch. That's it. Last year, Christian Javier pitched 12 2/3 innings in the postseason. He allowed 1 run.
Mm-hmm.
So with the struggles with Christian Javier, if Christian Javier is just one of those guys who when the moment is the biggest, he is that dude, Astros are going to be fine. Astros are going to be really, really fine. If a good outing from Christian Javier would be the most encouraging thing you can see. That's the good news. You want the bad news?
Yes.
Bad news is Martin Maldonado's catching him. And the 1 run he gave up last year, Martin Maldonado was catching him. He was throwing to Christian Vasquez. So this is going to be the first time that he's made a big start. The Yankees start where he started off the combined no-hitter, and the Phillies start, he wasn't throwing to Maldi. I know Maldi gets all the credit from Dusty, and he's a godsend according to Javier. He hadn't thrown to Maldi in the postseason. So that's the good news. That's the bad news. I don't know what that does for your confidence level, but that's where the Astros are at. If Christian Javier can flip the switch, not only can they win today, they can cause a lot of damage, and they can end up doing what you hope they do. I don't know how realistic this is or isn't.
Yeah, look, the first thing I thought of when I saw that Dusty Baker is going to catch Maldonado but pinch hit Yonder Diaz, then I started looking at it a little further. You're right about Christian Javier, but to me, this is the Dusty game. This is the Dusty game.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, it really is because he's sitting Michael Brantley. By the way, no Astros batter has a higher OPS against Sonny Gray than Michael Brantley. None. So he's sitting Michael Brantley. Yonder Diaz at DH. What does that do in late inning situations? He said he's wrestling with the decision between the Game 4 starters. That would be obviously JP France or Jose or Urquidy. So you're right. To me, it's 2 parts. The first part is, can he flip the switch, pitching to Martin Maldonado, who obviously is God's gift in Dusty's eyes. But the second part is, this is a Dusty game. Everything, and I said it after.
Well, I don't want any Dusty games.
Well, it is. It's already. He already said it.
I don't. Well,
he already said what he's going to do.
Here's the thing. I think Dusty kind of gets it a little bit ass backwards sometimes, and this is kind of frustrating to me. People want Yonder Diaz in the lineup because Maldi sucks.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they want him in the lineup. They want him catching. Like, if you're putting Diaz in the lineup and then you're putting Maldonado, well, that's not productive. Now, putting Diaz in the lineup and putting Michael Brantley in the lineup,
Thank you.
That's productive. It's your only starter who hadn't gotten a hit right now in Martin Maldonado. So, if it's a Dusty game, then all the optimism I just laid out with Javier is gone because I don't trust Dusty at this point. I don't trust Dusty at this point.
To me, it is because of that and because, keep in mind, Michael Brantley we were worried. I was particularly worried about his health, but he said he had no restrictions. That means no restrictions. So why are you sitting him? So you're sitting Michael Brantley so you can play Martin Maldonado. Think about that first. Think about that.
No, that's what you're doing.
Think about that.
And you're throwing a bone to Yanier Diaz, but you're doing it in a weird way.
Yes. Like Brantley has the highest OPS of anybody on the Astros against Sonny Gray. In the postseason, only Altuve and Yordan have a higher batting average. Martin Maldonado we know what he is. He's garbage. And by the way, Martin Maldonado I went and looked at this as well. Martin Maldonado against Sonny Gray, garbage.
Well, he's garbage all time. He's one of the worst hitters in the history of baseball.
He hasn't hit anything. I think he's got like a 170-something batting average. So you're sitting a guy who has, quote, no restrictions and has the third highest batting average in 2 games this postseason and has the highest OPS against the starting pitcher for the Twins, Sonny Gray. So you can play Martin Maldonado.
Yes. That's a problem.
That's a Dusty game.
No, well, this is a
it's
snowball
all on
effect.
Dusty, Figgy.
No, but this is the problem. Is that you're now making the Martin Maldonado thing, and you're basically eliminating something that we've been waiting for all year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what was the whole point of the Brantley thing?
You said you were waiting
the Brantley
for it.
thing. Like, you said you were waiting for Brantley. You're taking one of your best bats out so you can put Maldi out there. And as I said, like, this is not like a situation where Christian Javier was your best pitcher in the postseason last year throwing to Martin Maldonado. The only run that he allowed last year in 12 2/3 innings was with Maldonado catching.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Vasquez caught him last year in the postseason. Okay? Let me say that again. Christian Vasquez caught Christian Javier in the postseason last year. Let me say it one more time. Christian Vasquez caught Christian Javier in the postseason last year. The no-hitter against the Yankees and the World Series pretty much winning one against the Phillies, that outing. That was Christian Vasquez.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Martin Maldonado. So this is what's even weirder about it. You act like he just can't go out there and throw to Diaz. He can throw to Diaz. And you can have that bat. And, oh, by the way, Martin Maldonado hasn't even been good defensively this year.
Yeah.
And now here's what's going to happen. What if you get in a position to where you want to pinch hit Brantley?
That's
Where's
what I said. What's going to happen in the late innings?
Yeah, if Martin now it's almost impossible to take Martin Maldonado out.
Yeah, because of
take
the
his bat
DH
out.
rules and
You're
all
playing
that stuff.
National League Baseball.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
No, it's
stupid.
It's
I would rather you not play Yanier Diaz than put him at DH at this point. And I'm the play Diaz everyday guy.
Yeah.
But at least in the 6th inning or the 5th inning, if there's something going on, you can take Martin Maldonado out of the game and you can put Diaz in. You can't do that now.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're doing like this double switch stuff. Mm-hmm. This is dumb. And this is Dusty. Stupid. And this is Dusty just hearing. Say it again, Pops.
That was stupid.
This is Dusty just basically saying, "Oh well, there's Diaz. No, we want Diaz at catcher. We don't want him at DH. Right. That's not the point."
Right, and that's why I say this is the Dusty game, good or bad. Now look, we he may end up looking genius here, but Figgy likes to say it's all on Dusty. How do you
it's
say
all on Dusty?
Yeah,
Dusty in over his head.
Well, it's all on Dusty, but this isn't retrospective. This is going into the game.
Here's
it's all
the
on
other
him.
thing. Like the only reason Yanier Diaz was at DH this year, the only reason he got any at bats was because Brantley was hurt.
Yeah.
That was it. Like we would have not we probably wouldn't have known anything about Yanier Diaz, the 20+ home runs as a rookie.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have known anything about it if Michael Brantley hadn't gotten hurt. And now all of a sudden Michael Brantley's healthy and now you want to put Diaz out there?
Mm-hmm.
This is dumb.
Oh,
this is dumb.
It is.
And even if he goes out there and rakes, it's still dumb because you should have Brantley out there too.
And
if there's nothing wrong with him.
The other part, and we touched on it briefly, but it's worth mentioning again. This is the postseason. This is obviously a high leverage game. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be a game where you have to have, as a manager, you have to have your hands on the dials. You have to be thinking and switching and making moves. You just eliminated one. You just eliminated a key one by playing Maldonado and not having that catcher possibility.
We're live on YouTube. YouTube, as well as the Odyssey app. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen to R1. Shake and Shake 33 on YouTube says, I don't get the loyalty to Maldi. Apparently the pitchers trust him. Again, let me say it again. Christian Javier did not pitch in the postseason last year when he put on one of the best displays that we've seen in the history of this franchise, and one of the main reasons that you have that second banner hanging, he did not pitch to Martin Maldonado. I know we've kind of rewrote history, and Christian Javier has called him a godsend and all that type of stuff. Christian Javier, while he was losing his mind this year and completely falling apart, to the point where we wondered, is this guy even going to be in the rotation? He was throwing to Martin Maldonado.
Yeah.
When he was having historic performance last year in the postseason, he was not throwing to Martin Maldonado. So,
and by the way,
that's where we're at.
Take this for what it's worth. I think it's worth something. I'm not exactly sure what. Where's Christian Vasquez now? He's with the Twins. So he kind of knows a thing or two about what Javier likes to approach games and pitch and all that. So, no, this I woke up this morning. I was like, okay, Dusty, you want to prove us all wrong? You want to shut us all up? You just put your ass on the line. Let's just put it bluntly, because that is going to be questioned.
No, they're
going
to have to win in spite of him.
Yeah.
No, they're going to have to win in spite of Dusty Baker.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's all on Dusty.
No, going into the game.
Really
Usually we say that afterwards.
No matter what happens at this point, they are going to have to win despite Dusty Baker, because this makes no sense.
Yeah.
It makes no sense from any point of view. So they're going to have to figure that out. They got enough talent to do so. They just need
Dusty in over his head.
my man to flip a switch. He's in. I mean, he's doing what Dusty wants to do.
Yeah.
So
Dusty being Dusty.
that's where it is. So fine, go ahead and do your thing, Dusty. You've earned the right. You know all the baseball. Blah blah blah. We'll see what happens with the Astros tonight. But you can put as many hexes as you want on Sonny Gray and all that. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is about Christian Javier flipping the switch, and this is about the Astros winning despite their manager.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Confidence, man. D'Amico Ryans is confident. Texans lost to the Falcons. Heartbreaking style. Here is D'Amico Ryans yesterday, and a surprising confidence from the head coach of the Houston Texans.
We were close, and we feel like we should have finished that game. But for me, it's a great teaching moment for our guys to really understand like what it takes to win games in this league. All the games are going to be tight. It's going to come down to one possession. Right? We're going to be close. We're going to be in games. But what does it take to win games and not lose games? Are you on your job every time the ball is snapped? The last plays and the last drives, but a lot of things that happen in those first three quarters probably shouldn't be in that position. How dialed in are we on every play of the game? To me, every play is the play of the game, and if you don't look at it that way, it's a mistake.
I love that. I thought that was kind of how I felt yesterday. Disappointed, not mad, and I think he's 100% right there. And we're going to get into some other things that he said here in about.
Really encouraged, kind of
and kind of not.
I think it kind of is.
Yeah, kind of not. We'll get into that in about 8 or 9 minutes. But right there, what he said right there, that's the message that you have to take away from this game. Because there was nothing where you just slam your fist on the table and get mad. It was just like, well, dang it. And those are the things they have to fix.
I think you should have doubled down with Andre Ware, quite honestly. I kind of feel like D'Amico took your side.
Really?
I don't know if there's a kind of.
Kind of. No, he took my side. And that's what was shocking to me. Like he was like, don't throw anybody under the bus. Well,
I don't know.
Beep.
I don't know what he did.
I mean, beep.
Yeah, we'll hear from D'Amico. It's going to be interesting to hear what D'Amico has to say about the run game, because I think it's encouraging. Some might look at it a different way, but I'm down with it. I'm 100% down with that. Very, very much so.
Yeah.
Very, very much so. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I forgot my camo. I noticed both of you guys are rocking camo.
Are you wearing camo too?
Yeah.
You ain't get the email, the secret email?
I didn't, man.
I'm not a big. You would
Got a
think
couple no limit soldiers here.
You You would think as much as I'm outdoors that I would wear more. I'm not a big camo guy, but I got this from my friends over.
Do you wear camo to fish? Is that a thing?
No. A lot of people
Yeah, I
do.
kind of thought Sean race card you.
A lot of people do.
He said that's your brand, camo. I was like, he's a fisherman. I didn't know he hunted.
Outdoors, whatever. Some
ain't hunting.
Some fit.
When was the last time you hunted?
Probably about a year ago, year and a half. I'm not a big.
When'd you hunt?
About a year and a half ago, I went duck hunting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm not. And I love venison. This is weird. I love eating venison. I could eat venison every week, but I don't like hunting deer. I mean, I will, but I mean, it's not like my cup of tea. So it's kind of weird. So if anybody has some extra venison out there, deer season is upon us. Hit your boy up.
It's a tough give up, man.
That's a tough give up.
You got to use them tags, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to pop them tags.
Yeah, I'm not like against hunting. It's just I like it, but it's just not my go-to.
You got the Saints coming to town, the Texans. I'm pretty confident in this one. I'm pretty damn
really?
I'm pretty damn confident in this game.
Why?
I really am. I like the way D'Amico is talking. I don't think Atlanta has. I think they have some weapons. I think Olave is probably the best receiver maybe that the Texans have faced this year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
I'm trying to think. How do you feel about Ridley?
He's good, but at that point,
he's better now.
Yeah, I think it could go either way. But I don't think they have like the weapons that can just dissect them like the Falcons did. I also think the secondary is going to be a little bit more healthy. So I'm confident in this Saints game.
This is
more than I thought I would be.
This is a kind of a no-feel game for me. I don't. Maybe it'll change over the course of the week, but I don't really have a good feel for this one just yet. I think the Saints' run defense, it's like upper half, but lower upper half. It's like 13th in the league.
That's about what Atlanta's is. Atlanta's is 15th against the run and 13th in yards per carry or something like that.
Yeah, so their rush
about
defense
the same.
is about the same. Yeah,
and you're at home.
Just depends on if you're going to rush the ball.
Well,
yeah.
We'll see when that time comes. I'm a little bit confident. Now I can't say the same about the Astros, although I'm not like I don't think it's like an unwinnable game. Javier just needs to flip the switch. That's it. Can he? Who knows? But that's it. I don't look at the Twins now. Vegas looks at the Twins. The Twins, if you're one of the people on the text line or on the Twitch or on the YouTube that is, really confident in the Astros, then go ahead and place the bet because the Twins are minus 135. So go make that Astros money line bet. Get rich.
Yeah.
You are a braver person than I. I will not be doing that. But if you're that confident, go make some bread.
On the YouTube chat, when was the last time Figgy went hunting?
Man, I was hunting out.
Don't start just reading everything.
Yeah,
no.
Don't start pulling us out.
No.
Like
I thought that was funny.
I'm a little bit concerned about this.
No, I thought that was funny. Have you, Figgy?
Back when I was out in the streets and all that, we used to hunt all. No, I'm just playing. I never hunted before.
Yeah, there you go.
Never.
John Payne here on In
You
the Loop,
have, though,
Sports
right?
Radio 610. I don't like hunting.
Texters have updated us yet again.
Yeah. John Lopez. That was the damn
People
YouTube.
filling your stash too, man.
Yeah. Well, it's just a little brief thing. I don't really care about that. I care what people are feeling. That's pause there. I don't.
Hey, they feeling. Hey,
nothing. To be honest with you.
Got the internet going nuts, man.
Yeah.
I don't need that at all. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. There's some people that are defending Maldi. Good for y'all. I mean, I guess you earned the benefit of the doubt. Despite being one of the worst statistical hitters of all time, despite being one of the worst statistical fielding catchers this year, I guess when you've won World Series, you earn the benefit of the doubt. So shout out to y'all. I do not have that type of confidence. I do not support this decision. I think this is a bad decision.
Let's see how this plays out after the fact. Again, hopefully, I mean, look, we all know how we feel about the Astros, and hopefully Dusty will be looking genius this time tomorrow. But that is bold on his part, and if they get in a bind at the catcher in a pinch hit catcher situation, which by the way happened in the last game, it's not like in the fifth or whatever, sixth inning, whatever it was. I mean, it happened where you could have pinch hit for Maldonado. They didn't do it. Now, if you want to do it, your hands are kind of tied a little bit.
By the way, you know the Deion Sanders impact that I think is funny, and there's on the text line there's talk about the Maldi thing, the receipts. I hate when posers just like repeat what like someone cool like Deion says.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep these receipts.
We got receipts.
I'm gonna keep these receipts. Keep the receipt, man. I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Maldi shouldn't be out there.
I can't remember the last time I kept the receipt.
Keep the receipt. Oh, I got them receipts.
Okay, cool.
Dude's walking around in like a Colorado hoodie with just the black, the what's it called right here? The hand warmer part.
I don't know what that is.
How Deion has that sick white hoodie with like the pocket, just the black pocket.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pouch,
keep them,
pocket,
I'm gonna keep them receipts.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it 100. Dude uses the 100 emoji probably. Coming up, some really, really good news from D'Amico Ryans that if true, it could, and I mean could, solve the biggest problem the Texans have. Plus, I think D'Amico sided with Lopez over Andre Ware. Discuss next.
The Texans take on our neighbors from
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Pierce breaking tackles over right guard down to the 25-yard line. That's vintage Dameon Pierce running for an 11-yard gain and a first down.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well. Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce. Keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago, because he's showing you something right now today. Keep doing it.
Yep, just getting started. It's week 4.
It's week 4, and they've already ready to put this guy in a plastic bag and mail him off somewhere. Give me a break.
That was Andre Ware after the a run in the Pittsburgh game.
I thought it was D'Amico.
It was a 10-yard one, right?
Huh? I'm just kidding.
What do you mean that was D'Amico?
No, I'm just kidding.
Lopez is a show killer today, isn't he? He's just ruining everything. Good God. But yeah, Andre Ware not happy with any criticism of Dameon Pierce. I think Lopez is one of the guys he was questioning, I would say. But if you look at what's happened with the Texans, their rushing attack, they're 27th in the league in rushing. They have 3 yards per carry, which is tied for last. And Dameon Pierce is averaging 2.9 yards per carry. Now, let me put this in perspective, because a lot of people may say, like, what's wrong with the Texans' rushing attack? Some people will say, well, the offensive line's not good. It's not a cohesive unit, etc. Let me just put this in perspective, what 2.9 yards per carry means. Because a lot of times we throw these numbers out there and we expect people to know what the hell that means. And I don't think it's fair to the listener to just say, oh, 2.9 and expect you to know what that is. Let me give you 5 numbers real quick. 3.1, 3.8, 4.2, 3.7, 3.3.
Okay.
Do you know what those 5 numbers are?
I do not.
That is each year of Alfred Blue's yards per carry.
Oh, man.
That is each year of Alfred Blue's yard per carry. And I don't think Alfred Blue had awesome offensive lines, especially on the back end, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me give you 2 more numbers. If you want me to put in perspective what 2.9 yards per carry is. 3.4 and 4.7.
Okay.
Do you know what those 2 numbers are?
What?
David John's yards per carry. So when you hear when 2.9 yards per carry is happening, and you also factor in that Dameon Pierce is 6th in the league in rushing attempts, you got to wonder. And we asked the question yesterday, and we got a lot of answers, and I heard Payne and Pendergast talk about it today. Why the hell can't the Texans run the ball? Now, it could be scheme. I don't think we think that this is a bad scheme for rushing. I'm looking at Miami, and I'm looking at San Francisco. They seem to run the ball well.
Yeah.
Miami's averaging nearly 7 yards per carry. San Francisco has the league MVP. He plays running back. So I don't think it's a scheme thing. I think we can agree on that, right?
Yes.
I think we like Bobby Slowick. I don't think it's a Bobby Slowick thing, right? So is it a personnel thing? Now, if it's offensive linemen, and the problem is that your 2 high-paid tackles, and Titus Howard's playing guard right now, can't run block, that's a problem. Because you're committed to those guys for a few years moving forward. But if it's a Dameon Pierce thing, and Dameon Pierce is maybe not necessarily a guy that needs to be 6th in the league in carries, and maybe he doesn't have the vision that you need to be a workhorse back in this system, then that's encouraging. And I think that goes back to where you were kind of wondering, like, is Dameon Pierce as good this year as he was last year?
Right.
Could be a scheme thing, could be whatever. D'Amico Ryans, I think he's on your side.
See, this is first of all, this was very, very surprising. I was kind of blown away with how much with what he said, and you're about to hear it. But yesterday I was talking about we don't know. Only they know where they watch the films and they talk to the guys and they know what the game plans are and what the calls are. We can guess. Is it Dameon Pierce? Is it the run blocking? Is it the scheme? Is it the play calling?
Yeah.
Is it D'Amico Ryans really emphasizing to Bobby Slowick how much he wants to run the ball and maybe getting them in situations where they should have thrown the ball? We don't. There's a number of things. Well, D'Amico Ryans kind of cleared things up. yesterday in his view anyway.
Yeah, he did. And he made it very clear that, and this is good, he thinks they're blocking well.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're blocking well, what the hell does that tell you? Here's D'Amico Ryans right here, and I think he's kind of co-signing the notion that maybe the running back is not taking advantage of the opportunities that he's getting.
When it comes to the run game, it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game, and the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys, there's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to, make a guy miss. We have to, force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well, encouraged with what we did up front from a run blocking standpoint. Proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We just have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay. The continuity will help, but I definitely feel like that our run blocking has been there. Guys have done a much better job. It's there.
It's there. Now, this could be as simple as, Damian, come watch the tape. You need to make this guy miss.
We also talked about the fit of his style.
Yeah. It can be as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, I think at the end of games, and this is why I think he's Marion Barber, I think at the end of games, his fit is perfect. And we saw it on the last drive of the game because by that time, people don't want smoke in the hole.
Yeah.
They don't want that smoke. And that's why you can see Dameon Pierce closing games when they had the go-ahead drive and you saw him running a little bit better. I think that style fits there. But early in games, you need to cut and make someone miss and pick up 4 yards instead of 1 to get in third and short. But I think it's pretty cut and dry. D'Amico Ryans just flat out said the run blocking was good. We're encouraged by it. It's there. I think your point's been proven.
He said they did a great job. Like, that's a quote. He said, great job on the offensive line.
Man.
And he went back to it like 3 times about how good a job the offensive line did. This
is encouraging, though, right?
It can be, but I know what you're talking about, where you're going with that.
I'm talking long-term because you can find another running back that fits. But you can't find 2 expensive-ass tackles that fit or replace that.
But, I mean, this was D'Amico Ryans. Let's just be very honest about what this was. Because he did it in a very nice way, very tactful, right? He threw Dameon Pierce under the bus. Flat out. I mean, he said, you got to make people miss. You have to force missed tackles.
And, oh, by the way, Devin Singletary didn't even have a single carry. So it's not like we can say it's on the running backs. Devin Singletary did not have a single carry.
He threw, again, as tactfully as he could, but there was no question with what he said. Dameon Pierce ain't getting it done.
See, throw under the bus I always think is like malicious. I think this was a solid, like,
malicious or not.
I just told us what happened.
Yeah. Well, he put it on someone.
Yeah.
He put it on one person, and that one person is Dameon Pierce. I think it's like I said, I was kind of blown away that he did that, but I also think long term, as you mentioned, that it might be able to be something that you can fix. But also short term, last week the wide receivers did an incredible job blocking. We actually talked about wide receivers blocking.
Yes.
I mean, which is something we don't normally do. This week they had 7 men in the box on 14 out of 20 carries. So is that Dameon Pierce? Or is that, okay, D'Amico, I'll run the ball again from Bobby Slowick? Because Bobby, you can't tell me Bobby Slowick coaches and Gerard Johnson coach C.J. Stroud that when they see 7 men in the box to run the ball. I mean, that's a passing situation. So there's so many different things that are at work here. Is he just running the ball because he feels like he needs to? D'Amico tells him he wants to, and all those first and second down runs. Is it Dameon Pierce?
But I like the running the ball. I think you have to commit to it. I don't like this abandoned type of thing. They still threw over 40 times.
Yeah, nobody wants to abandon.
So I don't think D'Amico's telling him anything that's not common sense. And I think D'Amico lets Bobby Slowick do what Bobby Slowick wants to do. I don't believe that.
I hope so. But there was very, very clear. It was very, very clear, like, who he thought it fell on.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's encouraging to me.
Yeah,
and we've said it. We said it in the offseason. You need to get another running back. Maybe Devin Singletary is that guy, but look. He should not be 6th in the league. He has 2 less carries than Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
he's not Derrick Henry.
No,
I mean, let's just be serious. He's not that. I love Dameon Pierce. I think Dameon Pierce is going to be a big part of this team for years moving forward. But I think Space Age 713 on the YouTube puts it this way: he's a number 2 back. I love Pierce, but he isn't dynamic.
So here's the big question, big question. 2 big questions: are they going to continue to hammer away with the run early in the downs? And second, is it going to be Dameon Pierce? Let me just give you.
Or is Dameon Pierce going to learn from this and try to make guys?
Oh, that
miss?
would be option 3. But I think Devin Singletary, in the 3 previous games, he didn't get a single carry. He had a touch, but he didn't get a single carry against Atlanta. In the 3 previous games, his yards per carry, like you were just talking about, 3.5, 4.6, and 3.6.
Yeah.
So maybe Devin Singletary is going to be an answer.
Again, Dameon Pierce is averaging 2.9 yards per carry. Alfred Blue never averaged less than 3.
Yeah.
0.1. David Johnson was 0.6 higher than that in 1 year, and that was his worst year. And he had over 4 before that. They didn't have good offensive lines. It's got to be better. According to D'Amico Ryans, the blocking is there. Coming up, they got ownership issues, and a quarterback is having to do it all himself. My goodness, what a difference a few months makes. We'll get into that. Plus, we'll talk about the Texans. What are their biggest problems in the short term and the long term? In the Loop continues next.
Sports Radio 6.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, this was Frank Reich. So the Panthers are a winless ball club right now. Bryce Young struggling, offensive line banged up, looking for a number one receiver. Meanwhile, C.J. Stroud setting records. Here was Frank Reich talking about his situation with Carolina ownership.
There's different philosophies in ownership. You know what I mean? Some owners kind of stay away and don't engage a whole lot. Other owners do. And his philosophy is he's going to engage. And listen, it's only been a short experience, but it's been a really good experience. It hasn't been fun. You know, it's not fun. Those meetings aren't, I wouldn't characterize them as fun meetings. But those meetings make me better, and I trust they make us better.
All right, there you go. Man. Not a great time to be a Carolina Panther fan. And quite frankly, it didn't get the attention that perhaps it warranted when you look at where things currently lay. But Bryce Young might have ended up going to a squad where maybe you considered not wanting to go to. And the Texans were probably there 2 years ago when Jack Easterby, the POS, is overseeing things. My ass wouldn't have wanted to be here. I didn't blame Deshaun for it even when he wanted out. I wouldn't want to be within 100 feet of that guy. I think he's an absolute scumbag lowlife. But just look at what Carolina has done in the last. You want to go back? Let's go back a year. Let's go back within the last year.
Okay.
Within the last year. Traded Christian McCaffrey. San Francisco's lost one game.
You can stop right now, actually.
They've lost literally one game since Christian McCaffrey got there, and that was an NFC Championship game in which all of their quarterbacks got hurt. So they traded Christian McCaffrey. They threw DJ Moore in the bet to go up and get the number one pick.
Oh, Lord.
So
now they need a receiver.
They traded DJ Moore. Now they're looking for a number one receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And then they brought in a quarterback with no offensive lineman. And the owner, this is what's even crazier about this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where if Cal McNair had done this, we would be hammering him.
Yeah.
Just like we were hammering the Texans when they were where the Panthers are right now. There's a video going around the internet of the owner literally talking to media types and saying, well, when you have Bryce Young, you don't need a number one receiver.
Well, and on top of that, there's a big sentiment that the owner was the biggest influence on getting Bryce Young, like actively involved in wanting and preferring Bryce Young. Here's the first of all, Frank Reich is basically saying, sure, yeah, I talk with the owner a lot and I hate it. I mean, he says they're not fun. I wouldn't characterize them as fun, and so that is a bleep show that is unfolding over there. And I was going to say that they've had what they're having, because this makes you count your blessings. You know, when you finally do get good ownership. And there's one more thing about professional sports owners that is the reason that you should just make the big decisions or sign off on the big decisions. Owners in most businesses start in that business, right? If you're running a whatever business, you start in that business. You know how the business works, and then you get to the top and you delegate. Professional sports owners very, 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 very rarely know much about the business. And so that's why I prefer them to just kind of sign off, get involved, stay involved, but not in the terms of like personnel decisions and stuff like that. That's a bad thing over there in Carolina right now.
I mean, I guess there's some who can get involved and be okay with it. I think it's very, very rare. But in that situation with Carolina, I think the upbringing of a quarterback is important. Like, it's very, very important that whether it's the coach, whether it's the personnel, whether it's ownership not meddling. I mean, what's the difference between a watch and a warning when it comes to tornadoes? Like, what are the context
The
clues?
watch means that it's the conditions are such that there could be a
watch.
Tornado.
This is a bleep show organizational watch right now.
A warning means it's happening. There's been sightings
with Carolina. Yeah. Like, this is a very, very bad thing. And the other thing is, and this is helpless, this is probably the most helpless feeling is there's no benefit to losing. Like, that's the one good thing about the NFL. If you're a bad team, you can benefit from losing. We saw it last year. Like, oh, let's figure out how the Texans can get the top pick or whatever. You traded it. So Chicago's sitting there trying to figure their stuff out, and you traded that pick. So you're the only winless squad in the league right now. You had the number one pick. You have a coach who, the other crazy thing is, he worked with Jim Irsay, and he's saying this about you.
Yeah.
Like, normally you would think if you left Jim Irsay and you went somewhere else, like maybe you would look a little bit better than you actually are. But he's actually talking about how unfun this is.
And he's like, I miss Jim Irsay.
Saying that.
I miss that big fella. It's bad. I saw this and I was like, boy, can you be any more clear about how you feel about ownership? He's kind of asking to be fired.
What would you say are the biggest problems right now for the Texans?
The biggest problems right now.
Like if you had to say, because in the past it was ownership, coaching, whatever you wanted to say, the POS, previously mentioned POS, Jack Easterby. Like, what would you say right now are the biggest problems for the Texans?
There's two. One, organizationally, is continuing to connect with the fans, to get the fans to show up. Football field.
So the actual home field advantage.
Get those butts in seats.
Okay.
Yeah. Football wise, it's running the ball. It's being able to run the ball, because just imagine how much better C.J. Stroud would be if he had an actual rushing attack.
Yeah. In the short term, I would say running the ball for sure. Now, D'Amico seems somewhat encouraged by that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely one. I agree with you on that. I do wonder if there is like a Christian McCaffrey type of trade. Like, is there a running back who
that's a good question,
maybe you could trade for to where you add some more talent to the squad? Now, I'm not saying you're going to trade the second, third, fourth, or whatever for Christian McCaffrey. I don't think there's that type of guy out there. But I do wonder, because it's typically a position where there's a lot of depth and there's a lot of potential. I do wonder if there's like a guy that maybe they could trade for. Or does Dameon Pierce just figure it out?
Like a Saquon Barkley or something like that?
I mean, I don't even know if you have to go that far. Maybe there's like a second-tier guy. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe someone falls out of
That's a great question.
Contention. I just wonder, or maybe Dameon Pierce figures it out. That's the ideal situation.
Well, ideally, you can connect with him and he can figure out if it is the line and the blocking scheme. I mean, it's not the line and the blocking scheme. Figure out how to use it more to his advantage. But I don't trade.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They might have to wait to the draft and actually draft a running back.
Yeah.
We have a giveaway for you right now here on Sports Radio 610, and I need Lopez to help me out with these pronunciations.
Top Rank Boxing, baby. Coming to the new Fort Bend Epicenter in Rosenberg Saturday. That's this Saturday. Bud Light has all your tickets for all the action. And, of course, be there as Houston native Giovanni Marquez puts his unbeaten record on the line. 6-round fight.
6 rounds,
And
baby.
you got to stay. Well, it's the undercard.
Can't go 12?
It's the undercard.
Damn, man.
And you can stay for the middleweight world title unification
6 rounds.
bout.
I can go 6 rounds.
I don't know if you can. I would bet against that. I would bet against that between Janibek and Gualtieri. And all you got to do is call in to win tickets for the action-packed night from Sports Radio 610 and Bud Light. When the bell rings, enjoy an easy-to-drink Bud Light.
So some boxing. I love watching me some boxing.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. Let's do caller number 6 since they're only going 6 rounds. 6 rounds.
It's the undercard.
Bud Light. 713-572-4610.
I would love to see you try to go 6 rounds. Dude, you'd die.
I'm going to go Mike Tyson.
You'd die.
It's over quick for me. John McClain joining us. How about that? John McClain making his Twitch and YouTube debut. John McClain, let's hear what he thinks about this Texans run game and how they went down against the Atlanta Falcons next.
Playing the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up, everybody. Stand, make sure you fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come.
John McClain in the building. Texans 2-3. Got the Saints on Sunday. John McClain looking hungover. Been partying all night. What's wrong with you, man?
You get hungover drinking iced tea.
I guess.
The Gridiron Legends of Texas named their class of 2023 over at the Texans Media Room yesterday. There was a Gridiron Legends dinner last night. Now they're at a golf tournament out at Brayburn. I wanted to congratulate the class. Y'all know the number one. The main guy in this class, Mark Berman.
Yep.
Then there's a guy named Matthews, Bruce, the late Jamie Roots,
R.I.P.
Gary Joseph, great coach from Katy, Murray Bowden, who's in the College Football Hall of Fame, and Trevor Cobb, great running back from Rice.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to the class of 2023.
Yeah, all you sit in the background. It's Berman class, so yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
I hope he's listening on his way to the golf tournament.
What did you make of the Texans? What did you make of the loss to the Atlanta Falcons?
I thought that they played bad in a lot of areas, and the running game was pathetic, and except for the last drive, and then red zone, third down were terrible. Third down had been a great down for them, and they were awful, and they couldn't get off the field when they needed to. It still should have won the game. So I think that probably it's done like losses, of course. But when you think about they put themselves to win, they made Desmond Ridder look like Matt Ryan in his MVP year, did a great job on run defense. But that running game, I saw Patrick Storm, who I retweet a lot, had the Pro Football Focus grades. And when George Fant is your highest rated run blocker, you know you got issues run blocking.
Which came first, the run blocking or the bad running?
Well, according to D'Amico, the run blocking's not bad.
It was terrible, and except for the one series. But the pass protection, especially with Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, and I'm assuming this is going to be the five they're going to go with, they were great on pass protection. Didn't even allow pressure. But, man, across the board, they got to do a better job. And I've been watching the All-22 tape, and they got manhandled too many times on the run. And if you take away Pierce's 15-yard run, they're average 1 point something.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, well, that was not the worst run blocking I saw this weekend. That would have been those fighting Baylor Bears who had the worst run blocking I've ever seen.
Didn't fight a lot. Let's talk about Dameon Pierce, though, because it is a question whether you think the line stunk and D'Amico thought they played well. Dameon Pierce is just not getting it done one way or the other. Is it time for Devin Singletary to get more?
Well, I sure hope not. He didn't do squat. I don't know why people would want to give up on
carrying like 3.8 yards a carry.
On Pierce, he didn't carry, right, so he didn't do squat.
But he's also averaging like 3.8.
Yeah, but go back and watch him in the hall. Like, he's getting hit at the line of scrimmage or in the backfield. Now, I don't think it's Bobby Slowick's system. Maybe it is, but, boy, I sure wouldn't give up on Pierce. He's by far their best running back.
Is he?
Yeah.
Do you think he's a good scheme fit?
I have no idea. I'm not going to make that judgment after 5 games when you see the offensive line getting beat up and bruised.
I want you to hear D'Amico, though, because I know you were there.
I was there.
But let's just hear D'Amico talking about the run blocking, because this is where I kind of raise my eyebrows. And I'm not dismissing Dameon Pierce. I'm saying this could be as simple as, hey, Dameon, you're leaving a lot of meat on the bone here. But this was D'Amico Ryans yesterday. John McClain in the building.
When it comes to the run game, it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game, and the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys, there's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to, make a guy miss. We have to, force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well. Encouraged with what we did up front from a run blocking standpoint. Proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We just have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay. The continuity will help, but I definitely feel like that our run blocking has been there. Guys have done a much better job. It's there.
All right, there you go. So my question is, why would he say that?
Because I think he's trying to be positive about his run blocking. He's not going to say it's bad. And
but he's not doing Dameon Pierce any favors.
He's not doing any of them. Dalton
miss.
Schultz, all of them.
Yeah.
So
number one, we haven't breaking any long runs. He averaged 4.3 yards last year. He didn't just get bad over the offseason, and he's healthy. And at first I thought, okay, it's all the injuries in the offensive line, and they should get better. Jared Patterson didn't have he had the worst game of run blocking based on Pro Football Focus. So I certainly would not give up on Dameon Pierce after 5 games because when so many other people aren't doing their jobs. But in the fourth quarter on the touchdown drive, they looked like they knew what they were doing.
We've seen the perfect running back for zone blocking scheme. You've covered him on a daily basis in Arian Foster. Could that be? You said you don't know if it's the system or not.
Well, he had a bunch of Pro Bowlers in his offensive line.
Well, I understand that, but still, his knack for reading the line and knowing where to go and the cutbacks and all that. Could it be as simple as that with Dameon Pierce? He's just not built for the zone blocking scheme.
I wonder if he played with those linemen that Foster played with, if he would be better.
Well, sure, I wonder too, but I doubt it. I mean, because that was it.
He'd be better than he is now. That's what I mean.
Right. So maybe he's.
I think he would absolutely be better if he had the offensive lineman that Arian had. Not saying he'd be Arian because Arian's best in franchise history, and he was one of the best in the NFL. But you guys are so down on Pierce, and I just
no. Trust me.
It's actually kind of
it's
hope.
Questions, yeah,
and it's also kind of hope because if the problem is the offensive line and you have 2 guys that can't run block in Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, you're not going to be able to fix that problem. I think Dameon Pierce they can fix that problem to where him looking at the tape and adjusting or involving Singletary a little bit more to get it right. So if anything, it's kind of wishful thinking that you're not investing 20% of your salary to 2 guys who can't run block.
Well, I think that was the first game they've been back in for Titus since early in training camp, that those guys are going to be better. Titus is playing a position is not his best position. We all know that. We've seen him do it before. But I think when guys are together, that they're going to be better. I mean, they were better against the Steelers.
Yeah,
I thought they turned the corner, and 2 of those guys are out.
Yeah, and Austin Deculus hadn't played all year, so that's my thing is that there wasn't there. If it is the blocking, then I don't expect Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil to be Gary Kubiak's best offensive line, but I thought it would be a little bit better. And when I hear D'Amico say that, I just don't know why he would say it if he didn't see it. Is he just trying to defend?
I think he's trying to be positive as he can. He doesn't ever say anything negative about people.
But isn't that kind of calling out Dameon Pierce without calling out the offensive line? Like, what's wrong with saying, because he says we don't execute, he says we didn't tackle, he says all that. Like, if the offensive line didn't block well, I don't think D'Amico Ryans would be like completely. I don't think it's like a bad thing to say they didn't block well. It seemed like that's really what he saw. You don't think he
may have been? I don't know.
All right, defensive side of the ball, though, you still had the lead late. By the way, C.J. Stroud almost got his first come-from-behind victory there, so that was positive. But the secondary, as much as we thought it was deep, they just had answers for Desmond Ridder, made him look like a freaking all-star.
They utilized the tight ends like crazy. They're missing 3 corners. They had their safeties, and he hadn't had a game like that. He's unbeaten at home, but I think they were all close, and then he looked great. Everybody over there is just dying to get rid of him, talking about how are we going to get a quarterback? We're going to be in the middle of the pack. And now this week, everybody's singing his praises. And he did it when they didn't have a good running game. I thought if he ever put it together to passer, it because Bijan Robinson's rushing for 150 yards. Instead, Texans did a really good job against him, but that's the worst game the secondary's played.
John McClain with us here on Sports Radio 610. So the defense, obviously, I think the issue with the defense has to be just the secondary is just completely depleted, and the linebackers don't seem like they can cover very well.
I think the linebackers have struggled in coverage. They did. I think it was the Indianapolis game where they really struggled.
Perryman.
And Perryman's back. Toa moved back outside. He's more natural in the middle. They need Christian Harris back, but usually if you're going to throw a lot of short passes, you're not going to get beat. But all of theirs were like when your tight ends average, they had, 176 yards on 14 catches. And it's not like they hadn't, say, see Jonnu Smith. Hell, these guys are so weren't even on the team when he was back with the Titans, but he had his best game. And then Pitts, who was a high pick 3 years ago, that was his best. So I don't know if that was because linebackers, safeties, but they did not do a good job covering the tight ends.
The funny thing is, D'Amico's not been afraid to throw rookies and young players onto the field. In fact, I think they said on the broadcast
they lead the league
more
in
rookie
snaps by rookies.
Yeah, so why not Toto instead of Perryman?
I'm guessing because Christian Harris was out. Blake Cashman made more big plays than any of them, and he keeps getting better and better. If he can stay healthy, he's got to be on the field.
No, he's got to stay on the field.
And I don't care who's healthy. And but they did well against the run. That's Perryman's specialty. But they just had a bad game in coverage, and it wasn't like they let Bijan Robinson beat them. They got beat by guys who hadn't been catching the ball. And on the last series, Drake London looked like a guy who was a first-round pick last year.
What's your confidence level in this game against the Saints?
I've picked them to win 2 games. They've lost both. I'm going to pick them to win this game because I think the Patriots are god-awful. Derek Carr played well enough. Alvin Kamara's back. Saints defense played great. Mm-hmm. It's going to be another good test. Falcons defense is good. Saints defense was real good against Mac Jones. Can't wait to see what kind of strategy they use against Stroud. And right now, you think they don't want to throw the ball all the time, and they won't. What they were so bad at Sunday was running the ball to the right side. Mm-hmm. I mean, they were terrible. And I'm thinking, are they trying to set something up? Slowick got something up his sleeve, but they were just terrible. When they ran between the tackles, I think Pierce averaged 4.5 yards.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Did you miss not getting to make the trip to Atlanta and go to Magic City, get some of those wings?
No, I'm so happy not to travel. My goodness, when I went to work this time last year for Mattress Mac, I said, I'll do it, but I don't want to travel. I want to sit in front of the TV and cover it. And he said, whatever you want. And I think, because I always got the games like 3 hours early, and now I can do whatever I want. I actually went to the Pelchins Children's Center to help work with kids on Sunday.
Look at that.
Sunday morning with the Gridiron Legends. And then I got home 2 hours before the game.
And just sat in front of your TV
and did
waiting.
my prep work.
Yeah,
That's right.
Well, let's be honest.
Had breakfast with Carol. We went out to one of our favorite breakfast places, and I'm thinking of
What's
those.
that?
Shout it out.
Avalon Diner over on 10.
Yeah.
And we went there, and then I'm thinking about all the guys who were there, like Brooks Gambina and the other group.
Jonathan Alexander.
Jonathan and going.
DJ.
And DJ BME. They were having to go. I'm guessing they go 3 hours early.
So you went to the Avalon on 10?
Yep.
That's the best
That's
one.
right across from
Is there another one?
Where we
Yeah,
live.
there's one on 10.
Sugarland and the original.
Way better.
The original's in River Oaks on Kirby.
Yeah. But
I've never been to that one.
The one on 10's the one.
I've been to the one on 10. That's the one I've gone to. I didn't know
there's one right here on River Oaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 of them.
Yeah, there's a couple for sure.
Game, I watched the YouTube channel, and I watched D'Amico, and I watched CJ's interviews, and I let Brandon and Sean Bajani know what I'm going to write, and it works out great.
Now now let's be honest though. You went to the hospital to hang out with Gridiron Legends. You didn't go there to help the kids. Let's be serious.
I didn't go to the hospital. I went to the Pelchins Children's Center, their main office, over off Memorial.
So do you go with the lemon pepper or the hot when you go to Magic City? When you used to go to Magic City back in the day in Atlanta?
I can't remember what I went with. There's a home cooking place downtown that we went to 3 nights in a row, Shireen Williams and I.
Mother football.
We could walk from the hotel, and as you know, a lot of places put things on the table for you to eat before you order. It was fried okra. I love fried okra.
Avalon has that.
I know I eat it almost every day.
Yeah.
And we ate that fried okra, and they kept telling, keep it filled, keep it filled. And we didn't even need to order, but I've never seen that anywhere.
Yeah. Hey, it's nice. Fried okra. Fried okra is a very underrated side. I don't know why it's not more common.
Fried okra
It's
at
delicious.
Avalon, still getting one of those little things they have. I told them, bring me a real bowl. with fried okra.
Oh yeah, they bring the big bowl if you want it.
Bring
If
me
you're
the
nice
big
enough.
stuff.
Yeah, the older lady that works there, her daughter works there too. You go up there, and she'll bring it out.
The older,
bring out
let
the
me
big one.
see.
Now you got me craving it again.
Nah,
It's good.
It's been a minute.
I was there yesterday. I'll be there today.
All right.
Okay, John McClain
Hey,
with
nothing
us.
but vegetables.
Yeah, right. Okay, Eichels.
Don't eat anything but vegetables.
That's it.
Yep.
So you don't eat meat anymore.
I eat meat every once in a while. It's on the soda weight loss plan.
But you probably count mashed potatoes as a vegetable, if we're being
No,
honest.
I don't eat mashed potatoes. And I don't eat macaroni and cheese. I eat spinach, green beans, always okra. I'll eat a salad like yesterday. And I put the okra there and pick it out with my hands, eat it like that. People around me probably think, my God, his parents didn't teach him any manners.
Lord.
And they know I like tea so much, they always bring me 2 glasses and keep them filled.
Unsweetened,
Oh,
right?
got to.
Yep.
You got to keep it rolling. It's a
Yeah.
shuttle run, or else you're just gonna bring out. Now they fill up that metal thing. They bring out the tea
Like
and then
your
they bring the
milkshake
metal thing.
thing.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
bring the milkshake thing. Don't I've been to Avalon.
You've been there a few
20.
times.
Yeah, I have.
You've been there a few times.
Coming up, world famous McClain leg hiking. Is John McClain as scared as I am? Let's hope not. Next.
Something big is happening on Sports Radio 610. Your
John McClain saying, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous McLean leg hiking here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1120. Every Tuesday. Concept very simple for all you loopholes on Twitch, on YouTube, and on the Odyssey app, and on the old school radio. We throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. Start it out, J-Lo.
All righty. When John McClain went to the Depelchin Center yesterday, he promised a kid that he would do the hip swiveling dance like Jeremy Pena.
How did you know that? Were you there? Hi, Kid Figgy. I didn't know what that was till I saw the video.
Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard didn't make much of a difference on Sunday.
Hi, Kid Figgy. Their pass protection was perfect.
They allowed 4 pressures the week before as a whole offensive line.
Well, those two allowed none.
All right.
Hey, about the whole offensive line.
Devin Singletary will have at least a dozen carries on Sunday.
Hi, Kid Figgy.
Whoa, man.
No way.
No way?
No way.
Will he have more than 8?
Maybe touches if he gets
carries.
in the. No, I don't see it. No.
Dameon Pierce will be pushed back to the number 1B running back next year as the Texans add a more playmaking running back.
Hi, Kid Figgy. I don't think so. I think they got other areas they need to. They need to target a wide receiver.
I don't think they need to run the
big
ball.
play wide receiver. They got to get better pass rushers inside. They need another linebacker. Derek Stingley may get hurt all this year, and they need another corner. So.
Oh my
man.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good at running back apparently.
Yeah. The Texans should have drafted Jalen Carter instead of Will Anderson.
Hi, Kid Figgy. It's way too early.
Way too early.
Carter plays with players so much better than Anderson does.
Mm-hmm.
The Colts are going to go on a win streak with Gardner Minshew.
I believe they'll be better with Minshew. I'm not saying it's a streak, but if he plays, say, the next 5 games, I bet they win 3 because he's not going to make mistakes. He's won games with different teams, and when he's played this year in place of Richardson, he's done well. That's not what they want, of course. They want Richardson playing. But, boy, he's got a lot to learn about staying healthy. And every time he's been hurt, it's been running outside the pocket.
Well, they're 3-0 when he doesn't take the most snaps at quarterback. So.
And he'll do better with Minshew.
It's a stat, Lopez.
No,
it's a stat.
I agree with you.
They're 0-2 when Anthony Richardson takes the most snaps at quarterback, and they're 3-0 when he doesn't.
What do they do at running back when Zach Moss keeps playing like he's playing?
Yeah.
And Jonathan Taylor's an expensive sub.
Two-headed monster.
I think it was good job, good effort. And then they'll move on to Jonathan Taylor. John McClain has the exact same drip that Dusty Baker wore yesterday that made the internet go nuts.
How would you know that?
See, I'm into
You've been to my house when I'm out of town?
That was sweet. I'm going to try to pull it
Yeah,
off.
of course I got an outfit just like Dusty's.
Just like Dusty's?
Yep.
Speaking of Dusty, the Astros are going to have to win this series despite Dusty's foolishness.
I would say yes because he's going to keep playing Maldonado. He's playing Yainer Diaz, even though Michael Brantley is hits best against Sonny Gray. So I can't wait to see in his pregame interview what he says about that. We know nothing's going to change with Maldi, and Maldi had a good game. Was that regular season or playoffs when he made those 2 defensive plays? And everybody's like, see there, Martin Maldonado, he's the man because he made 2 plays in one game.
Big time. Christian Javier will not go more than 5 innings.
Oh, I agree with that. If he'd go 5, if he goes 5, I'll be in shock because he's done it so little. It's weird the way Frommer's been bad 3 games in a row. Javier, he's 3.07 ERA in his last 5 starts, but still, them is anywhere near what they were last year's playoffs.
Dallas Cowboys got exposed as frauds on Sunday night.
I think that's true because Dak has not played really well this season. If your quarterback doesn't play really well, you're in trouble.
The Panthers should bench Bryce Young.
Well, he just threw 3 touchdown passes, and even though he had turnovers, they're not going to do it. So I get Figgy.
Mark Berman is retiring better than John McClain.
He's actually retired, so that's true, and I'm not. You know, I retired from the Chronicle, and then Mattress Mac called me, and then 610, I'm just going to do talk shows for a year, and then Parker Hillis asked me if I'd write a column for the website that's turned into 5 a week, and then they said, well, you do a podcast, it's turned into 3 a week, so it's kind of like a full-time job. But Mark Berman, to come into town from where he lives, you know, you gotta make it something really serious, like being named a Gridiron Legend
It's a
of
commitment.
Texas.
Definitely a commitment. Bill O'Brien is the worst play caller the Patriots have had the last 2 years. 3 years.
Who called the play last year? Joe Judge?
And 3 years. Let's make it 3 years.
Hike it, Figgy.
What?
I think they're just terrible right now. I mean, they were using a special teams coach last year.
John, you're not ready.
It is amazing how bad they are.
You're not ready to say Bill O'Brien's a bad play caller?
He's a bad play caller this year. It's amazing when you got a quarterback, you're pretty good, and if you don't, you're terrible.
I thought he was terrible. With Watson, did you think he was a good I've seen you're the one that gives the stat, never in the top half in scoring or yards or top 10.
They weren't, but I didn't have a problem with his play calling when it came to the passing game. And then he gave it up to Tim Kelly. And now Tim's in Tennessee, and they are struggling big time.
The Texans will have a true home field advantage this Sunday against the Saints.
Oh, boy, there's going to be a lot of Saints fans there, but the Texans fans made a lot of racket against the Steelers to out noise the Steelers. So I'll say, yeah, they're going to have a true home field advantage, and I think they're going to win the game.
Let's get to a big one here. The Astros will not win this series.
Hike it, Figgy. It won't surprise me if they don't come back here, but, man, I just can't believe they're going to lose the first American League Division Series since 2000.
First time they've gone 1-1, right, in the division series.
Well, the team that is 1-1 going home advances 68% of the time, so the odds
But
are
I don't
against
think in the division series the Astros have been anything but 2-0.
Their winning streak was stopped at 12 in the division series on Sunday.
Mattress Mac was faking that controversy just to get publicity.
Hike it, Figgy. He got pulled at the last minute from throwing out the first pitch because of Mattress Firm, and he was, let's see, just like anybody got pulled from the rotation after it'd been announced.
It was like Billy with that hand.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that bad, but he had a good video, and he's got a couple others he's working on. Did y'all see his Caesars video last week?
No.
Oh, my goodness, that was funny.
Yeah?
He was dressed up like Caesar.
Oh, yeah. He had
women feeding him grapes and strawberries.
Surprised he didn't have you and Lopez feeding him grapes.
Yeah, I would have done it.
Frank Reich is trying to get fired.
Poor boy. I agree, because when you're saying stuff that makes people think the owner made you do it, that's never good.
So you think he's trying to get fired?
I think so.
No, he's not
He's
trying
out.
to get
He wants
fired.
out.
He hadn't been there long enough.
C.J. Stroud needs to just get it over with and throw an interception already.
Well, Jesse Bates dropped one, and it's going to happen at some point. You'd hope that they still win the game, but what it looks, I'm glad that he doesn't look like he's trying not to. He's still throwing the ball. They didn't throw the ball down the field because of the coverage, but he's still throwing the timing routes and everything, and he's going to have one. So why don't you ask me on a leg hike that he'll have his first interception against the Saints.
CJ will have his first interception against the Saints.
Well, that's a good one. I agree with that one, because the odds are running out for him. He needs one.
Fried mushrooms are better than fried okra.
Come on.
Ooh, I love fried mushrooms, but not over fried okra. Hike it, Figgy. Hike it twice.
All right, what's coming up on SportsRadio610.com?
Got an Astros column on there. Going to be more Utopia football podcast, and I'm having a Texans column that will tomorrow. And thank you guys very much, as always.
By the way, did you get demoted to the last question? I saw last week you asked last question. Were you late to the press conference?
No, I'd already asked one, and then I wait because I don't like yelling all at the same time like they do.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked my first one, and then I come back, and I'm sitting over there, and I'll signal Omar or Everett. I got one more, so
well, you need to
let me ask the last one.
You need to tell the people yelling, I'm actually writing something. You're just here on a fan experience.
Yeah, everybody's asking a question, and D'Amico and Stroud, and they're looking around trying to decide which one.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you gotta yell the loudest. It's like you're with the president.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Like you're with the president.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There you go. John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Thursday night, 2 nights away. It's a big one. They need this one. Cougs versus West Virginia. Dana Holgerson versus his old squad. Thursday night, 6 p.m., TDECU Stadium. Cougs taking on WVU. Unforgettable night of college football. The weather is perfect. The opportunity is
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and I mean absolutely lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
NFL through 5 weeks. You have 15 teams above 500, 15 teams below 500, 2 teams at 2-2. So that is a perfect mix. Anyone who said it's a 500 league, maybe someone who used to coach here, he loves this. He might make a necklace with this. 15 above 500, 15 below 500, 2-2 teams.
Roger Goodell put a sock on his door. I mean, that's what they want every year in, year out. Everybody to think they have a chance. Just about everybody.
AFC South layout. The Jags are sitting at 3-2. The Colts are sitting at 3-2. Those two teams are going to face off this weekend. And the Ravens travel to Tennessee to take on the Titans. Your Houston Texans take on the New Orleans Saints.
What are you thinking about that Jags and Colts? Post Frank Reich comments. Does that matter?
What does Frank Reich have to do with it?
I mean, not Frank Reich. I confused that. That's on me. But what do you think about the Jags and Colts face-off?
I think it's a good game, man. I think it's going to be a good game. I like Indianapolis. I think Indianapolis has found a nice mix of running the ball, and I think Gardner Minshew knows exactly what he's doing. Tank Dell, though, with the Texans, he is in concussion protocol. This is D'Amico Ryans with the update on that.
Tank is in the protocol, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the week. Hopefully he starts to feel better. Definitely hurts, not having him out there. Tank's an explosive playmaker for us. Our thoughts with Tank to make sure that he gets back healthy as soon as possible.
Yes, it is. And if he cannot go, look out for John Mechie. Noah Brown eligible to return from IR. No word yet on his status. We should get that tomorrow with the practice report. Big injuries around the NFL. Justin Jefferson placed on injured reserve with a hamstring injury. He's out at least the next 4 games. Dolphins running back Devin, pronounce it? Achane. He's going to miss multiple weeks with a knee injury as well. So
that's a big hit. I mean, I know Mostert is.
Fantasy football from all angles. Probably a top 5 pick, top 3 with Justin Jefferson. He's out. And then Achane, probably the steal of your draft. You're probably hanging your hat on that. He's going to miss 4 weeks. Don't know if it affects Miami. I feel like they could run the ball with anyone. Speaking of injuries, Deshaun Watson. So this is interesting. He was medically cleared to play week 4. They had a bye in week 5. Yesterday, they returned to the practice field. The team is practicing outside. Deshaun Watson working out inside.
Same thing today, by the way.
So he's been cleared for a while. Deshaun Watson in no hurry. The days of Deshaun Watson taking a bus to play with the injured ribs or whatever the hell it was, those days are gone. Their money, less problems for Deshaun Watson. Well, depends how you look at it.
I don't know what it is, but that's what it looks like. He's not on the field again today.
Astros back at it today. Christian Javier going to be on the bump. Sonny Gray on the bump for the Twins. The Twins are actually a minus 135 favorite. So if you're confident in the Astros, go ahead and moneyline that, and you'll be feeling yourself. Astros looking to take a 2-1 lead. The Rangers, meanwhile, they're looking to advance to the ALCS, which I don't think too many people saw coming. Who had this laid out? The Rangers 1 game away, the Astros 2 games away from the ALCS. I don't think anyone saw this coming. No one in Arlington damn sure saw this coming, but this is where we are right now.
Well, look, I mean, we'll get to this, but look at both leagues and what some of the league championship series matchups could be. Kind of not exactly.
You can elaborate on that. I don't know. I'm watching the Astros. I have no idea.
You have no idea what's going on?
No, I don't know. Like, now you tell me. I saw the Braves won a game. I have no idea.
That was what a finish that was.
I don't know. The Dodgers lost, but what are you referring to?
Like the matchups, not exactly the best of the best, the elite of the elite, and lot that would bring the most eyes, like Texas and Minnesota, Braves. Braves in Arizona.
Yep. Jeremy Pena, he explained the dance. He did the Val Venus dance when the Astros were down 5-0. Here was what you had to say about that.
That's a funny story, actually. A couple kids that came to the stadium, they were really good friends with Altuve. And I know one of them was dealing with, some health stuff. at the hospital. But they were always in a good vibe, good mood. And one of them was like, hey, man, when you hit a double, you got to do the dance for me. I was like, no way, bro. And like, by the end of the batting practice, they convinced me to do it. And, I haven't hit a double. I hit one in Arizona, and I was going to do it then, but I was like, nah, I don't want to do it. But this time I brought it out. So shout out to those kids.
That's a masterclass in chaos management. I mean, they heard all the criticism and all that. So, his explanation, I was a sick kid. What can you say to that?
Well, I can say you shouldn't be dancing down 5-0. I don't care if it's a sick kid or not.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I'm saying
that's what I'll say.
I think his response, though.
You can hit another double another time.
Well, the question becomes, why didn't you do it in Arizona?
Yeah, do it in Arizona.
Yeah, when
that's what I can say.
Didn't really matter as much as this.
Yeah.
But that's a perfect
bad timing.
That was, of course it was, but it was a perfect way to like kind of silence. Oh, my bad. Silence the critic, so to speak.
They were talking a lot about Sonny Gray today on the morning show.
They put a hex on him.
A what?
They put a hex on him.
What's that?
The old voodoo hex.
Oh, they can do that?
I guess they can. Yeah.
Damn, that's powerful.
You didn't know that?
I mean, I heard him talking about a hex. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah.
A hex?
Yeah.
Like
witches.
Yeah. How did they set that up?
Guess they talked about reasons they don't like him and putting the hex, trying to pull everything they can out of the hat to see if the Astros can get to him, in hopes that the Astros can get to him. Put a hex on him.
Figgy, how do you feel about hexes?
I think it's
Hey, at this point, right?
Let's put a hex on the whole damn NFL. Every team that played the Houston Texans then.
Mm-hmm. What about how about Christian Javier be clutch like you were last year?
What about your manager starts the best catcher, et cetera?
Well, can't have that.
Yeah,
put a hex on Dusty to make good managerial decisions and not
Why
bench
don't you
Michael
do that?
Brantley.
That's big picture, right?
Yeah, if we're really hexing, let's hex that.
Yeah.
How about that?
But I've actually been to a curandero before, which is like a Mexican witch.
So what was you doing there?
Just for laughs. No, we were in Mexico, and there was one. So just kind of checking it out. Why would you not go?
I'm scared to go. I don't mess around with all that stuff.
Yeah, that ghost stuff and all.
I go to church.
I go to church. So do I.
I definitely ain't going there to laugh.
Yeah. No, I was just kind of interested. But they put a hex on him.
Like, what was there like a ceremony? What time was this?
Did they have like one of those big pots that's smoke coming out of them, like a witch, stirring it?
What, is there like spooky stuff or what? Where did I miss? How did I miss this?
I don't know. They're sending bad vibes to Sonny.
Maybe
Gray.
they was like holding hands or something.
Like
and they was like, "Mama say, Mama sa, umakusa."
Oh wow, you know too
Mama
much
say,
of this.
Mama sa, umakusa, or something like that.
I think we just hexed somebody. I don't know who, but I think we just hexed someone.
That's a classic line right there.
I'm really not. This is the most blah that I've felt about an Astros playoff game in maybe my entire life. It's just
confidence, lack of it.
It's not even confidence. It's just the fact that the Maldonado thing it should have been gone. It should have been done a while ago. The fact that Michael Brantley, you rested him for all this time, and he's clearly the most successful guy against Sonny Gray, but you're playing Diaz now of all times. Like, it's hard for me to, and the reality is once you turn on the TV and you see Altuve walk to the plate, your vibes are naturally going to get better, but with the way that this season's gone, with the way that it goes right now, it's not really fun to watch.
It's laborious, right? Laborious. It's just they have to work too hard. They make it hard on themselves. That's what it is for me. It's like it's just tough. It's a tough watch with so many things having to go right. Like tonight, for example. Like we're sitting here, talking about, well, I hope Dusty's right. He shouldn't have done this, but I hope he's right. Well, I hope Christian Javier can dial up, some postseason magic. He's got something ERA in recent outings, but it's just like hope, and it's difficult, and it's just lacking confidence for me,
I just don't even. I don't know, man. Like it just feels like it's Dusty's gone from likable OG here to save the day, listening to our show, driving to his press conference, to I won a World Series, so against my better judgment, I'm going to do this because I can. Mm-hmm. And that's what bothers me about it, is it feels like Dusty has almost let his ego get in the way of a really special era in Astros baseball, and I hate it. And that's the problem that I have with it, is that it feels very B.O.B. like. Fortunately for Dusty, and let me just say this. We live in a world where there's a lot of fans that want to say either or. I'm not an either or guy. I'm judging. I'm like, a quarterback can have a really good year one year and then the next year have a bad year, just like any other player. Dusty managed his ass off last year. Dusty managed his ass off the year before. Dusty is one of the best managers of all time. All that. He has sucked this year, okay? Like, there were times where there wasn't much he could do, and they were injured, and I was defending him. But at this point, the Maldonado bit, Dusty has sucked this year as a manager, period. That's not taken away from his legacy. That's not taken away from anything. That's just judging him based on what he's doing with this Maldonado situation, and there's not a single statistic to back it up. And the Brantley situation.
I mean, I go back to this. It's as simple as this, and this speaks to why it's so tough and it's difficult, and they make things hard on themselves. You can put all kinds of, things around it and say all kinds of different things, but you pick Martin Maldonado over Michael Brantley today. What you did. It's as simple as that. Because you could have put Diaz at catcher and kept Brantley in the lineup, who says he has no restrictions, who by the way has the highest OPS against Sonny Gray of any Astro. And you made it hard on yourself. It might pay off, but
that's all it is.
But you made it harder on yourself.
No, and I mean, this is where we're at right now. Like, we did it with Deshaun, where it was like Deshaun Watson saves all butts. Like, the Astros have to save Dusty's butt. Mm-hmm. That's where they're at right now, and it sucks because he knows better. Like, I refuse to think that Dusty really doesn't know better. There's theories. Some people say, well, maybe he's intimidated by Maldi. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I know the young guys look up to Maldi, but Maldi didn't even catch. Like, the other thing is, like, you're acting like Maldi just has to catch Christian Javier tonight. He gave up one run all last year in the postseason, and Maldi was the one who caught it. In the two starts that he had, Vasquez was the catcher. So it's not like Maldi has to catch Javier. Javier was a head case earlier this year, and Maldi was the one catching him. So it's not like, it would be one thing if you tried to tell me, well, Maldi has to catch Framber Valdez. Okay, I get that because we've seen that. But last year we saw Christian Javier. Vasquez, literally the first day that Vasquez got here, 2 days later, he caught Javier's best game of the year. And then the postseason, he was catching him. So this would be a perfect night to say, okay, Yanier Diaz, go out there. You're a catcher of the future. You've actually caught better than Maldonado this year. Let's put you out there. Michael Brantley, you have the best batting average against Sonny Gray. Oh, damn, it's not even close. Holy crap, look at that OPS. Good Lord, that's like Hall of Fame caliber.
Yeah, it's like 817.
Yeah, we've been resting you for a while. You're a postseason guy. Here's some sunflower seeds. Sit your ass on the bench next to me.
It
makes no sense.
They make it harder on themselves.
It makes no sense.
Which is why you need a hex. And you know how people say you can Google anything? I Googled how to make a hex.
Let's not do this. I really don't. I really don't want to do this.
You're going to need a candle and a knife.
Yeah, we're good. Coming up, on to New Orleans, D'Amico Ryans has some interesting things to say. Plus, did the Houston Texans get bailed out by something that many used to think held them back in the day? That's next.
The Texans take on our
Did the Texans get bailed out by something they used to get accused of having? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. And Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So this was Frank Reich yesterday being asked about the ownership situation with the Carolina Panthers. This is what Frank Reich had to say when asked about it.
There's different philosophies in ownership. You know what I mean? Some owners kind of stay away and don't engage a whole lot. Other owners do. And his philosophy is he's going to engage. And listen, it's only been a short experience, but it's been a really good experience. It hasn't been fun. You know, it's not fun. Those meetings aren't, I wouldn't characterize them as fun meetings. But those meetings make me better, and I trust they make us better.
All right, so there you go. By the way, Texans Ticket Tuesday today, a chance to go see the Texans take on the Saints this hour. I'm not going to give you too much of a hint. This hour, in the noon hour, we got you covered. Couple of tickets to go check out the game on Sunday. But that was what Frank Reich had to say about the Carolina Panthers. And there's a lot of talk now that, and a lot of conspiracy theories making their way around the internet. I saw Stephen Holder, who covers the Colts, is putting this out there. Frank Reich might have wanted C.J. Stroud along with Josh McCown. You saw Josh McCown at the Combine. Hey, we need to hoop. When you get to Carolina, we need to hoop. Frank Reich seemed to be in love with him. They did their due diligence. And there are theories floating around that they wanted C.J. Stroud and the owner stepped him to take Bryce Young.
Yes.
And that was what they had to do. Now, I wanted the Texans to take Bryce Young. Right now, it's pretty evident that two things are true. Number one, Carolina is an incompetent organization at the highest level. You've traded Christian McCaffrey. You've traded DJ Moore. Now you're looking for a receiver. You've traded guys. Your coach is talking about the ownership, all that type of stuff. So there's that. And there's also C.J. Stroud having an all-time start to his NFL career. So there is that. So maybe the Texans could have, in a crazy way, gotten bailed out by what many people accused them of having for a few years, which is incompetent ownership. And I don't know that criticism was always completely valid, although the question marks were definitely there.
Well, late in the tenure, it was very, very valid. But
especially when you have the POS.
Yes, exactly. It was very, very valid. It's not hard to read between the lines there from Frank Reich. Basically saying, yeah, our owner meddles, and it's not fun. I mean, there's all kind of flowery talk around that, but that's basically what he said. Our owner meddles, and it's not fun. That is a bleep show waiting to happen if it's not already there. And then it's only going to end up looking worse if CJ keeps doing what he's doing and they keep going winless and Bryce Young is not exactly lighting the world on fire. It's bad, and it's looking good for the Texans.
Yeah, and I think the stability of the Texans right now is solid. What would you say the Texans' biggest problems are right now?
I think I'm looking at it organizationally.
Short-term and long-term.
Organizationally and then on the field. It's really bothered me a lot in the last few days how these Texans fans, I kind of overestimated how much they've bought in. Texans got to figure out a way to get those fans to make it a home field advantage. Oh, the best fans in the NFL. They're not. They're not.
As a whole, no. There's individuals that.
I'm not picking on any one.
Yeah, you're not generalizing the entire fan base. But
Right.
I mean, we see 50% attendance at best is not great.
Yeah, and it's consistently happening.
Now it is a punishment of the sins of the past, though. We do have to admit that.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like I know I did overestimated the buy-in with this organization. So that's the organizational biggest problem. On the field, it's pretty obvious running game. Which came first? The old chicken and egg thing that people always talk about. I hate that saying. But is it the line? Is it Dameon Pierce? It's more than one, by the way. Is it Bobby Slowick's play call? Is it the fit? Is it just trying too hard to force runs? There are a number of levels here. DeMeco Ryans he had the offensive lines back and kind of threw Dameon Pierce under the bus.
Did you agree with McClain's theory? John McClain joined us earlier today. I don't know why DeMeco Ryans would lie about the offensive line.
Oh, yeah, he said they're trying to make him look good or whatever.
Well, but it makes Dameon Pierce looks bad.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I don't think that DeMeco Ryans minds saying if something's not good. Like if If they didn't cover well, he's going to say we didn't cover well. If they didn't tackle well, he's going to say we didn't tackle well. If they didn't block well, I think DeMeco Ryans is going to come out and say well.
No, we've heard him say those.
Yeah, so this notion that he's like lying for the offensive line, I think DeMeco Ryans thinks, and this is the other thing. We've become so like simple when it comes to the offensive line, where it's just like, well, the quarterback doesn't have a chance without the offensive line. Have the last 2 weeks not shown you anything? Like, did the previous 2 weeks before the Atlanta game, where C.J. Stroud didn't get sacked, he only got pressured 4 times against Pittsburgh, did it not show you that the person behind the offensive line can make the offensive line look better? Like, did that not show you anything? Can that not be the same with the running back? I think Dameon Pierce is a good finisher. I think there's a reason that his best work was done on the final drive of the game, because I think when he's running the way he does at the end of games, you really don't want any of that. It's a little bit different. It's like you keep using the Marion Barber comparison. It's there, but I don't agree with John McClain that DeMeco Ryans is just lying. Like, I think DeMeco Ryans watched the tape, and maybe he told Dameon Pierce, hey, man, you got to cut here.
You got to make people miss.
You don't got to run into this guy. You don't have to run through him.
By the way, he did it again. It wasn't as blatant as, was it the Colts game, where, like, he searched out contact instead of finding the open space. He did it again on one play. I think it was his longer play in the second half, where he ran into 2 safeties and rather than try to cut away from them. So, yeah, I mean, and by the way, DeMeco Ryans is he multiple times from training camp on, they didn't have the defense didn't have the energy. That's the first one that popped into mind. Remember that after one of the scrimmages? Well, the defense didn't have any energy. They need to be better than that. I've heard him talk about, other units that have, I think the secondary once he talked about, like after one of the games that they got burned, how the secondary wasn't there. So why is he complimenting? I mean, he will do it if that's the case, if it's necessary. He'll criticize individually or units if it's necessary, and didn't do it with the offense.
The only unforgivable thing for me, and I think it's all forgivable because it's hard to win on the road in the NFL. We see it all the time. I'm not trying to sound like Bill O'Brien, but I mean, the Ravens just lost to the Steelers.
No.
Like on the road. But the thing that I think is just unforgivable in any area, you cannot have Devin Singletary not get a single carry. Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. I don't care if Dameon Pierce is Arian Foster. That is insane, especially when you look at the actual numbers. So I'm not going to sit here and I don't really have any beef with Bobby Slowick. I don't have any beef with DeMeco Ryans. I like this coaching staff. I like the way they get coached, but it is unforgivable for Devin Singletary to not get a single carry. That is a joke.
Well, here it is. Even if Dameon Pierce was having a good year, statistically, he's averaging 2.9 yards a carry,
which, by the way, is worse than Alfred Blue ever had in a season and David Johnson.
If he was averaging 3.9 or 4.9, you should still give Devin Singletary
not a single carry.
Some carries. By the way, Devin Singletary over his last 3 games averaging 3.6 and 3.6. You got to get him some touches. And actually kind of indicated there, you got to make people miss. I think that's kind of an indicator we're gonna have to try some other things too.
And McClain was laying out like needs and stuff, and he said they might not need a run. Yeah, they need more. You need as many running backs as possible.
No, they need a running.
They need as many running backs as possible. Like as many, like 3 running backs, 4. Like you're saying you need to run the ball, and I don't fault them for deciding to run the ball even when it's not there. I have no problem with it, but running back is. Dameon Pierce is a piece, but Dameon Pierce is not a 6th in the league in carries running back.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's
insane.
That means you should be an elite running back.
Especially with the way he runs. That makes no sense. That's insane.
Yeah, you should
That's
be
insanity.
Elite or very close to elite if you're getting that many touches. Is there anything else where your confidence level? I mentioned the organizational and the running game. Is there anything else where your confidence level maybe?
Short term or long term?
You tell me.
Short term, I don't think they can guard tight ends. Like even when the corners are here, like I don't look at the Atlanta game and say, "Oh, damn," because look, man.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have offensive linemen go in there and CJ can make them look better, but when you don't have your 2nd through 4th corner,
yeah,
and Graylin Arnold is basically your second guy, That's tough. But I do think that with Denzel Perryman and I think with Toto at certain times, I think the intermediate coverage and stuff could be a problem. And I don't know how you scheme it. They need to get ways to get more pressure on the quarterback. I know some people were a little bit worried about Will Anderson. Will Anderson only has 1 sack.
That was going to be mine.
He had the 1 sack, and Will Anderson hadn't gotten to the QB. They haven't been getting to the QB at all.
That's where I was going. They're not. I was talking about yesterday. Just try anything, because Desmond Ridder was so comfortable. Just try anything, but you shouldn't have to. You should be able to get some pressure on the quarterback with just your 3, 4, or 5 guys that you have in the pass rush. It's a little bit unnerving. If quarterbacks sit back there and don't get touched, we know what happens. And Ridder played out of his mind because of it, at least in the second half. Yeah.
You got to win this one, though. You got to go 3-3. You go 3-3, you're feeling good. And the bye week's going to come at the right time.
Yeah.
Figure that out. Now, is Noah Brown going to be eligible to come back? Is Tank Dell going to be good? You got the concussion protocol. I don't want to speak on another man's head, but I would think that you get Christian Harris back because he was in concussion last week. I would think. I don't know. Tavier Thomas practicing full and then not being out there. Maybe you get him back. So you get help on defense. On offense, it would be nice to see them be able to run the ball better than they have. And if not, try something different. Because, look, I like Dameon Pierce. I think a lot of times Dameon Pierce, because he runs so hard, you almost feel like it's you mistake running hard for picking up hard yards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's picking up hard yards when you really, really have to power through it. And then you see a guy run hard, and really he made it more difficult than it needed to be. It's like
he ran into people.
It's like people work smart, not hard.
Yeah, smarter,
like
not harder.
Will say that.
Yeah.
I think that's if I were an offensive coordinator or I were a coach and I were watching Dameon Pierce, maybe he would get the benefit of the doubt at times, because there is the effort's never questioned. Like, you're never going to get to a point where you say, well, he's not leaving it all out there. He's actually, he's taking more of an ass kicking than he needs to take.
He's leaving too much out there. Seeking contact like that. It's great when somebody has you and you spin out of it and keep your legs moving. That's awesome. But when you're running and you seek out the contact, those hits tend to add up. And especially it hurts you in the short term, because you could maybe get a few more yards if you cut.
You and Andre Ware, man. We'll revisit this.
I was going to ask you long-term.
Long-term?
Yeah.
Concerns?
It's an easy answer to me.
No, my long-term is a lot different than yours, and I think people are kind of sensitive towards it, and they'll question it big time.
Go ahead.
It's way different than yours, though.
Well, I'll say mine first.
Go.
Offensive line. No, that's an easy answer. Your biggest long-term concern, what if they're just not good? We heard D'Amico have their back. That's great. We also see these guys getting hit in the backfield. Like, maybe it's a linebacker or a safety, whatever. I get it. And Sean Bajani was really trying to break it down, and he is a guy that legit watches the All-11, has the overhead. And
22.
He whatever you want to call it.
Half-assing it?
No, he was and got it. But I still saw the line it was a mixed bag. The line was, if this is a long-term problem, it's going to be a long-term problem for everyone.
Our concerns are not as different as you think. I think at some point, and I think the most important thing whenever you have a rookie quarterback is the way in which you divide the pie needs to be, you need to get a return on investment. And when you're paying the offensive line as much as you are, there can't be a situation where, this guy's really, really great at this, but he's not good at that. I think they might have invested too much pie in the tackles with Tunsil and Titus Howard. I think if you're going to tell me, well, these guys just aren't great run blockers, well, that sucks. That's not, like I said yesterday, that's not like Deion Sanders not being able to tackle and the linebackers can swarm and help him out. That's not like Earl Campbell or Barry Sanders not being able to catch screen passes, and you can find other ways to mix it in. Like, if 20% of your salary and 20% of your offensive line can't do something that you claim that you need to do really, really well, then that's crazy. And that's not to say that Titus Howard's not a really good player, but if there's that type of a limitation, and when he's out, you still don't allow a single sack, like, that's the other thing. Like, well, they're really good pass blockers. Brother, they didn't allow a sack in 2 weeks without him.
Yeah.
So, so how much better is it getting? Like, I didn't see more passing yards.
Yeah.
So what are we saying? Are we just looking at this like pass? Okay, they're good, but you know what? They didn't allow a sack. And, by the way, the best team's getting after the quarterback, and they didn't allow a sack. And, by the way, Jacksonville was doing a pretty good job at it as well. So that's my concern.
So is it Caserio?
No, it's just the way in which they divided the pie. I don't even know if it was all Casario's thing, but I need to see more return on investment.
Casario's a legitimate question. You know how long he's going to be here, and how long that dynamic is going to work.
I don't think it's all Casario's fault. I don't think they extend Titus without D'Amico being on board with it.
Right.
And I just hope D'Amico's right. I hope the run blocking is great.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is, run blocking takes a certain level of nasty. And when you're running around bragging about being the highest paid player in the NFL twice, like, do I expect you to dive for, like, to pick up a block like the old Roger Dorn Major League? What do you want me to do? Dive for it? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. But I do think, like, I need return on investment. Like, you have to divide that pie right, because it's a small. Because there's going to be a point where C.J. Stroud, if he keeps doing this, there's going to be a point where you're somewhat handcuffed by paying a quarterback what you're paying.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a knock on him. Like, it's the case everywhere. You have to make tough decisions once you pay your quarterback. And that's just the reality of it. And he's going to have to overcome it. And you're going to have to bring in players that are on rookie contracts, and you're going to have to get everything right. And if you're paying someone to be elite and they're only good at one thing, and then when they're out, you really don't see much of a difference.
Yeah.
I'm not a smart football guy, but that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense with me.
No, it doesn't. And maybe D'Amico was kind of almost encouraging his offensive line. I mean, because they speak to us, but they know that it gets back to players.
Well, I hope he was telling the truth.
Well, I do too, and he may well have been. But saying, look, it's not that far away. This is our guys are blocking. It might be wide receivers. It might be this or that. It might be Dameon Pierce, which is flat out what he indicated. So yeah, maybe that's where D'Amico is. Like, he still believes this line's getting it done. All evidence to the contrary right now.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Pair of tickets to go see the Texans take on the Saints coming up this hour. Next 40 minutes. I'm not going to wait till the very end either. So just hang around. We got you covered. It's time for lunchtime confessions. And I got to tell you, I got to make a pitch to John Lopez, and it's going to make some people around here very unhappy. But I really think it's the right thing to do.
Really?
Big time.
I'm here for it.
Big time. Might cause some division in the Sports Radio 610 locker room, but you know what? F it.
It's okay.
Next.
All right. One thing you guys need to know about D&M Auto Leasing.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. I'm going to start some stuff on this one.
Are you?
I think that you should use your authority. Yes, I really do. And give me permission to take the meatloaf in the fridge that you gave Sean Pendergast that he left here. I think it is an absolute disgrace.
You think it's insulting?
Yeah, I think it's a joke that you put all the effort you put into smoking meatloaf.
4 hours, baby.
And Sean Pendergast is just leaving it up here. Now, when did you bring this to him?
When I brought it yours yesterday morning.
So you brought it for him yesterday. He left it here overnight, and now he's trying to use the excuse that he's going to a golf tournament right now as the reason why he left it here when he'd already left it last night.
Yeah.
I think the fact that you put that much effort into this, I think they're not eating carbs at the moment. I think I should be able to take that meatloaf because the reality is he doesn't appreciate the effort that you put into it, and he's just sitting there letting it rot. And by the way, it's a strong smell, so it's starting to smell in the kitchen as well. Not a bad smell, but not a great smell for the office environment.
Barbecue OG sauce. And all
I
that
think
stuff.
I should be able to take that meatloaf because he does not appreciate it. That's my confession.
This is the case of the smoked meatloaf. That's an interesting point. I didn't even think twice about it because I know yesterday they were already gone when we got here.
Did you take yours?
Yeah, what's crazy is I almost forgot it, and I got to that lobby. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. So I went back to the kitchen.
Yeah, I took mine.
We
had it for lunch.
First of all,
I had it for dinner.
Y'all have never had smoked meatloaf.
No, it's
nope.
I've been telling you guys.
It's tasty.
It's the only way
it's
to go.
really good.
It's the only way to go.
Yeah. Well, he's just going to leave it there. So when's he supposed to eat it? 3 days later? Just leaving it in the fridge?
Yeah.
I honestly think I should be able to take it because I think he's being rude, ungrateful, and I don't think he appreciates the effort that went into it.
See, I promised you guys I would make some because I was cooking all day Saturday, and obviously it takes a bit to prepare all that stuff because you got to use Italian sausage and ground beef and all the peppers and chopping and all that. I don't mind. It's a labor of love. You know how much I like to cook. Here's the thing. It will stay in the refrigerator for 2 days. I would not want it more than 3.
Okay, well.
I dare you to take it.
No, I think I should be able to because he's not
Well, who's
going
to make the decision? Me?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I might just take it anyway. Honestly, he doesn't want it.
I dare you to take
I honestly think it's a slime ball move by him. I think it's rude as hell.
Well, hit it.
You don't think it's rude as hell?
No,
okay.
No,
I just made you a smoked meatloaf. Here you go. I'm gonna leave it in the fridge, and then I'm gonna make an excuse. He literally just, and plus his excuse kind of tells how rude it was because he's going golfing today, and he's saying I would take it, but I have to go play golf. Well, you didn't play golf yesterday, Chief. You went right home. So he's basically, by his excuse, he's admitting how rude it was. I deserve this meatloaf.
That's the part that got me.
I deserve this meatloaf. If you would have brought it for him today, then I would be wrong. He left it yesterday. So even his excuse today, the fact that he is even feeling the need to make this excuse shows how rude it is to leave the meatloaf. And it's not the first day, it's the second. I deserve this meatloaf.
Okay, if we're going by
Come on.
YouTube chat and comments,
come on,
hit it.
Oh no, this sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime.
I know how much effort it takes you to cook this stuff, and I know he acknowledges that it's rude, but he's basically just ignoring that he did it yesterday.
Yeah, it's the excuse part for me because I understand. Sometimes my brain be all over the place where I forget my car keys.
No, all I'm saying is
I understand forgetting that part, but the excuse of I'm going to play golf, so I'm leave it up here again.
Lopez is one of the most thoughtful people in the world. I give Lopez a lot of crap. Lopez is one of the most thoughtful people in the world. He's given me keys for my daughter. When I got married, when we eloped, he gave me $100 gift card to Amazon. But those things are like, okay, well, here you go. But I really do appreciate those. But he sat at his house making barbecue during one of the best college football weekends of the year. He thought of us to put a smoked meatloaf. He even brought it into Sean. He didn't have to do that for Sean, and he did it. And Sean leaves it for a day, and then he leaves it an extra day, and he sits there and says, "Oh, I'm leaving it because I'm going golfing." Hey, moron, you didn't golf yesterday.
You're kind of convincing me on this.
It's easy to convince. It's an easy sell. It's like this is literally like selling snow cones in the summer to kids. This is the easiest sell I've ever made.
Hell, I gave you a weed eater.
Yes, you did.
It was used, but I gave you a weed eater. I don't know, Figgy, where are we landing on this?
Yeah, I think. Look, man.
Should he take?
I mean, would he be super upset if it was gone?
Care. He doesn't care.
Maybe he don't like meatloaf.
Maybe he doesn't like meatloaf and he doesn't want to tell you.
Maybe he's trying to be nice.
Maybe he's trying to be nice to me. Like, I'm not a meatloaf guy, but I better take this.
But you know what? You take the meatloaf and you, throw it away.
Yeah.
He's not even giving you that courtesy.
There's that, too.
He's not even giving you that courtesy.
A lot of people say there's a 24-hour rule.
It's been 24 hours.
A lot of people
it's been 24 hours.
Yeah, a lot of people saying there's a 24-hour rule on that.
I'm telling you.
I dare you to take it.
Oh, I'm taking it.
I was ready.
That's for lunch today.
I dare you. Double dare you.
It's gone.
It's gone. Well, I appreciate the compliment.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know there are bad drivers. We all know there are bad drivers. But something happened this morning on the way to work that, truly, I'm stumped how people can drive in today's world with their blinker on for 3 and 4 miles. Like, this dude was changing lanes.
That's dangerous.
How do people drive with their blinker on in today's age?
It's dangerous, man.
I went for miles. I stayed behind him. I was going to pass him just to see how long this dude. And he switched lanes twice, left the blinker on, exited, left the blinker on. I'm following him down the access road, blinker still on. Finally, he turns right, which was where the blinker was. I'm stumped how people can. I can't remember the last time I caught myself, with the blinker. I literally cannot remember.
I've seen it happen every once in a while, but sometimes, people who don't use blinkers, that's really the most dangerous thing.
Well, that's true.
That's what my driving instructor told me, man. It's not for you. It's for them, brother.
Yeah, that's why you should not drive with flashers on. But I don't want to go back there because sometimes the blinker doesn't work.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm worried about Javier throwing to Maldi in a playoff game. Last year, Christian Javier had 2 of the best starts in the history of the Astros franchise against the Phillies, obviously, and then against the Yankees. Before the Yankees were before the Phillies. To Christian Vasquez. The one run he gave up last year in 12 2/3 innings in the postseason was to Maldonado against Seattle. I'm worried, man. I don't know. I don't know if I trust Maldi to call a good game with Javier. And we've seen kind of Javier get a little bit nervous and stuff. I'm really concerned, and I'm also a little bit concerned that Dusty's going to get caught double switching in American League where
that's mine.
Maldi's going to come up in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, and then he's going to have to pinch hit Maldi, and we're going to be in no man's land.
Yeah.
A little concerned.
Mine is the catcher situation, but you got another barbecue aficionado that popped into the room.
I got to talk to Show about this. Were you listening on the meatloaf thing?
I missed it.
Okay, so you were walking down the hall. So here's my thing, and I'm actually really I want your opinion on this. So Lopez made smoked meatloaf yesterday.
I ain't tried that yet.
Oh, it's so good.
And maybe you should have been on the list, honestly. You get here a little bit later.
That's right.
But so he brought it, and he brought Sean some. Okay? He brought it yesterday. Sean forgot it and left it overnight. And then before Sean went golfing today, he said, "Hey, I'm leaving it in the fridge, but it's because I'm going golfing and I don't want to leave it in the car." My problem is this. You're already admitting it's rude to leave it, and you left it yesterday. It's been 2 days now. It's kind of starting to smell a little bit in the room. I feel like I should be able to take the meatloaf. I feel like I take the meatloaf because Sean obviously doesn't appreciate it.
I guess we've gone past the fact that you didn't get any meatloaf to begin with.
No, he did.
Oh, he did.
No, you did. Oh, yeah, I did.
He did.
Okay,
I was going to say.
I ate it for lunch.
He and Figgy already ate it.
Yeah,
I ate it for lunch.
So that's just me. All right. So I didn't get any of the meatloaf.
No, your day's
but
coming. Your day's coming. I only made 2 big ones, so I gave them each a half.
Nah, man. That ain't yours. That ain't,
But he's not going to eat it.
That ain't.
My thing is he's not going to eat it.
You don't think he's going to come back and eat it tomorrow?
Maybe he doesn't like meatloaf. He's just trying to be nice. But like Landry said, just take it and throw it away.
But how do you forget? How do you forget something like that where that much thought goes into it?
Has he?
Go look at it. I mean that's not like a, and there's stuff in the middle of
Is
it like
good?
Dude,
brother,
open
there's
the foil.
Yeah, there's like stuff like this is not like a hey, I forgot to get
I put all kinds of little peppers and
like
stuff.
if you gave me a gift and I just said, hey, I'm gonna leave it here, would you be offended?
A little bit. Yeah,
you should be.
But I think I feel like Sean it's an honest mistake, and I feel like Sean wants to try it. So I think I give him a day.
I got to tell you,
He's already gotten a day.
I give him another day. I give him another day. Had the golf out. I'll give him another day. If he don't come in, like that's why I'd eat it for breakfast. If he don't come in tomorrow, right after the show is over,
open the foil in the refrigerator and just smell it.
And now, like for you, John, I'd never give him another damn thing.
Yeah.
Give him another day. If it's another day, like cool, man. Yeah. I would purposely make everything for everybody and be like, you just don't appreciate my damn smoked meat.
You got to do it, by the way.
I got to try it.
Legit.
I ain't thought about it.
Legit.
I ain't done it.
Got an 80-20 and then some Italian sauce.
You should.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I need to go to your house.
Sorry to offend you.
You kind of convinced me.
I mean, come on.
I mean, I don't want to make the call.
It's
out of my hands.
He's not going to eat it.
It's out of my hands. I don't want to make the call.
He's not going to eat it.
Don't ask, don't tell.
He's not going to eat it.
Again, I'm not asking and I'm not telling.
He's not going to eat it.
Okay.
It's going to be wasted.
Figgy, you been convinced on this?
It's wasted.
I'm kind of a little convinced, but I don't want to step in the middle of this, man.
It's not anything to step in the middle of. He doesn't want it. He left it.
But what if he do really want it? What if he do want it?
Then he would have taken it yesterday.
See, that's where I want to step in the middle of it, man.
Gutless Figgy. Coming up, did D'Amico side with Lopez in his latest beef? Speaking of beef, did D'Amico side with Lopez? We'll discuss next.
The Texans fell to the Falcons 21-19, but C.J. Stroud sees the value in a
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
This was Andre Ware after Dameon Pierce. What was it, 11-yard run, 12?
Something like that.
12.
This was Andre Ware, message for the radio hosts after Dameon Pierce's 12-yard run 2 Sundays ago at NRG. Speaking
Pierce
of which,
breaking
I'm going to get you in that building coming up in the next few minutes, so be listening.
Pierce breaking tackles over right guard down to the 25-yard line. That's vintage Dameon Pierce running for an 11-yard gain and a first down.
I want every radio host in the city to hear me and hear me well. Keep criticizing Dameon Pierce. Keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago, because he's showing you something right now today. Keep doing it.
Yep, just getting started. It's week 4.
It's week 4, and they've already ready to put this guy in a plastic bag and mail him off somewhere. Give me a break.
Mark Vandermeer, like, yep.
Yep.
Yep, it's week 4.
Well, this was D'Amico yesterday being asked about the Texans' struggles with the run game. We wondered if it was the blocking. We wondered if it was the running back. Like, what is it? D'Amico kind of made clear. Might have sided with old Lopez.
When it comes to the run game, it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game, and the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys, there's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to, make a guy miss. We have to, force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well, encouraged with what we did up front from a run blocking standpoint. Proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We just have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay. The continuity will help, but I definitely feel like that our run blocking has been there. Guys have done a much better job. It's there.
Okay. Well, I mean, if the run blocking's there, if we got to make guys miss, kind of seems like old D'Amico is saying that either Dameon Pierce is going to have to do a better job of making guys miss, or they're going to have to figure something else out. That doesn't seem like quite the endorsement for the running back.
No, it is. It is absolutely the running back. He not only said you got to make guys miss, you have to force more missed tackles, and he credited the offensive line at least 3 times. Making it clear that they were not the problem. That kind of narrows it down, man. When you think about it. I think there are other things involved, other questions that we have to ask, but he's not putting it on the offensive line. He's putting it on Dameon Pierce. I mean, it's not hard to figure that one out. And frankly, McClain disagreed with this too. I would expect about 10 carries from Singletary. Wouldn't you?
I would expect 1 and more than 0.
I expect about 10. I mean, because that's the biggest. What was the biggest problem in their losses? But specifically last Sunday, couldn't run the ball.
Yeah,
couldn't run the ball.
3rd down.
You got into the 4th and 1. You kicked the field goal. You got into some. I think the stat was, and I quoted it yesterday: 8 out of 13 third downs were 3rd and 7 or longer. What does that point to? Running game. All this points to the running game. If that's the biggest problem, you're going to have to change something, and he clearly doesn't want to change the offensive line.
Yeah, the thing is that Dameon Pierce is a piece of the puzzle. I just don't think he's like the every down back.
And we all know he's good. He's been good. So it's not like, oh, Dameon Pierce sucks. Nobody's saying that. Nobody ever said that. We've said he hasn't been the same guy. I've said he hasn't been the same. He wasn't the same guy as he was last year. D'Amico pretty much just said that.
Texans have by far the worst running back situation in the division. It's not close.
Well, where are they? 27th in yards per carry?
6th. 26th or 7th. Yeah, 27th.
Yeah.
No, yards per carry last. Three a pop last. 27th in yards per game. Yeah. I mean, you look around the division, Travis Etienne, he's doing his thing. Jonathan Taylor, we know he can do his thing. And Zach Moss just had 160 yards. And then we know Derrick Henry's Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I've been talking about, like, you got to – Dameon Pierce was a 4th-round pick. He's been great, like, for a 4th-round pick. But Etienne was a 1st-round pick. Henry was a 2nd-round pick. Taylor was a 2nd-round pick. Like, you've got to invest in the running back. And I just don't get – like, McClain came in here and said, well, they got other needs. They need a wide receiver. What?
Yeah.
You think the wide receivers haven't been better than the running back this year?
They absolutely
Dude's averaging 2.9 a pop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh? The running back can make the offensive line better.
Well, the receivers, the quarterback has made the offensive line better since the start.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Let's give caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9, and the lines are blocked right now, so everybody has a chance, whether you're on the YouTube, the Twitch, the Odyssey app, the Old School Radio. Caller number 9, you're going to the game on a Texans Ticket Tuesday to see the Texans take on who? Who dat?
Damn Saints.
The Saints.
Who dat?
Who dat said they're going to beat them Saints? Texans said that. Yeah. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Tank Dell, he's in concussion protocol. If Tank Dell doesn't play, does that mean more Mechie? Does that mean you rely on the tight ends a little bit more? Can you count on the running backs to ease the load? We don't know what's up with Noah Brown. We should get that update tomorrow. Without Tank Dell, what do we see? Because I do think, and I think this is something to keep a very close eye on, I think the recipe for stopping Nico Collins might have been against the Falcons.
Well, certainly going to be copied.
76% press coverage on Nico Collins in Week 5. This is courtesy of the great Texans cap. Now, what does that mean? It means your 3 yards are in. That's what they define press coverage as opposed to 23% the 4 previous weeks when he was top 5 in the league in rushing. So I do think that is kind of the formula there.
I've been pretty encouraged. I think kind of one of the underlying stories for the Texans the last couple of weeks, pretty encouraged with a little more John Mechie here, a little more John Mechie there, on the field, more snaps. I could see where maybe, he becomes a guy that is a little bit more involved. Who knows, what's going to happen with Noah Brown. That would be the simple slide in for Tank Dell. But I think Mechie's going to be used more.
Mechie's got that alley-oop feel. And I've always, the alley-oop feel is, and I usually equate this to high school basketball. Whenever an alley-oop gets tossed, it's just 2 points, but there always seems to be like that, just like momentum swing where the crowd goes crazy, the team seems to gravitate. And there's some players who, when they do certain things, they have that impact. I think when Altuve hits a home run or a double, I think the Astros kind of gravitate to it, and you can just kind of feel the energy indirectly, even if you're not at the game.
Absolutely.
It feels like whenever Mechie catches the ball, whether it's just a quick point or whatever, or just the way that he gets up and he's like, shit, like there does seem to be like kind of a feel when he makes plays where it just seems like a little bit more than just like a typical maybe 10-yard catch or something like that.
Every team has those guys that when they make a play, every sport, not just football, but every team has those guys when they make a play, it sort of really kind of gets the whole team going. And it's not just it's not just that he's gaining more snaps. I think he's got potential to be a bigger playmaker. I mean, that we've seen that, and that's certainly at the college level. Whereas Robert Woods has some ability there to make some big plays, but I think Mechie has a chance to really ignite the offense.
Yeah, Woods is a guy that CJ clearly trusts, but if you can get Mechie involved, he seems to be, first of all, he's willing to block. Second of all, I think he's very physical, so you have him in the slot. I don't like seeing Tank Dell get thrown down like that, though.
Yeah. That was not pretty. And who knows? I mean,
did they say he had a concussion or
protocol?
So what does that mean? You're just being cautious?
They're watching him. Yeah, I guess. And is that a week? Is that 2 weeks? I mean,
there's no more.
Yeah.
You can't just hold up fingers and say 3.
That's what we did.
Out there?
That's what we did.
Get his ass back out
Have you ever
there.
been knocked out? Like out?
Yes.
Me too.
Twice.
It's awful.
2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
3 times.
Twice on a football field. Both times.
Basketball court and PE, actually. Like 4th grade.
Really?
Yeah, chin. That's why I got a scar on my chin.
Oh, you told this story, yeah.
Fat ass Chris Irwin landed on my head.
Mm-hmm. Is he still a badass?
He was never a badass. Got his ass burned. And on my damn head.
Figgy, you ever been knocked out?
Ball. I ain't been knocked out. Figgy's figuring out this contest. Texans Ticket Tuesday. Next chance to win going to be with the guys from the drive right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm looking forward to this. I am intrigued to see how many Saints fans there are and what this crowd is like. I would like at least Atlanta Falcons-like vibes. I'm not asking for Kansas City Chiefs-like vibes, but I would at least like to see maybe like some Atlanta Falcons vibes.
You were there. I was right next to you. I was embarrassed in the Steelers game. I was embarrassed. I questioned. I came in the next day and said, did we overestimate this?
Well, we obviously did.
Yeah.
We obviously did. I don't know that fans are willing to buy. I think they might be able to buy in after the Atlanta. I don't think it was like a maddening, like I'm not going to watch the game type of vibe.
No, but I'm saying they're just not buying in like we thought. It's still proven. It's still proven.
I mean, your sins of the past. I mean, when you do some of the stuff that's been done here recently, like there's trust issues. I mean, you can't have a con man rolling around for however long and just expect people to forget about it. Who's our winner, Figgy?
Cedric Howard.
Cedric Howard.
Yep,
Right,
first time winner, man.
Okay,
that's great.
Yep, I love the first time winner.
Cedric the entertainer right there.
Well, he's going to be entertained.
Cedric Howard.
Hopefully.
There you go.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Big time. He sound excited or?
He sounded super excited.
All right, good.
The first time winners always sound super excited, man.
Yeah. Good.
What about the one that calls in? Hey, what section? Free.
No.
Hey, free section.
No, my favorite. Do we get free parking with this? You just get the tickets, man.
Yeah. You get free tickets to the game. Enjoy. Goodness gracious. Shout
what
out
about
to Cedric.
parking?
Yeah, figure it out yourself. Coming up, man, you got your ass whooped last week.
I did.
In the headline showdown.
He did not.
That was a beatdown. That was a beatdown.
Dude wins one game. All of a sudden, he's Alabama.
And y'all can see this action on Twitch and YouTube, too.
Let's see if Lopez can bounce back because he needs to, man. You want to talk about embarrassing. That was one of the most embarrassing performances in recent Houston history. We'll see if he can bounce back, go around the league next. First, though, it's never embarrassing when you